So Carrie here with the best hand. We'll see whether Jake wants to go for barrel number 3.
So 7 pairs the board again. It's on Carrie. He's going to check it again. I mean, I don't think Jake can put him really on a 5. Not going to put him on a 7.
Yeah.
Not going to put him on an overpair.
Yeah, you know, he shouldn't have any of those hands.
No.
Jake must be very confused about what Carrie has. He might put him on a pair, but not one as good as Jack.
Not at all. So you want to rob him.
You might say, okay, he's got pocket 6s or 8s or 9s or something.
You can muscle him out. And that's what Jake's going to try to do.
And he's bet really big here.
Yep.
He's bet almost full pot here, Vince.
152.
So a tough decision for Carrie Katz, and one of his problems here is that although he can't reasonably have a 5 or a 7, Jake absolutely can.
But, you know, Jake raised before the flop. Is he really raising with a 5 in his hand? He could. But the way it was played, you got to call this.
At least I'll get to see it on TV. See if you're bluffing me. I usually bet that big. They usually have it.
Yeah, he could have like an ace-5 suited or a 6-5 suited or...
Yeah, but you got to pay this off, especially because the man has a lot of chips. And the way you played it induced this man, if he had nothing, which he has nothing, to steal from you.
All right, good bet.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
You got a lot of heart if that was a bluff.
And, you know, really, I think the bet sizing was probably what determined Carrie to fold there. If Jake bets 80 or 90, I think Carrie shrugs and makes the call, but that full pot bet was just enough to get Carrie out. Nicely played hand by Jake.
Yeah, Carrie's going to be kicking himself. A misstep by him there. Jake, well done. Harry Potter looking good. We're coming back with more Alpha 8 in just a moment. Stay with us.
Now, Carrie, you're at the feature table with Jake Schindler. I saw there was a big fold that you made against him. Tell us about that hand.
Okay, well, I don't know what he had, so hopefully I didn't misplay it. There's probably about a 50% chance I misplayed it. So we had it double paired with 5s and 7s, and he put out a huge bet. And, you know, if he bet with like an ace high, I just tipped my hat to him because I just couldn't call with just a pair of jacks in that situation. Just there's too many hands that could beat me. All right, good bet. And, you know, usually a guy of Jake's quality, usually when they do really large bets on the river, a lot of times, you know, they have it trying to get maximum value.
Well, Carrie is right that Jake's bet sizing on the river either means he has a big hand or a bluff, but this particular time, Carrie's hand was simply too good to fold there. He seemed sweating a little bit after thinking that one through. I don't blame him, not feeling real good, getting a little bit outplayed by the professionals.
Well, sometimes even a great chef makes a bad meal. What are you going to do? All right, back to the table we go. Great action, blinds at 3 and 6,000. And we got a bunch of folds around to Carrie, who will be kicking himself after he sees that on TV. With good intentions, though, of course, and it's on him. This time he's got a pretty solid ace-jack. He will raise to 15,000. Dr. Youth, that is Kane Lai, of course, been quiet lately, folds his hand.
Tom has one of those hands in the small blind here where people mix it up between a raise and a call. But as we know, Carrie doesn't really like to fold to 3 bets, so Tom elects to call, and Paul Volpe right behind him with Queen 9 suited will come along as well. We'll have a 3-way pot going to the flop.
Okay, and the flop is at 8, 7, deuce, 2 clubs. Volpe with the 4 flush.
And pretty good flop for both Tom and Paul, and Tom leads out here. He's got a backdoor flush draw, a gut shot to the straight, and some overcards.
18,000 into Volpe, who has the flush draw, and he's just going to call it.
Yeah, Paul can't go anywhere. Carrie can quickly fold, so heads up, going to the turn.
The cheese against Volpe. Going to the turn. Will the club appear? No, 5 of spades.
Now, that 5 improves both players. Tom picks up straight outs to go along with his overcards. Paul Volpe, still with his flush draw, now has a straight draw of his own. And Tom reaching for barrel number 2.
Yep, he's not going to slow down. He's going to put the pressure on Volpe. Looks like a $48,000 bet.
And Paul's decision here is between calling and raising, but were he to raise, he'd essentially have to play for the full stack of Tom Marchesi, who started this hand with about $250,000.
So he is just going to call. Of course, he would probably knock Marchesi out at this point. But can't see through the cards always. We'll go into the river. Let's see who will get lucky with it. How about no one? Ace of hearts.
Yeah, nobody connects here, but Tom has reached the river with the bottom of his range, having just jack high here. You could also have 10 high if he had like a 10-9, but jack 9, also one of the hands he would play this way, now has no way to win this hand but to bluff. But for what it's worth, it's believable that he could have ace-high clubs here and have connected on this river, or stay at a 8-7 that was leading out on the flop with 2 pair, or pocket 8s or 7s.
Or do you just put up the white flag and give it up? Well, no, not if you're Tom Marchesi. He is going to bet 3 times in a row. Look at this 84,000 with zip and pip.
Yeah, Tom not big on waving the white flag. An aggressive player who can tell when his opponent is unlikely to have a really strong hand, as Paul is unlikely to have here.
Now this would be the call of the century if you can call with queen high. I mean, that would be a show-off call of all time. He'd have to be putting Marchesi on absolutely nothing, so almost uncallable, you would think, Tony.
Yeah, in order for Paul to call and be good here, he needs Tom to have specifically jack 9 or 9-10.
There goes the muck.
This wasn't on TV, I'd consider calling.
And that's why he is one of the greats. And you see that smile there? That's a Steelers smile. Beautifully done by Tom Marchesi.
You're going to see it anyway, just show it.
Yeah, might as well. Jack 9.
Yeah, Tom Marchesi finally lets his poker face crack just a little.
How'd you know?
Sometimes you know. I almost called. Huh?
We are watching great poker at Bellagio for the Alpha 8. Stay with us. We'll come back with more exciting action in just a moment.
Welcome back to Alpha 8 Las Vegas here at Bellagio. Over the break, we saw 2 players bust at the outer tables. Both Brandon Stephen and Sam Stein are out, and it seems highly unlikely they will exercise their re-entry options. That leaves us 30 players left in the hunt for this title.
Okay, back down to the felt. At our special table, Jake Schindler is the chip leader at the table with close to 650,000 in chips. On the short stack at this point, Donnie Stern from New York. Very exciting poker. 3 and 6 are the blinds.
And my man Donnie Stern not having anything go his way so far at this tournament. I'm not sure we've really seen him win a pot yet.
Oh, you're right about that. So we got a few folds around to the dock. He's going to fold. Cheese goes out. Now Paul Volpe with an attractive ace-10. He likes it. He raises it to 14,000 to go. Short stack going out. And now Jake Schindler, our chip leader.
Like 220?
I think a little less.
It's on him. He's got an 8-7. He's in the big blind.
Wonder what Jake is thinking about here. For the most part, players just kind of call this hand and move on.
All in.
Whoa!
What the heck?
What in the...
That's not Jake. He's gone all in.
Vince, I don't get it. I mean, Paul's got over 30 blinds. He's got almost 35 big blinds to start this hand. 8-7 is a good hand to defend your big blind with. And Paul's a professional.
He's still rebuying, man.
With it still being part of the re-entry period, as you see him say. So, if anything, he's more likely to just kind of call it off with a light hand. I just don't get this shove.
Well, everyone folded to Paul, had the button, so maybe Schindler thinks he can't be that strong. He's just making a button raise.
Ace queen, 3-bet call.
I can just get him out, steal this money right now, but little does he know, the man was pretty solid with an ace-10.
Maybe not. Ugh.
I almost wonder if Jake thought that Paul put in more chips than he actually did, or he started with a smaller stack than he actually has, or I just feel like I must be missing something, Vince. Next time I see Jake around, I'm going to bring this hand and be like, hey, Paul raised the button and you just shoved 8-7 offsuit. What was that about?
I got a feeling Jake just thought he wasn't that strong.
Gotta stay hydrated. Key to success.
Just wants to take it down. Now Jake's going to do a little trash talk and a little table talk. Acting casual.
I like the confidence.
And usually when a man acts confident at the table, he's not. So there is a bit of a tell there, if you really look into it, unless he's doing a reversal, of course. You know, Volpe's thinking maybe this guy has a little mid-pair, small pair.
What would DJ Kelly do?
He wouldn't know what to do.
Look, Jake's going to talk again.
I don't know what to do, so he definitely wouldn't know what to do.
I mean, if Jake had a queens or kings or tens, something pretty strong, would he be talking that much? I don't think
And
so.
would he just go all in? I think instead of going 220,000 all in, they go Paul makes it 14,000, Jake makes it 40,000, you know? Wow.
Oh, wow, he's going to make Paul lay down the better hand.
Wow. You know, I don't blame Paul for folding there. I think that's a very smart play. He just doesn't anticipate that Jake would shove a hand like 8-7 offsuit, and after he sees this, next time around, he's going to be calling a lot wider.
Deception at Bellagio.
You know what I had?
He's calling. Like, I mean, I guess from your talk, you had like ace-10 or something?
Wow. And Jake showing off a little bit of his psychic abilities. Read Paul for his exact two cards. Yeah, something like that, he says. Yeah, it's something like that, you know. No. Or maybe exactly that.
Well, we've seen Volpe play twice at the final table on the World Poker Tour. A great player himself, but just outplayed right there. Let's get back down to it. Bill Klein folds the hand. Carrie Katz goes out. Doc not playing. Cheese goes away. Paul Volpe taking a rest. And now the New Yorker, Donnie Stern. They all yielded to him. He's got the button. Doesn't have many chips left, but he's saying, if you guys don't want a piece of this, I'm going to try to take it right now. Makes it 13,000 to go.
Yeah, only about 21, 22 blinds for Donnie here, who hasn't had anything go right during this tournament. Nick, meanwhile, has 10-2 offsuit in the big blind, so I think he's assessing Donnie's stack to consider raising here. I don't know why he would call a hand like this.
Well, he's got the old Doyle Brunson hand. Doyle won World Series main event twice with that junk. And Nick is going to do exactly that. He's going to re-raise.
Wow. And obviously 10-2 is a garbage hand, but that's not what matters here. He's using a 31,000 chip raise to leverage Donnie's entire stack of 130,000, and that forces him to play for his tournament life. Yeah, nicely executed by Nick Petrangelo. I'll give him credit for that one. He had a garbage hand, but he recognized the opportunity that Donnie's stack allowed him, and he pulled the trigger.
Oh, they are playing with zip and pip here at Bellagio, making it work. It is a battle of wits for big money. Who's going to come out on top? We will see. But that's the beauty of high-stakes poker like this. You let your chips and your brain do the talking. Doesn't matter really what you have until you don't have it. All right, here we go. Moving on. Lots of folds. Wait till these guys see the cards they've been laying down and what they're playing with. They're like magicians out here. So around the horn to Nick, who finally picks up a big hand. Ace-King. Makes it 18,000 to go. Bill Klein in the big blind with a Jack-10. He's been desperate to play something, anything.
And he has a very playable hand here in the big blind, facing the raise in position. So we'll go to a flop heads up between our two blinds.
Yep, Bill, the retired businessman, non-professional, but an excellent poker player. He's had some big results here on the poker circuit, and he catches jacks like that on the flop as a Jack 8-5 hits the board.
Yeah, great flop for Bill. Not what Nick was looking for here, but Ace-King probably a little too good to give up on yet. Does he want to bet or check it? He checks, and surprisingly, Bill checks behind. I really like that play there.
Gotta love it now because he's hit three of a kind. He's trapped his man beautifully.
Yeah, and he's disguised the strength of his hand very well.
Yes.
I think that Nick would expect a non-professional like Bill to just bet every time he has top pair.
Oh, so wrong. But Nick's going to check again, and Bill's finally going to come out with a bet. Looks like 20,000. That's why it's tough to put a non-professional on a hand.
Yeah, as far as Nick knows, that jack on the turn is a safe card for him.
He's called it. Going to the river. 8 pairs the board.
Well, now there's 2 pair on the board, but that misses the flush draw. It misses all of the straight draws. And Nick likely thinks that if Bill had a jack, he would bet the flop, so he could get in some trouble here.
He's checked again, and of course, Bill with jacks full, thinking about how much he can weasel out of his man, and it looks like 43,000. And you're right, this is actually, the way it was played, a callable bet.
Yeah, it is.
Nick looking over at Bill. Bill saying, please call me, please, please. Make me look good. And he's going to get the call he wants.
Wow.
Have a jack. Hey, Sam.
Nicely played hand by Bill Klein. That check on the flop really made this hand pay off for him. If he just bets the flop, Nick might fold right then and there. Instead, he gets 2 streets of value. Excellent hand.
Well, he's playing against the best. Bill Klein shining here tonight. Love to see Bill make the final table. Well, we will see. Okay, with that, the registration period has officially ended.
Yeah, that's right, Vince. No more players can enter, and moving forward, any player that busts is officially broke and out of the game.
That's correct. All right, for the few players that make it all the way to the end, it's going to be a great payday. The numbers are officially in, and the total prize pool is over $4.4 million, with the top 2 players winning over $1 million each. How much do you think it is for the first place?
Well, I'm not exactly a mathematician, but it's going to be 1.5, 1.6, somewhere in there.
Close to 1.6. Pretty big money. All right, a lot more great high-stakes poker ahead. For Lynn Gilmartin and Tony Dunst, I'm Vince Van Patten. See you next time on WPT Alpha 8 Las Vegas. Hi, I'm Vince Van Patten alongside Tony Dunst here at WPT Alpha 8 Las Vegas. And the action is crazy here. We're heading directly to the tournament floor where Ben Lamb's pocket aces, the hand everyone wants, is being crushed by quad queens. And just like that, Sam Soberall has knocked Ben Lamb out of the tournament.
Thanks.
Oh, that's such a nasty way to go. Aces into queens, I'm sorry.
Yeah, 1 queen would have been all right. I didn't need 2 of them.
Now, the re-entry period just closed. Had you have busted prior, would you have come back in?
Yeah, probably.
You would have? All right. Okay, so that kind of makes it worse then.
Or better. Maybe I saved $100,000. Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you something. I don't want aces, all right? It's a cursed hand. I'd rather have 10 deuce offsuit, Tony. I'll never go broke with 10 deuce offsuit.
No, you'll never go broke, and if you're Doyle Brunson, you might even win the World Series main event.
Correct. Hi, everybody, and welcome to Bellagio for continuing coverage of WPT Alpha 8 Las Vegas. All right, Ben's not the only player to recently bust out. We also lost WPT Player of the Year, Anthony Zeno. He's a great player.
Yeah, we know Anthony is a really tough player, and this was his first super high roller event, so obviously things didn't go as planned for him.
No, it didn't. Okay, our field now sits at 28 players with 4 tables in action.
And with the elimination of Ben Lamb, tables need to be balanced, so Donnie Stern has been moved from the feature table to Ben's old seat at one of the outer tables.
That's right. Hopefully that seat is better for Donnie than it was for Ben. Now, all the players tonight are hoping to survive and make it into the money. The final 7 players will get paid, with the top 2 spots earning over $1 million. In fact, first place prize close to 1.6. Cards are in the air, so let's get back down to the feature table. All right, the antes are still 1,000, but the blinds are up to 4,000 and 8,000. Nick Petrangelo used to be a hockey player in college. Got a concussion, gave it up, and started playing poker ever since. He's got ace-9 of clubs. He likes it. It's going to make it 20,000 to go.
Can't decide which game is worse for your brain, hockey or poker.
That's very good. Carrie Katz now has a pair of jacks, and he will raise it up to 60,000 to go. Dr. Kane with ace-queen.
Oh, wow. Disciplined fold by the doctor there with ace-queen.
Certainly was. Look at this.
Paul less likely to fold his ace-king. Let's see what he wants to do here.
That is a big hand. Been raised and re-raised.
All in.
And Volpe is going to go all in.
There you go. Yeah, he's got about 30, 35 blinds to start this hand, so I think it's pretty natural to go all in here. Now the question is, will Carrie Katz call? He's getting an excellent price here, almost 2-to-1 with his pocket jacks.
Yes, he is. He won't go broke with it. He has more chips, obviously, twice as much as Volpe. He's thinking to himself, does this guy have queens, kings, or aces?
Paul would definitely play queens, kings, and aces the same way. I don't
Yep.
think he would get cute and make some kind of tiny raise on this stack size, but he would also play ace-king this way, possibly ace-queen suited, maybe even pocket tens.
And remember, Carrie dropped jacks before when they were in a winning position.
Yep.
All right.
You can take it.
Ouch. He folds jacks at the wrong moment.
Yeah, that is the jinx hand there for Carrie.
Picking on me, Carrie? What? You were picking on me?
Just playing a little tight with those jacks so far tonight.
I'm not raising light there, and all shoves, so.
Paul Volpe takes a little risk there, gets paid off, collects an extra 100,000 without having to actually be all in.
Carrie knows I don't have it in me.
Yeah, you do. I don't think you got a 4-bet me light.
I don't think so either.
Well, might have lost on the flop. You never know. All right, moving on to the next hand. Action on Carrie. The family man, father of 6, has a business degree from the University of Georgia. He's the founder of the College Loan Corporation, started in 1999, very successful, and loves to play high-stakes poker. All right, the folded around to Paul Volpe, who's picked up the pair of aces.
Back-to-back premium hands for Paul Volpe.
Unbelievable, he has raised. And now Jake Schindler gets out of the way. And now on to Nick. And Nick has also got a pair of aces.
Wow, there's your last 2 aces. Does Nick want to call or re-raise here? Looks like it's just going to be a call, so he's slow playing pre-flop a bit, giving Bill Klein a chance to get stuck in the middle. But instead, Bill is out, so we'll have a heads-up pot between the 2 aces. You see there a 2% chance for each of them to win the pot outright. That is if they were to make a flush.
Aces versus aces. And who cares about the flop? Jack 10-8.
Neither of these players really wanted to see this flop.
Yeah.
And it's Paul who has a 5% chance of making a backdoor flush, which would award him the entire pot. So they both check.
Oh, wow.
And we get a 6 on the turn, and now I think we're going to see some chips go in the middle. Well, as you can see, both players have a 0% listed next to their cards. That means they are 0% to win this hand completely. They are now a lock to chop this pot, assuming both get to showdown.
Unless you can just bluff the other man out. Nick's going to take a stab at that, betting 37,000, but pretty futile on this turn. He is called. Going down to the river, it is a 10 pairs the board.
Not a card either of these guys wanted to see, in particular Nick, who's a little bit worried that Paul checked back with a hand like second pair. So he checks on this river, which I think is a smart play.
Yeah, little do they know, they're both playing for nothing.
Yeah. And Paul questioning whether he wants to make a bet for value here. I think he probably will, and it is going to reach for some chips here. Yep.
Well, if you stick out enough of it, maybe we'll get a lay down, but not to be. Nick's going to make this call, and there's the ironic laugh of a man that has just split the pot with a massively beautiful pre-flop aces.
Because it's unlikely, I don't know. When you laugh right when I showed them.
Yeah, I laughed when I saw your hand because I was about to turn over aces.
Wow, how does that happen?
I don't know. I was worried about getting paid, and then I was worried about busting. And then I was happy to chop.
Paul Volpe keeping his cool. It could be worse, guys. All right, moving on. Blinds are 4 and 8. Tom the Cheese Marchesi. Playing superior poker this evening. He's got King Jack. He'll make it 19,000 to go.
Tom playing so sharp so far in this tournament. We haven't seen him in quite as many tournaments recently as we did during that span where he was trying to win Card Player of the Year and did successfully win Card Player of the Year. But every time he shows up, he finds a way to impress me.
Well, you're so right. Now action's on Jake. Has Ace-Jack, just going to call with it. Nick goes out.
Jake got one of those suited Broadway type hands that players like to get to the flop with, so he calls in position.
Bill out. And now Carrie also folding his hand into the dock with a pair of 3s.
Yeah, the doctor going to come along in the big blind here, just a little bit more to take a chance at flopping a set.
He certainly does.
Spike a couple of these pros.
So we have Ace-Jack versus King-Jack versus a pair of 3s. And we are flopping, and the flop is a 10-6-4.
Well, not much for anybody here. Kane still in the lead.
He checks. They all check. Turned card. Deuce of diamonds.
Not a bad card for Kane, actually. I wouldn't mind to see him bet here. He's picked up a gut shot to go along with his 3s, but nope, he's going to check.
Yeah, Tom's going to check as well. Jake wants to see a river card. Here we go. Who will get lucky? Look at that. King!
There's the king that Tom was looking for. That's the one he needed. Now the question is, how does he get value from this card?
Kane is checked. Now it's on Tom. You hit the kings. Pretty strong kicker. 3 spades out there. He's going to check again.
Wow, he checked it. Look at him anticipating that Jake will try and take down this pot on that river card. Let's see if it works for him. Oh man, he's going to pull this off. Tom is such a Jedi. How does he always do this?
Well, Jake is going to bet at it. Trying to steal it with ace high. Looks like 42,000.
Once Kane gets out of the way, I think Tom will pretty much snap call this bet. He's not really worried about a flush considering Jake would have bet the flop or the turn with spades. Yeah, an immediate call and
Ace high.
boom.
Everything going right for him so far.
Tom Marchesi, who was the runner-up to Andrew Lichtenberger in last season's Alpha 8 Las Vegas, took home over $1.2 million.
Well, the money won at this table. Pretty incredible. The talent. They all respect each other in a big way. Jake Schindler, first act, got a very strong ace-10 of diamonds, likes it, makes it 21,000 to go. Nick goes out, and Bill Klein has picked up a nice solid mid-pair.
We don't really know how Bill likes to play his mid-pairs here. I'm not sure whether he'll call or re-raise. Be curious to see which it is. Looks like he's reaching for raising chips. How much does he want to play for? 47,000.
Carrie, who's got an ace-9 of spades, so we'll lay that down. Kane out. Marchesi not going to play. Paul folds.
Oh, I don't know. That girl Kate Hall, I know that.
So back to Jake.
And Jake will not be going anywhere here. It's a small raise from Bill. Jake's got a suited Broadway, so even though he's out of position, he's going to make this call, and we're going to go to the flop heads up.
You would think. Looks back at Bill, tries to get a read on him, and makes the call. Let's see what happens on the flop. And the flop comes up a queen, 8-10, amazing. 3 of a kind for Bill Klein, pair of 10s for Jake. Check, check.
Ooh, and what an action flop for Bill. I'd really like to see him bet there. There's so much that Jake could have that would call that flop bet.
Deuce is great for Bill, the way he's played it. Nothing card. He's got his 3 of a kind. He's got his man trapped. And now he's going to bet 35,000.
Small bet. There was over 110,000 in the pot before he made that bet.
Jake's got 10 ace.
Wow.
Oh.
Jake giving Bill a lot of respect and credit there.
Yeah, he was.
Immediately folds. Second pair, top kicker, just not falling for it. And I guess really believes that if Bill makes a bet, he's got something to back it up.
That is a great drop by Jake. Bill picking up the chips. We're coming back with more action from Bellagio on the WPT Alpha 8 in just a moment. Stay with us.
Welcome back to Bellagio and A8 Las Vegas, where there's been some movement over at the outer tables.
Brian. Yeah. Oh, I'm so sorry. You re-entered. It's a quick exit.
Unfortunately. So I re-entered, so it's a little extra painful, but you know, that's how tournaments go.
We also just lost 29-year-old pro Byron Carverman, who really couldn't get anything going.
Yes.
Just wasn't going your way today.
Yeah, I had a really good start too. Started the day with 600, got up to 800 pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Lost a big pot, and it's pretty swingy from there.
Oh.
Pretty disappointing, but you know, what are you gonna do?
With Brian and Byron busting, our field now stands at 26 players, leaving 4 tables in action, including the feature table.
Well, 2 big stars on the poker circuit. Brian Rast, Byron Carverman, both out to the absolute delight of everybody else in the tournament. And now we're going back down to our featured table.
I think they're throwing him a going away party, Vince.
Action was folded around to Jake Schindler, the Harry Potter of poker, I like to call him. He might hate that, I'm sure he does. But that's not bad, it's not an insult.
He can't hear you where he is, so it's okay.
I think it's a nice thing. Anyway, he has just called, so we have 2-way action here.
Do you go from flush? I'm not allowed to ask that, right?
We talked before about pros often limping the small blind against other pros, and you see Jake executing that strategy with King-8 offsuit here.
12,000.
He's checked with King-high and a 8-high flush draw on this flop.
Nick's got a piece of that pair of 4s, is going to bet this.
Yep.
12,000.
Jake has too much to go away here, so he's going to make the call.
Yes, he is. To the intensely discomfort of Nick. Turn card is a flush there for Jake. He's going to check it, hope to get a bet, perhaps.
Yeah, good looking card for Jake.
Will Nick bite again? Oh boy, yeah. He wants to take the pot away. 20,000 with just a measly pair of fours, no heart.
Yeah, at this point, Nick has turned his hand into a bluff. He doesn't think that the 4 is good here and he can get called by a worse hand. He just wants Jake to fold something like a 5 or a 7.
Jake's saying not too fast. Nick's saying, oh God, what did I do? This guy trapping me. Let's see the river card. Just a 7, pairs the board.
Not a very impactful card here, and both players will check.
Nick checked before Jake even moved his finger. He had had enough. He knew where he was. Jake is going to take this pot down. And that's how it works. Unraised pot. Anything can happen.
Yeah, I didn't have a flush.
I was bluffing.
You weren't bluffing?
I was. Well, on the turn I was.
What about the river?
The Andy's still 1,000 blinds, 4 and 8,000 here at the Bellagio Tower Ballroom. Close to 1.6 going to the winner. And Carrie Katz, very successful entrepreneur, going to quickly fold his hand. Doc goes out. Big Cheese goes out as well. Now Paul Volpe is going to raise with a king-9. Makes it 18,000 to go. Jake has ace-deuce, acey-deucey. Remember that kids game we used to play?
You and I were kids in slightly different eras, Vince.
Easy does it. Easy does it. All right. Well, he doesn't monkey around, but Bill Klein with king-3.
Somebody else going to take you to Shadow Creek next time? Because you know it's not.
I'm waiting. I'm waiting for my next invitation.
No, not from me, brother. You keep picking on me. Why do you keep picking on me?
I don't feel like it.
I don't take it personal.
Bill says, hey, look, I lost my golf partner. You pushed me around. You're not going to that great golf course. And the flop is a 10-9-7.
Now you can't bet into me.
No.
That would be mean now.
Yeah, now I feel bad, especially for the Shadow Creek invite.
Paul with second pair here. Elects to check back. I like that play from him. And on the turn, Bill picks up a flush draw.
Bill's checked.
Well, I think he's missed an opportunity to bet here. We know it wouldn't work, but it would get Paul to fold when he has pairs under the 7 or when he has an ace high. But instead, Bill just checks over to him and now faces a bet.
He is going to lay down the flush draw.
Yesterday, I had a lot of big hands versus you. I know it felt like that.
Yeah.
And he's stunned. He lost his little golf partner. Bad blood happening at the table, but they seem to be laughing it off.
Hey, it was an honest bet from Paul. No need to disinvite him from golf just because of that.
Oh, golf partners, severing relationships, gotta love it. And right back at him we go. Dr. Kane, first to make a decision. He's got the Dolly Parton, hand 9-5. Won't play that. Tom out. Volpe out. Jake not gonna play. Now look at this. Nick has picked up a big hand. Ace, king of spades, big slick. Made it 17,000 to go. Carrie Katz, he's got a jack 4 diamonds. He's invested already, so he'll make the call.
Yeah, he's going to come along from the big blind. Reasonable call here. Let's go to a flop heads up.
Ace king versus jack 4. And it is a king 8 deuce. Huge hand there for Nick.
Yeah, very uncoordinated texture. Carrie doesn't have much besides a backdoor flush draw, but he also doesn't expect Nick to have much, and he really must not think so because he immediately called that flop bet.
15,000. He has called. 7 of spades on the turn.
I'm guessing that Carrie is trying to execute some kind of float here and hoping that Nick will check behind on the turn and he can bluff this river, but it's obviously not going to work when Nick has got top pair.
Well, maybe Nick will slow down and check it. We don't know what he's going to do. No, he's going to keep plunging ahead. He makes another bet of 50,000, and yeah, Carrie can't do it. And he must be saying to himself, why am I floating? I'll save the floats for a parade. Give more money to that young guy. Shucks! And that's what happens. Steaming like a cheap economy car. But overall, he's playing nice poker tonight, and he still has a lot of chips.
Wow.
So we will see. It's folded around to Jake Schindler. Jake, Nick out. And now Bill Klein. Well, Bill's got a hand, pair of 5s.
And so far, Bill has been conservative pre-flop. Definitely someone who has a tight table image thus far at our feature table.
Very solid poker player. Bill Klein. He's cashed 3 times on the WPT. He's raised this.
Carrie, meanwhile, has been pretty loose pre-flop. He's going to make the call here out of the small blind with pocket twos. And now with Dr. Klein in the big blind with king-queen, curious to see whether he elects to call or puts the squeeze on and 3-bets pre-flop.
62.
Well, he's going to move it up. Dr. Youth, he's into anti-aging treatments. We'll take a pop at this with the raise. Back at Bill with just 5s.
Really like this play from Kane. As I said before, Bill has been conservative pre-flop. I don't expect him to make many light 4-bets. Carrie has been very loose. He could have any number of hands here.
Oh, but look at this. Bill is getting out raising chips, it appears.
Ooh, what's going on here? Wow, Bill with the 4-bet to 130,000.
Very impressive. Carrie goes away.
Tell you, this shows me that Bill is conscious of his table image. He's aware of the fact that he's been conservative and that he has shown down good hands when he's been aggressive, and he's using that fact to his advantage right here.
Well, I'm impressed by Bill. To mix up your strategy as a non-professional, as well as he has tonight. And he's going to make the doc lay it down.
Show that.
Go ahead.
Show it.
Come on.
It was a battle of the amateurs there, Vince, but they both look like professionals with that hand.
Well, I like what Bill's doing. He knows he was tight early on. He is mixing it up beautifully. He is playing with the big boys and making it happen.
Like playing poker with David Copperfield, isn't it?
Doc also playing well. This is pretty wide open. We're coming back for more action from WPT Alpha 8 in just a moment from Bellagio. Stay with us.
Welcome back to WPT Alpha 8. Players are dropping like flies here at Bellagio. David Doc Sands went broke when his suited ace-king ran into pocket aces.
Can you give a check to me?
Sure.
That's going to be tough. Ace-king into aces. It's just one of those spots.
Yeah, pretty tough. 6-handed against an aggressive opponent, so kind of feel I have to get it in there. Actually felt he had a pretty big hand, but just with stack sizes and table dynamics, don't think I can really get away from it.
While I was busy talking to Doc, high-stakes phenom Isaac Haxton also busted out and headed straight for the door, leaving us with a smaller field of 24 players.
We have people moving to tables.
Creating the need to pause the clock and consolidate down from 4 tables to 3.
Hey, thank you, Lynn. All right, and with that consolidation, a new player is joining the feature table. Low-key, high-stakes pro, David Peters. Now he's still in the empty spot at seat 5. Tony, what can you tell us about David?
Well, David was a prolific online tournament player back in the golden era of online poker, but he's since transitioned into live tournaments and live cash games, and now attempting to take over the world of super high rollers.
Well, they call him the quiet assassin. Doesn't say much at the table. Let's see what he can do with chips. Action on the very talented Bill Klein. He quickly folds. And now Carrie Katz has picked up a pair of 6s. The famous entrepreneur, loves poker, plays well, has made over $5 million in poker. Has a pair of 6s, and he will raise to $22,000 to go.
Going from million number 6 in this tournament, Vince.
All right, falling like dominoes behind him.
22.
Around the horn to Nick.
Thanks.
Nick's got ace deuce, and he will invest.
Yeah, Nick not going to go away with an ace facing what is essentially a min raise out of the big blind. He's going to go ahead and flop 2 pair against Carrie Katz's pocket 6s.
That's right. Nick's going to check the aces and kings. And Carrie can't like that flop, but will he make the continuation bet in case Nick didn't hit anything? Carrie, the father of 6, will bet. Always ready to gamble. Puts in a bet of $20,000. Oh, but the discomfort of Carrie now because Nick has made the call. Now you don't like it. Another ace. That just fills up Nick. Just like that.
Yeah, he was already way ahead on the flop, and now he cannot be beaten. Ace is full for Nick.
And you don't bet aces full. You check it. Try to get the sucker to bet.
Not much reason for Carrie to bet here, though. He's got to think that Nick either has an ace or a king, neither of which he will be folding.
Yeah, he slows down. 5 on the river. The jig could be up. Nick wants to get a little value bet in case Carrie had something there. So the bet of $40,000. He's going to take that home very easily. Nick sticking around with ace deuce. Makes aces full. Takes down the pot.
Snap balls.
And he is just loving this right now. Chuckling it up. Unlike Carrie, who looks like he's waiting to get a colonoscopy. Just very uncomfortable at this point. Things not going his way, but he still does have chips.
Shooting some daggers Nick's way.
Still got to get the cards in this game. All right, back to the action. 5 and 10 are the blinds. Carrie's going to go out. Doc Kane pulling back his game, goes away as well. Round to Paul Volpe, who picks up an attractive queen 10 of hearts.
Just can't help yourself.
And Bill is saying, my former friend, why you picking on me?
Honest to God, it's like we need an intervention. It's like an addiction. You just can't help yourself.
23,000 to go. The new player, David Peters, he won't play.
So Volpe raises it up, and a couple seats behind him, Jake Schindler wakes up with pocket kings.
Beautiful hand for Jake Schindler.
How much does he want to play for, Vince?
I'll bet it all.
Yeah, he did last time with that 8-7 offsuit. But this time he wants to play for 52,000.
Very wise. Nick goes out. So does Bill. All right, back on Volpe. Saying another fine mess I got myself into.
Yeah, Queen 10 suited is a very playable hand here, and Paul is going to make the call, so we'll go to this flop heads up with over 100,000 in the middle already.
Pair of kings versus Queen 10, and we are a flopping, and it is a King Jack 7. What a flop. 3 of a kind for Jake. Open-ended there for Volpe.
A great action flop for these two, but considering how coordinated the board is, I expect that Jake is just going to keep betting.
He is going to bet this 48,000. Volpe open-ended. He's going to look back, see if he's definite on that. He is.
I always wonder why professionals recheck their cards.
Well, don't start. Mike Saxon never stops talking about that. He says it's an amateur move until you see a pro do it, then he doesn't say a word.
Slightly biased view.
Oh, Volpe looks back. There is a thing called disguise and deception. And this time, he of course calls, and he's going to hit it with a 9.
Wow. Just drills the card he was looking for. Even better that it wasn't a spade. I'm not sure if Jake is going to slow down here. He's still got wow, and Jake checks behind.
Good check, good check. River card. Can he fill up? Nope.
Well, the 2 of spades might save Jake a little bit of money here, because now both Queen 10 and the flopped flush draw have gotten there.
But Volpe's got to think, if Jake really had a flush draw, wouldn't he continue to hammer a little bit in position? So I think he's satisfied. He's going to bet 100,000. Try to get some value out of it.
And it's impossible for Jake to get away,
Yeah,
but it's impressive that he doesn't lose his whole stack here. He's going to be disappointed to lose this pot, but man.
Yeah, you're right. Good slowdown on the turn for Jake. Otherwise, that could have been a lot of his chips, of course. Paul Volpe, the hero on this hand, though, making Queen 10 work for him beautifully against the set. How do you do that, Tony?
Pure magic, Vince.
All the players with a chance of millions here tonight. Doesn't get better than this at Bellagio. Stay tuned. We're coming back for more at the Alpha 8.
Well, Nick, you're sitting up there at that feature table. How's it going for you?
I actually never really liked being at a feature table because it's a little bit more like physically uncomfortable. The chairs are higher and the table's up high. Have to show your whole cards, so
yeah.
I never root to get a seat on that, but it is what it is, so you got to deal with it today.
Does it affect your play at all when you know there are cameras watching your whole cards?
I don't think it affects my play. Like, I don't think I'm like, oh, you know, people are going to see this on TV, so I should do something, you know, really impressive. I don't think anyone thinks about that at this point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, yes. When you've gotten to this stage, buying in for $100,000 poker tournaments, you should feel pretty comfortable with the game.
I don't think it's a good idea to try to impress anybody with a play that you wouldn't normally make just because it's on the cameras, but yeah.
Well, Nick can say that because he's a pro. He's a good pro. He's not going to get intimidated. But I'll tell you something, a lot of the novice players that, even though they're excellent players, the first time they're at a TV table, they might not want to look bad, so they're not going to really play their game. Now, you're a great player. You're a WPT champion. How do you feel when you're at these tables?
Well, to be honest, Vince, if anything, as a professional, I'm trying to isolate the more novice players and take advantage of the fact that they might feel a little more nervous with the increased intention and the high stakes of the situation.
You want to torture them, basically.
Ideally.
All right, 14 years on the World Poker Tour, I've seen a lot. In the beginning, even the pros they didn't play their game. They played different. They wanted more TV time. It's only natural. All right, let's get back down to our feature table. All right, back to the action here at Bellagio. Doc Kane, been very quiet as of late, folds the hand. Marchesi out. And now Paul Volpe, Jack-9 of spades, will raise it up to 24,000 to go.
Silent assassin David Peters right behind him with Queen-Jack. And looks like he's going to come right after Paul with a re-raise here, going to 62,000.
Carrie going out, so back on Volpe. We saw David Peters on the World Poker Tour main event make a final table. And this is his first Alpha 8 appearance. He's only 28 years old.
And Paul with a decision to make here. Jack-9 suited plays pretty well post-flop, but their stacks aren't that deep. So kind of an awkward position for him. And he'll just let it go.
Well, David Peters also started playing poker in school. They're in high school, they're playing poker on the side, next to the gym perhaps. I did it.
He must have been playing in high school, because I can remember playing against him online 10 years ago.
We used to have a game called 3-Card Monte, and we'd also play craps right by the gym. We'd skip the gym class.
Were you the croupier?
I was.
Smart.
We used to pitch quarters up against the wall. We had a regular casino.
Did you ever go to class?
No, of course not, no.
Okay, good.
A little bit. I got through high school. But I did love gambling and learned how to gamble a lot at high school and junior high. This is just a terrible example of a human being.
No, I turned study hall into a casino too. You're good. In fact, I even ran a book out of high school. They dragged me into the principal's office one day and they said, Tony, we hear you're running a book. And I said, what's a book?
I knew I liked you.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Nick Petrangelo has raised up King-9. Carrie Katz behind him in position with pocket tens makes the call. Continuing his trend of flat calling pairs pre-flop. Now with Paul Volpe in the big blind. Does he want to play Jack-9? Sure he does.
We got three-handed action. And the flop is at 8-8-5.
It's a good-looking flop for the pocket tens of Carrie Katz. And both players check to him.
Yep, Carrie again with a nice overpair on a eventful flop.
Yeah, expect to see a bet here any second.
Carrie, the local, the entrepreneur.
Oh, wow, he checks behind.
Gonna disguise his hand, perhaps. 7 of hearts on the turn.
Yeah, safe card for Carrie. It does give Paul Volpe a double belly buster straight draw to either the 6 or the 10, but actually a 10 would give Carrie Katz a full house. Little does Paul know.
Well, Paul likes it, though. In first position, he's getting out betting chips. Yes, he makes 38,000 the bet. Nick's gone out.
Action back with Carrie. I like this bet from Paul. This is a good board for someone in the big blind to represent, but I doubt that he's going to get this bet through Carrie. Let's see what he wants to do with it.
Carrie, the father of 6. Maybe that's one of the reasons why he plays so much poker. Just get away from the house for a little bit. For a little R&R. But he's had some big results in his career. Now look at this.
He's raising.
There you go. Gonna check raise. Moves it up to 80,000. Back on Volpe.
Kind of a weird raise here that almost over-represents his hand, but as it turns out, it does block Paul from drawing cheaply to the river and gets him to go away, so...
That's right. Take it while you can. Don't let them outdraw you. Carrie Katz taking down that one with the wired pair of 10s. And we're coming back for more on the World Poker Tour Alpha 8. Welcome back to Las Vegas for the Alpha 8 at Bellagio. And we are down to 3 tables. This is a re-entry tournament, but all of that baloney is over. You can't get back in the tournament. And if you get knocked out, you're truly out now. Let's go down to the spotlight table. And action's going to Bill Klein from Orange County, California. He's going to quickly fold the hand. Carrie Katz, Las Vegas local, also folding. Cane lie out. So around the horn we go. Paul Volpe now with the button is going to raise with King 7 to 22,000.
Attacking the big blind of Jake Schindler, who thus far has been very aggressive out of his big blind. We saw him shove 8-7 offsuit against Paul earlier. Now he has 9-10 offsuit.
All in.
And he's going to do the same thing for 21 blinds. Relentless in his pre-flop aggression.
He has gone all in on the short stack with a complete mediocrity. And this time Paul doesn't have much of a calling hand. King 7.
Yeah, not an easy spot for Paul, and I'd be pretty surprised if he elects to make this call here with just King 7 off, and there you see his flick his cards towards the muck.
So the very talented Jake Schindler going to take that one with 10 high. Jake made his first career WPT final table, season 14 at Choctaw. He finished 4th. He took home $225,000. Gained a lot of respect in the poker world from that. And he's playing good survival poker at this point at Alpha 8. All right, on to the next one. Quick fold by Carrie and the Doc. And the cheese. Not many cards worth playing, but Paul Volpe has picked up aces.
Again.
Makes it 23,000, and on his left, David Peters with ace-7 of clubs.
You know, the last time these two tangled, David 3-bet him light pre-flop, and he's eyeing Paul like he's thinking about something similar.
Wow, ace-7 of clubs. Oh, he's getting the raising chips out. He's going to make a raise. Goes to 58,000.
I like this play from David. Ace-7 suited is exactly the type of hand I would 3-bet light with. As it turns out, he's about to run into pocket aces.
Everybody else goes away. So Dave Peters thinking Volpe was just messing around. He might have to find out the hard way.
And he is indeed, because Paul will raise it up. Goes to the 4th bet here, 120,000.
Yep. He's saying I wasn't kidding around. Silent assassin. Even more quiet. Well, can't blame him for trying. He's got to fold the hand, though.
David does get away there. Paul takes it down pre-flop. No split pot for aces this time around.
No, the aces don't have to prove themselves there. Sometimes it's nice to take a small pot with aces instead of going broke with a suck out. Paul Volpe taking down the small one. Welcome back to Bellagio. We're here in Las Vegas for the WPT Alpha 8. There's 3 tables left, 24 players battling for the close to $1.6 million first place prize. But at our special table, Bill Klein, the non-professional out of Orange County, California, is the chip leader with close to 700,000 in chips.
Yeah, Bill has really shown us something today, and I think that's that he belongs at this table.
Well, he has many gears, like all the greats have. Bill can play with the big boys. He is proving that tonight. Bill also gives all his money that he wins to charities. What a good guy.
The guy gives money he doesn't win to charity.
That's right. And there he is, the man of the moment, Bill Klein. He won't play that. Carrie. Katz, uneventful queen 4 clubs. He won't play. Doc Kane with a 7-4 season opportunity. Well, he's just going to call. So Volpe is raised. Kane is called. The flop is a queen 6-8.
Kane defends with the suited semi-connecting hand in the big blind. Flops a gut shot here to the 5 and checks it over to Paul, who checks behind with top pair, and both players improve on the turn with this 10 of diamonds. Paul picks up the straight draw. Kane picks up extra outs to the 9, but little does he know that would give Paul a better straight. So that is the one card he does not want to see.
Volpe ahead with queens, of course, but Kane is going to bet it. Bets 27,000. And Paul Volpe not going to raise, just calling it. And the river card.
Ooh, there's that 9. And that is going to cost Kane some money. The question is, how much?
Yeah, Kane hitting the straight there, of course. But Volpe with a bigger straight. Doc Kane involved with various anti-aging treatments. Non-professional poker player, but he's been playing world-class poker here tonight so far. He's going to make a bet.
Well, he actually has the 3rd nuts here. King Jack is the nuts. Jack to the queen high straight is the 2nd nuts, and his 7 is the 3rd best possible hand. So we'll see if he can get away if Paul elects to raise. And Paul is going to make it 110,000. So now let's see what Kane does with his 10 high straight.
Oh, that is just a very uncomfortable feeling. Figuring it all out, saying, what am I doing? Guy got me beat. I have to see it. I'm curious.
Yeah, he's going to pay off here and be disappointed to find out he's behind. So a well-played hand by Paul Volpe. The check back on the flop allows his opponent to connect and then gets paid off big time on the river.
That's what happens with speculation sometimes. You play a junk hand, you catch and you lose. And then you really kick yourself. Oh, the pains of this game. Paul Volpe looking good now. Building up his chip stack. We see him twice on the WPT final tables before. Very impressive. Great instincts. Let's go to the felt. Dave Peters now. Gets out of the way. Jake not going to play. And now Bill Klein with just a Jack 8. He sees them folding in front of him. And look at this. He's going to make a stab, makes 25,000 with just Jack high.
This is kind of surprising. Bill's been snug pre-flop, and all of a sudden he's raising up Jack 8 offsuit on the hijack.
Well, maybe it'll work. He's beaten everybody, pushed everybody out of the pot, but Paul Volpe with ace-7 could be curious. Yes, he is. His old golfing buddy.
Yeah, Paul not going to earn himself another invitation to Shadow Creek like this.
Flop comes up queen 10, 6, 2 diamonds.
Well, not a bad flop for Bill, but he likes to check behind with his gut shot.
They both check 4 of clubs on the turn. Paul getting none of that. They check again.
Couple more checks, but if Bill wants to win this pot, he's going to have to bluff at some point, and that king is going to give him an opportunity. Let's see if he takes it.
King of diamonds. Paul's checking again. Yielding to Bill. Will Bill pull the trigger? Yes, he does. He's going to make a bet.
Nice bet by Bill here. By this point, it really looks like he has some type of pair that's betting for value. Paul's ace high, hard to be good here.
All right.
And Paul is going to lay it down and give his good friend Bill the chips.
And the chip lead.
And the chip lead. There you go, Bill Klein managing a smile. Gotta love that when you win with Jack high.
That's all we have time for, but thanks to this heated battle between pros and amateurs, the poker action will continue to be exciting. So join us again as WPT Alpha 8 Las Vegas carries on. For Vince Van Patten and Tony Dunst, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. See you soon. Good night.
The world-famous Fountains of Bellagio welcome an amazing group of poker players to Las Vegas. $100,000 got them in the game, and the time has come to show the world why they deserve to be the next WPT Alpha 8 champion.
coverage of WPT Alpha 8 Las Vegas continues here at Bellagio. This event is all about the money. $100,000 to enter. 6 players did exercise the re-entry option, meaning they went broke early in the tournament and bought back in, making their investment a whopping $200,000. The payoff? The top 2 spots earn over $1 million. But to get there, you have to survive what has become one of the most competitive fields in poker. So far, over 1/3 of our players have busted out, leaving us with 3 tables in action. Tonight, our attention will focus on the feature table, where we have a strong mix of accomplished pros and talented amateurs. The whole cams are fired up and the cards are about to fly, so let's get inside where Vince Van Patten and Tony Dunst are ready to call the action.
Well, thank you, Lynn. This is very exciting. Tony, what do you think of this group?
Well, we've got 4 professionals and 3 amateurs at this table, although in our previous episodes, we actually saw the amateurs get the better of the professionals. Now, right now, our blinds are higher in relation to the stacks, so earlier we saw a lot of post-flop play. Now, I think we're...
Peters, pair of 10s, has raised, made it 26,000 to go. Into Jake Schindler, he won't play. And then, of course, the very charitable Bill Klein, a non-professional player, has a little suited connector. Let's see what he does with it.
And Bill's on the button here. A lot of players like to 3-bet in position with these suited connector type hands around this stack depth, but it looks like Bill's going to make the call, so he'll be in position this hand.
Entrepreneur Carrie Katz goes out. He's a local, but now Kane Lai. He's a doctor of various anti-aging treatments. I like to joke that he's 100 years old, but he looks terrific. He's going to call also.
So Kane coming along with the better clubs here. David Peters still in the lead with his pair of 10s.
Let's take a look at the flop. It's a queen, queen, jack.
Not really the board that anybody was looking for here. Nobody connects in a meaningful way. David Peters is not happy to see that texture.
Yep, he's going to check as well. They all check. Bill Klein checking, going to the turn. Look at this, a 10.
And there is David Peters' card. It's still not a card that should produce a lot of action for him. Kane picks up an open-ended straight draw, but there's not a lot for him to go on there. I imagine that David is going to make a bet here, but it's possible he lets everyone see one more card. Still on a 3-way pot, most players opt to bet these situations.
David is a 28-year-old, first Alpha 8 appearance. He's got to be so excited with that turn card there. Taking his time. They call him the quiet assassin.
David, a very methodical player.
Well, he's going to put the money out there. 53,000 a bet. Bill Klein has none of that, so 67 years old. Lives in Orange County, originally from Chicago. He goes out. And then now Dr. Youth.
Kane just with the open-ended straight draw here, but it loses some of its value on a paired board. We know that he's drawing dead.
Well, he's a good player. He gets out of the way, so David Peters going to take this one. David started playing poker at 18 years old while he was still in high school. Gotta love that spirit.
Tell ya, I used to see David Peters in the online tournaments every single day. I mean, it would have been strange to not see him there. Like, it was the guy who always showed up to class, never had a sick day. That was David Peters in the years of online poker.
All right, on to the next hand. Paul Volpe with ace-10 right out of the gun. Gonna make it 26,000 to go. But Dave Peters, again with a pair of 10s.
Okay, back-to-back pocket 10s for David. Let's see what he wants to do with them now facing a raise.
Just gonna call it. And Jake Schindler right behind him with ace-queen. Looks a little like Harry Potter all grown up. He's gonna make the call with the ace-queen, not gonna raise.
Yeah, this is a close spot for Jake Schindler. He started this hand with under 20 blinds. A lot of players would just move in here. I think it was a close decision between calling and shoving there for Jake.
Bill and Carrie go out, and now Dr. Youth, Mr. Lai, folds his hand. And here's the big cheese. Tom Marchesi.
Yeah, and the cheese has got King 4 suited in the big blind, so he'll come along. We're going to have a 4-way pot going to the flop.
Very interesting. Getting expensive. Here it is. The flop is an ace-4-3. Wow. Volpe hitting aces, as does Jake Schindler. Just amazing. It's on the big cheese. He checks.
Yeah, it's strange to see the 0% there next to Paul Volpe, but as it stands with everybody in this pot, there's no way he can be the one conclusive winner of this hand. I mean, he can get a running straight for a chop pot with Jake, but with Dave in the pot, he cannot win. Now that Dave is out, he could spike that last 10. You see him pick up a 5% chance of winning entirely.
But Volpe has bet 40,000. And now Jake is just going to call. Marchesi gets out of the hand. So now there's two-way action between the men with aces. A 5 of spades on the turn.
Sorry, listen. Thank you.
Creates a straight possibility if either of these players have a deuce, which of course is unlikely considering their positions in this hand.
Volpe's going to check. Volpe's made 2 final tables on the World Poker Tour. Highly regarded. And Jake, who's in front at this point, he's going to get a free card here too. Going to the river. It's a deuce. They both have straights.
Wow. Yeah. This one is going to be a chop pot if nobody folds, which between two professionals seems very unlikely. So my guess here is that Paul is going to go all in and that Jake on his short stack is going to refuse to fold, and we are going to see, there you go, an all in from Paul Volpe.
Well, it's just saying that Jake, there's no possibility he has a 6, so I'm just going to do this, and maybe he'll get a little fearful. But of course not. 2 pros, no better. They could have called it. They're going to split it up.
Yeah, so a deuce on the river actually saved Paul some substantial money there. I think he probably would have called another bet on the river. Jake kind of playfully throws his cards at him as he tends to do with the guys that he knows can laugh about it. And they're just going to throw him back and forth.
This is a spotlight table of the Alpha 8. This is where the superstar players don't even think about the money until they're out.
You're okay with the chow, right? I think it's fair, friendly.
They've got ice in their veins. Started out with 45 total entries. We're down to 3 tables. Let's move on. Peter's out. Jake Schindler now with King Jack.
28,000.
Jake still on that awkward 20 big blind stack size here, but he wants to open this pot.
Bill Klein behind him with a pair of 5s. We've seen Bill pump this up with a raise before.
Yeah, you know, Jake is so short here that if Bill wants to play, I'd like to see him re-raise instead of call. He's not getting the implied odds he needs to try and find a set, but he is just going to call here.
Carrie, Katz, the entrepreneur, family man, father of 6, goes out. Dr. Kane also out. The big cheese, not going to play.
Paul Volpe with a very legitimate hand here in the big blind, holding King Queen, has a decision to make between calling and raising.
And he is just going to call it. So King Queen versus King Jack versus a pair of 5s. Which one of these alphas will get lucky? Well, the flop is a 7-6 deuce. So Bill Klein looking the best at this point, of course.
And not a bad flop for the pocket 5s of Bill Klein. Meanwhile, Jake Schindler at 0% to win this because all of the jacks are dead. Meanwhile, Paul Volpe just leads out with King High, trying to represent like he's connected with this board.
Yeah, 38,000. Jake hitting none of that. And with the man behind him, what's he thinking?
Yeah, Jake is essentially stuck here. His stack doesn't allow much flexibility. He only has King High, no draw, another player to act behind him. Player leading out from the big blind who very well could have connected with this board. Wow, and Jake calls this. This is
shocking.
Surprising.
Yes. And now Bill Klein. Interesting decision for him. We know he's in front, but hard to know that when a guy bets in front of you and then calls in front of you. But look, Bill's going to get stubborn and make this call. Good call at this point for now.
Yeah, he's out in front, and as it turns out, these two players have each other's outs.
Going to the turn.
So long as Bill does not relinquish his hand, he should end up the winner here, and that's a good card for his pocket 5s. He picks up a straight draw.
Great card for Bill. But we have seen so much bluffing going on in this tournament. These guys are so skilled at taking pots away from the guy with the best hand. Is it going to happen again? Paul's going to slow down with a check.
I like that he slows down there. That 4 is a lot better for the range of hands that his opponent has called him with than the range of hands that he's representing.
Is Jake going to push it? No, he's going to check as well. A little respect for Bill. Bill, this is your moment. Bill's a retired businessman. Anything he wins in tournaments, he gives to charity. The guys love him out here, and he's going to make a bet. Looks like 60,000. And a couple folds behind him.
Well, ironically, Vince, I said at the start of the hand I didn't like the fact that Bill Klein just flat called there, but he showed some stubbornness post-flop, utilized aggression when necessary, and took down a very nice hand.
He certainly did. 3 tables left. The winner's going to take home close to 1.6. We're coming back for more on the Alpha 8. Welcome back to the WPT Alpha 8 Las Vegas. There's the beautiful Bellagio. We are watching them compete for big money. Tony, what do you think?
Well, right now we have an all-American table comprised of 4 professionals, 3 amateur players, and yet again, the amateurs are getting better than the professionals right now. We just saw Bill Klein take down a nice pot against 2 of these young studs.
Blinds are 6 and 12 with a $1,000 ante. Bill Klein took down the last pot. He's the retired businessman. He's got 10-8 of hearts. He's going to raise to 27,000 with that junk. Carrie, Katz, father of 6, goes out. And now Kane Lai, a non-professional doctor who's played superbly.
Yeah, in our last episode, we saw some very thoughtful play from Kane Lai. We saw him make some disciplined folds when he had the worst of it. We saw him make a good call when he had the best of it, holding ace-queen. Knocked out the young Fedor Holtz before his re-entry.
Kane is called with ace-9, and now we call him the big cheese. Tom Marchesi, one of the greats in poker, is thinking, I don't know what he's thinking. He's got ace-deuce here.
He's coming after him is what he's thinking.
Coming back over the top with a raise.
So Tom, recognizing that Kane might be flat calling a fairly weak hand,
92.
that he would not be comfortable with out of position, re-raises on the button.
Volpe and Peters out, now back on Bill Klein, who was just kind of messing around with some momentum. Does he want to see a flop? Nope. He ejects his hand. And now Dr. Kane, first Alpha 8 appearance. Bachelor of Science from Stanford University. Excellent poker player. We've seen him make no mistakes so far in this tournament and making some nice moves. He's got a pretty solid ace-9 of diamonds here.
He does. He's got the best hand here, but it's not a hand that plays very well in a re-raised pot out of position. Makes the fold, but yet again, Tom Marchesi shows off his Jedi-like ability to always guess right about when to apply pressure on his opponents.
Very true, especially against a guy like Bill Klein, who at the table has the image of being pretty solid tight. So to come back over the top, that's just genius read on Bill from Tom Marchesi, the big cheese. Very nicely done.
Tom Marchesi, one of the best young players in the game right now, only 28 years old, but has over $12 million in earnings. He's 13th all-time in the U.S. Money Tournament earnings list, and a guy whose quiet demeanor often keeps him off the radar and out of the conversation amongst the best players, but he really deserves to be there.
Well, we have a couple folds, and now Dr. Kane Lai gonna raise it with a solid ace-10 of clubs. Everybody else folds. Back around to Jake Schindler, who has picked up a pair of 6s.
Jake is our short stack, around 15 blinds here in the big blind with this mid pair. I'm gonna guess he's gonna go right after the doctor. And here he comes.
Oh, you would think he's gonna apply pressure. He's gone all in.
How much? 174.
And ace-10 suited is a very strong hand here. Not only is he often going to be flipping against a bunch of pairs under the 10, but he'll be in the lead against some hands like king-queen and king-jack. Every now and then, Jake will show up with the worst ace. In our last episode, we saw Jake attack the button raises of Paul Volpe with hands like 8-7 off and 9-10 offsuit, so I'd like to see Kane make this call here, even though it's an all-in from Jake Schindler. And according to our stats, he is ahead, suited ace-10 here. It's always going to be about a coin flip
against pocket pairs, but as a result of the hands that have been dealt out, he's in the lead, but oh, unfortunately relinquishes his hand to the muck, so a small mistake from the doctor there, and a nice pot for Jake Schindler.
Well, you gotta be impressed by Jake Schindler. Plays great short stack poker, only 26 years old. He's made over $4.5 million in live tournament earnings. And he started playing super high rollers at the age of 23. All right, moving on. Carrie, Katz, out of Atlanta, now in Vegas. He's got Queen 10. He's going to raise to 27,000. Kane out. Marchesi out. Now Paul Volpe has picked up Ace Jack. Just calls with it.
Yeah, I like the call from Paul here.
And look at this. Jake Schindler. Another mid pair.
Well,
short stack play, perhaps.
We saw what he did with the mid pair last time. This time he's got a caller in between. I think we're going to see something similar out of Jake. Still under 20 big blinds here.
And this hand almost plays itself.
All in.
All in. There it is, the all-in bet with the mid pair when you're down to a short stack. Bill Klein going out. Original Razor going out. This is different. Volpe, an experienced professional, has a lot of chips, can afford to gamble. I think this is an insta call.
Yeah, he knows he's going to be flipping against Jake often. Every now and then he's going to be ahead of hands like King Queen and King Jack. Getting a good price here with his Ace Jack, about 1.5 to 1. A little worse than that, but still a good enough price that I'm guessing that Paul Volpe is going to eventually put the chips in the middle here.
You can't let these short stacks just keep going all in and taking down pots like this.
But hey, I thought Kane Lai was going to call ace-10 suited, so what do I know?
Yeah, but Paul has a lot more chips. He can afford to make this. He's going to like himself if he does. Not that he doesn't already.
What do you want me to do?
Now, if you're in Jake's shoes, you don't really want to get called here. You're happy to just take the money down pre-flop. I suppose if you knew your opponent had pocket sixes or something, you'd want to call, but considering you'll be flipping most of the time that you're called, you're just happy to take the money down without any risk of elimination.
Well, you can eliminate that theory because it's over now.
So he runs the best. So that's how he runs the best.
And now Jake Schindler has to sweat it out for his poker survival here tonight.
Well, these two have been battling at our feature table in previous episodes, and I'm sure Paul would love the chance to eliminate Jake, but so far, he still needs to improve, but he's picked up some backdoor draws.
Look at that, 10-9 deuce, a couple spades, but so far Jake out in front to double up. It's a 4 clubs on the turn.
Yeah,
good
nice
for Jake.
Safe 4 for Jake. Just needs to dodge the ace or the jack.
This would be a nice double up, and he does it as a 10 hits the board.
213.
Our Harry Potter of poker, Jake Schindler, going to take this one down, and it's a good one.
Yeah, this has got 40 big blinds in this pot, so Jake now goes from one of our short stacks to right back in the thick of things.
These players are battling for a first place prize of close to $1.6 million. Who's going to take down this title? We're coming back for more from Alpha 8 Bellagio. Welcome back to WPT Alpha 8 Las Vegas. We're at Bellagio. And Tony, pretty shocking. Now, Jake Schindler went from 7th to 3rd chip position at this table because those last couple wins.
Yeah, big double up from Jake against Paul Volpe, the other professional. So far, though, not getting the better of the amateur players. Non-professionals in Vince's world.
That's right.
When you were coming up in tennis, but before you had really exploded, they were like, non-professional tennis player Vince Van Patten. Or did they call you an amateur? Which one was it?
They would never call me an amateur.
Never. It was a non-professional.
That's a whole different ball game. But I just feel that in poker, these guys are...
What's that?
They're not... Amateur is a person that can't play at all.
Okay.
Non-professional is a person that doesn't play professionally, but he can play. But anyway, I don't want to get preachy here. Let's go to the felt. Ace Queen, 3 on the flop. He has hit his aces, and he's going to check it.
Yeah, nice texture for Carrie Katz here. This is also a texture that Jake, as the raiser, is likely to come through with a bet. And I imagine he's going to make a small one, seeing as he is the button against the big blind. And oftentimes, the big blind is defending with a hand they will quickly relinquish. But Carrie, not going to fold top pair.
Carrie out in front with aces going to the turn. It's a 10 of clubs. It's a 4 flush as well for Carrie. He checks it.
Now Carrie picks up the nut flush draw on the turn here. Jake picks up a gut shot straight draw to the jack.
All right, they both check. And the river card is a 7 of clubs. That gives Carrie the nuts. That's all.
That's all.
Didn't need it, but he got it.
Now Carrie has a decision to make about his bet sizing. There's a little over 100,000 out there. How much does he think his opponent can call?
Oh, he's got to be so excited. Now the right increment. Well, it's just a $25,000 bet.
Just a casual little flick into the pot.
That's right. And now Jake Schindler studying his man, taking a long time here.
Can't imagine he's thinking about calling. There's not really any missed draws out there for him to have. So Jake looks like he's going to try and represent that he has the flush here and raise it up.
How much is it?
A lot of guts, 93. And look at this Carrie. Show tunes going off in his head as he realized he just got raised and he has the nuts.
Carrie's like, how much is that? I want to add it to my stack in my head right now.
Oh, that's why you play poker, is for moments like that. It is just so exciting when you have a guy like this on the ropes. Jake taking a shot at the wrong time, and now Carrie's beside himself, so can't even get his chips in order here. Fiddling around. Here it comes. Oh, let's see it. Boom. An additional 100. Not terribly greedy, just saying, just give it to me.
No flick time. Just to stack those chips into the middle bet.
Now, Jake, it's kind of interesting. Doesn't seem angry. He made the wrong move. But he is, probably pretend like he really had something. And makes the fold. The family man, Carrie Katz, looking good here. Entrepreneur, lives in Vegas. Taking down a nice solid one. Well, that bluff didn't work out so well for Jake, but as Lynn found out last season in Florida, that move is not surprising, given how he views the game.
I like to see the poker table as a war zone, kind of. Whatever happens, happens.
And how old were you when you started playing high-stakes poker?
Around 23. I was always really competitive, so poker both fit my skill set and sort of what I enjoy doing.
So how did your parents respond when you told them you wanted to play poker professionally?
At first, they thought I was completely out of my mind. They'd never heard of anything like that. They kind of thought it was more of a degenerative activity. But as I started having more and more success, their eyes kind of opened up to it being a real profession, I guess.
All right, so when you were a baby, when you were a little kid, what did you want to be when you grew up?
I wanted to be a whale rider.
A whale rider?
A whale rider.
What is that?
One who rides whales professionally, I guess. I don't think, yeah, I later learned that they don't exist, and I ended up a poker player.
Forget the whales, just be a poker degenerate, all right? Your parents are proud, you're making a lot of money. Join us.
Ironically grown up to be a whale hunter, but not in the sea.
All right, back to the table. Couple folds, 3 of them. And now, back on Jake. I like his style. Good reader of players, great success. He's gonna raise with an ace-5 bill out. Carrie Katz, who just got the best of Jake, goes out as well. And now, Doc Kane.
Kane with a nice looking jack-9 suited in the big blind here. Not gonna fold to this raise.
You know, he works on anti-aging. Also, he's an anesthesiologist. But a fine poker player, as he's been proving tonight.
Yeah, we haven't seen Kane on Alpha 8 before, but he's played very well so far in this tournament.
Flop comes up 7-6-4, open-ended for Jake. Kane checks into him.
Yeah, Kane with some backdoor draws and overcards here, but otherwise not a lot to work with.
Open-ended, though. Will he make the continuation bet? No, he doesn't. He checks. Free card, and it's a 5. That pairs Jake.
So a 4 straight on the board now.
Doctor really doesn't like his hand much. He's in first position. And the doctor's going to check again. Yielding to Jake.
Yeah, hard for Jake to bet for value here. Unlikely that the doctor calls him with a worse 5 or a 4. So he'll check behind and get a 7 on the river, which is not a bad looking card for Jake's hand. We haven't seen Kane make many bluff attempts post-flop, and we'll see if he takes the opportunity here, because this is a pretty good board for a player in the big blind to represent.
There goes the doctor. He's going to take a stab at it. Why not? Get the chips out. Guy behind you playing very safe with checks, and there's the bet. It looks like 34,000.
So Jake knows that Kane would bet with a straight here and bet with a 7, but it's unlikely that he would bet with a 6 for value. So now Jake is wondering, okay, does he have a 3, an 8, a 7, or a bluff?
Will Jake make the good call? Or is he going to put the doc on a big hand? And Jake is getting chips out. He has done it. Beautiful call. The anesthesiologist sticks himself with his own needle. And Jake, with a beautiful call down, takes down the pot. They are playing some poker here at Bellagio at Alpha 8. We're coming back. Stay with us. Welcome back to the WPT Alpha 8 Las Vegas. We are at Bellagio. Alpha 8's put up 100,000 each. There is no slumming here, Tony Dunst.
No cheap seats at the Alpha 8, Vince. It's either 100,000 or nothing, of course, unless you had to re-enter, in which case it's 200,000.
Yeah, we are peeking into the hierarchy of poker. The greats play these events. And also Bill Klein, a non-professional player that gives all his money away to charities. Great guy. And can he play poker?
It's even more expensive for Bill Klein to come down here and play, because he will donate anything that he loses to charity. That is, he will match his tournament buy-in, donate that to charity, or if he wins any money in the tournament, he'll donate that to charity.
You got to root for the guy that does that. Everybody going out, but now Jake Schindler going to get stubborn. Pair of deuces, just calls. Now, Bill Klein had throat cancer years ago, got through that, cancer-free, and ever since that day, he said, every day is so precious, I just want to give back, and that's what he's doing, and having some fun doing it. All right, the flop is a 9-5-5, uneventful for Bill, but action's on Jake.
Yeah, pretty good flop for the pocket 2s of Jake Schindler. Oftentimes a professional would check call this flop anticipating a bet, but it looks like Jake doesn't believe that Bill likes to follow through with as many continuation bets and goes ahead to lead out there himself.
Well, great assessment by Jake. Taking the pot, doesn't have to sweat it. Bill runs away from that hand. Jake Schindler, the most aggressive player at the table. But Bill is a great guy, loves to play golf. Plays with a lot of the poker players on the circuit until they beat him in a big pot. Then he says,
no more Shadow Creek for you.
All right, back to the action. Dr. Kane out. Tom out. But Paul Volpe is going to raise with a jack, 9 of diamonds. It's 27,000.
Yeah, Bill in the small blind here. Going to call with his ace-jack.
Now the local Carrie Katz. King 9 of clubs. He also wants to play.
These particular hands put Paul Volpe in bad shape going to the flop.
Flop is a 6-5-3.
And now that Paul can't make a flush, he's essentially 0% to win this pot in its entirety if both of his opponents get to the river. So if Paul wants to win, it's not going to be by making the best hand.
Well, they both yielded to him. Now Paul Volpe's saying, what's going on here? Maybe I can steal this pot.
Yeah, it's not a texture that he should expect his opponents to connect on, so I think this is a smart bet by Paul, and there you go.
Yeah.
That 0% turns into 100%, and it just takes one bet.
Good time for robbing for Paul Volpe. He's made 2 WPT final tables. One of the great young players. He's 34 years old.
He doesn't look 34.
No.
He used to play online poker all the time back in the day, and I never would have thought that he was an older guy on the table than I was.
Well, 34 in poker is actually 80, so
And Kane Lai is 150, last I checked.
I don't know what we're talking about, but we are moving on. Kane Lai, the doc, gonna fold a pair of deuces.
Yeah, he's on an awkward stack size there. I actually think that's a prudent fold from the doctor. Meanwhile, Paul Volpe, right back in it. He's got ace-jack. David Peters, thus far in this tournament, has been attacking Paul with re-raises pre-flop. He's sitting on just under 30 big blinds with position on the button, holding 8-7 suited. He wants to just call this time.
Yeah.
And now Jake Schindler in the small blind has a playable hand himself. And we've talked before about how a lot of the professionals like to use these medium-suited aces as a re-raising hand pre-flop to just try and take down what's already in there instead of going post-flop. Wouldn't surprise me to see Jake do something similar here.
Make a little squeeze raise, perhaps. And Jake he's getting the chips out to do it, it appears. Yes! He is raised to 84 total. Bill Klein hoping to get something, but does not. Folds.
I like this play from Jake, Vince. Particular because thus far David has attacked Paul with re-raises pre-flop, which makes me think that if he had a good hand here, he would just continue that dynamic and 3-bet Paul again. So it increases the likelihood that David has a hand that is going to have to fold to this re-raise. So now it's about, can he get this raise through Paul?
Paul has a big decision. He is going to let it go, though. He was out in front, but he was just squeezed out of that, and now you're back on the quiet assassin.
It's a very tough spot for Paul there with his ace-jack. I mean, if he wants to continue in the hand, he essentially has to go all in and risk all 30 big blinds in his stack against Jake Schindler.
And the assassin goes out. Jake Schindler, the bully at the table, takes down another one. Now he was short-stacked, and now he's not. He's got some big chips. Alpha 8 will continue. Stay with us.
Welcome back to WPT Alpha 8 Las Vegas. So far, the players at the feature table have survived the day. However, that's not been the case for our entire field. On the outer tables, chips have been flying. Earlier, Chicago businessman Daniel Perper was all in with pocket queens against Jason Mercier's ace-king. A queen on the turn meant a set for Daniel, but it was no good when a rivered heart gave Jason the better hand, a flush, sending Daniel packing.
I love that he's still smiling. What a good sport. Takes it like a champ.
Then we lost to poker legend Eric Seidel, who was short-stacked for most of the day. He shoved with king high, which was crushed by the ace-queen of last season's A8 Vegas champ, Andrew Lucky Chewy Lichtenberger.
How do you take a beat like that and busting out of a high-stakes tournament like this?
Go see a good movie.
Yeah? Just zone out. You don't want anything to do with poker for the rest of the day.
Yeah.
And it was no Hollywood ending for Donnie Stern, who got it in good with pocket nines, but they were wiped out by Kathy Laney, who made a straight on the river with a 6.
It's such a tough hand to deal with.
It's okay. It's not the first time.
It's not the first time.
No.
And I'm sure you've been on the other side of it as well in the past too, right? It's just the nature of poker.
I can't remember that ever happening to me.
You've never given that to anyone else?
No, I never went to the first time. No.
Soon after, it was doomsday for recreational player Roger Sipple.
Hi, Lynn.
Oh,
I know, it's very
I
sad.
lost you.
Yes, she did.
What happened?
Came out. He ended up with flopping a straight, and I flopped the ace with a gut shot. So I had to get it all in case he was on the draw. I had to take the chance that he didn't actually flop the entire straight.
Yes, and that's the thing with poker, right? You've got to take chances.
Unfortunately, there were no more chances in store for 2015 WSOP champion Joe McKeon. His ace-queen failed to outflop the pocket deuces of Ankush Mandavia.
Joe, sorry to see you go.
Me too.
Oh, I guess that was one of those spots you couldn't avoid.
No. No shot.
No shot.
I had a really good hand in 10 bigs. Who's going in?
You had to get in. And you're
just
right
thinking
next.
flips.
And being right next to the biggest stack in the tournament, that can't be easy.
Nope. I mean, he was putting pressure on people, but I was trying to pick my spots.
You are a very dominant chip leader right now. What is going on? You're like a magnet to chips.
Yeah, I got aces twice, so I'm running pretty well, and got it in versus ace king one time, and yeah, that was for a lot of chips, so fortunate enough to be the chip leader right now.
Yes. Now, there's actually always a debate. A lot of people who, and it's mostly people who don't play poker, believe it's all luck. And then obviously poker players say that it's a big way, it's in a big way skill. But it's definitely a fine balance of the two, isn't it?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, in these tournaments, it's definitely a lot of luck, and yeah, skill definitely plays a part, but there's a lot of really good players in the tournament, so it just comes down to who's running the best and who's playing the best on that specific day, so.
A nice combination.
Yeah.
So with Joe McKeon's bust, we are halfway through our field, leaving us with 19 players and 3 tables in action. Remember, only the final 7 get paid, with the champion taking home over $1.5 million. There's more WPT Alpha 8 as we head back to the feature table right after this.
Welcome back to beautiful Bellagio and the WPT Alpha 8 Las Vegas. I'm Vince Van Patten alongside Tony Duds. We're having some fun watching these great players play. And right now, the overall chip leader is Ankush Mandavia.
Ankush was a long-time professional online poker player. Saw him regularly in the tournaments. Started to transition into the live arena. Might find some success on the Alpha 8 here today.
Still running tournaments? Yeah, it's like the finale tournament, I guess.
This is the spotlight table, and what poker we're seeing, lots of bluffs, a lot of heart here at the table. Now everybody's folded around to Paul Volpe. Such a talented player. He's only got King 9. He was the runner-up to Daniel Negreanu for the 2013 Card Player of the Year. And he seems to be getting, no, he's just going to call with the King 9.
Yeah, we talked before about how when pros square off in blind versus blind battles, they often limp the small blind with all of their playable hands. Paul Volpe adapts that strategy here against David Peters, who checks it out with 10-5 suited.
Yeah, he's the quiet assassin, Dave Peters. Let's see if he gets lucky here. The flop is a Queen 10-9.
Yeah, both players flop a pair.
Now Volpe's going to lead out with his 9s, 14,000. Quiet assassin, mumming it up, considering this, makes the good call. We will go to the turn.
So far, David in the lead here. Paul with a draw, though. Ooh, and he finds one of his outs. It's the 9 of clubs on the turn to give him trips.
Thing a beauty for Volpe. Hitting 3 of a kind. How do you check here?
No, Vince, I think this is such a coordinated texture with the flush and straight draws out there that Paul will just continue betting, knowing that there's a lot of hands that David can make the call with. I'm not sure if 10-5 is really one of them, though.
Well, he's betting 46,000. Wants to protect his hand, doesn't want to get outdrawn, just like you said. And now Dave Peters. Will he get stubborn and curious and make this bad call? Dave's a poker professional out of Toledo, Ohio. 10 career WPT cashes. And he started playing poker at 18 while still in high school. We get that. He makes the good fold. Volpe going to take down another one.
Yeah, nice bet there by Paul. Smart fold by David. Well played hand by both parties.
And the antes are still 2,000. The blinds are 6 and 12,000. Very slow structure here at the Alpha 8. The best players in the world, they like that slow structure. They think that favors the guys that are the best players because they can take the time and takes more of the luck element out of it. All right, moving on. Bill Klein, quick fold. Las Vegas, Carrie going out. And here's Dr. Youth. Cane lie with a Queen 10. Doesn't look like a doctor. Looks like a poker player. He's going to raise.
He might look more like a poker player than anybody else at this table. Yeah. And he's one of the few guys with a day job.
It's like if you saw him in the doctor's office He'd probably pull out a deck of cards and want to play you for the bill. Fine player, though. Really impressive tonight.
Can you imagine going to the doctor's office? He's like, hey, can I borrow a little money? I'm heading to the casino after this.
You just don't want him operating on you after a long night at the poker table where he loses. Then he has the shaky hand coming in. I don't know. Maybe you do.
Meanwhile, he's entangled in a three-way pot against David Peters and Jake Schindler. They both have a suited semi-connector out of the blinds. Both make the call, but it is the doctor who flops the pair here on King 10-6, 2 diamond.
Peter's going to check. Jake checking. Around to the doctor. He's an anesthesiologist. He's also into anti-aging treatments. Does quite well, but he loves the game of poker. Let's see if he continues here with a bet. Yes, there you go. In the chips, 38,000.
Well, Kane started this hand with a little over 20 big blinds.
David going out. And now it's back on Jake.
Jake doesn't have much here. He has a gut shot to the jack, but otherwise not too much happening with his queen nine suited.
But a very dangerous player. He's been the bully at the table. He makes all kinds of moves. Don't forget, his parents says, don't play poker. You'll become a degenerate. But he has played poker, and now he is a winning degenerate. Big difference. Look at this. He's going to raise it. Very creative.
Yeah, Jake has been relentless with the post-flop aggression in this episode. We'll see if he gets away with it here. Kane has a difficult decision with second pair. He's going to have to risk his stack if he wants to continue with this hand. I'm not sure he's ready to do that.
Mullen.
Oh, the doctor is all in, and there we see the earlier predicted snap fold from Jake Schindler, who wants nothing more to do with that hand.
Dr. Youth, you've done it again. Against the very tricky Jake Schindler.
It's tense. Huh? It's tense, man. I wasn't expecting him to fold.
World-class play here at Alpha 8.
You gotta go with ace-king there, and that's as good as I can expect there.
Telling the little lie about having ace-king.
That's right. Well, we still have 19 players left, over 3 tables. I'm Vince Van Patten alongside Tony Dunst and Lynn Gilmartin. We will see you next time on Alpha 8 Las Vegas. Hi, everyone. Welcome to Bellagio for continuing coverage of WPT Alpha 8 Las Vegas. I'm Vince Van Patten alongside WPT Raw Deal analyst Tony Dunst. Day 2 underway and cards are flying at our feature table.
This tournament is filled with an impressive mix of established pros and unpredictable recreational players, and the amateurs have been giving the pros a run for their money.
All right, action starts with the pro who took second place here in Vegas last season, Tom Marchesi. Looks down at ace-queen. He's going to raise to 30,000. Now Paul Volpe with a king-7. Paul has made 2 WPT final tables. And he's going to fold this hand. Jake Schindler out. Bill Klein not going to play. And now the local Carrie, Katz, with a nothing hand, must muck. And here is the doctor, Kane Lai. He has a pair of 10s. Non-professional player, anesthesiologist. Also works with anti-aging treatments. He will make the call.
Yep, made the call from the early position raise from Tom. And both players connect on this 6-3 deuce all diamond flop. Kane still in the lead with the pair, but Tom, 2 overcards and a nut flush draw. Both players check.
Here they do, going to the turn. It's another diamond. Oh, wow.
Gin card for Tom Marchesi because this also gives Kane a flush, which at this juncture he likely believes is good.
Yep, the doc's gonna stick in the needle. Little does he know. The serum's gonna spit back at him. And Marchesi's just a slow call.
Cards. So harmless 8 of spades on this river.
It's back on the dock. Oh no, don't do it to yourself, Doc. Betting 55,000.
And that's about 1/3 pot here, trying to get some value with his flush. This is gonna backfire.
Look at Marchesi looking back down like he doesn't really know what he has.
Which one of those was the diamond? Oh, right, the best one.
They call him the Big Cheese. That's his nickname. I didn't make it up. And the Big Cheese is just doing little Hollywood, just taking his time like he has a decision to make. And there's the raise with the nuts.
And the Doc doesn't even think about it. His cards are in the muck in half a second.
All right, the Big Cheese grates his man. The pros are fighting back.
This is WPT Alpha 8.
Well, the competition is in high gear here at Bellagio in Las Vegas. And remember, folks, tonight's players paid at least $100,000 to enter this event. And Tony Dunst, as we've already seen, this game is pitting the high-stakes pros against non-professionals.
Yeah, and it was actually professional Tom Marchesi who got the better of recreational player Dr. Klein in our first hand. Let's see how Kane fares over the rest of the day.
We will see. Huge money at stake. 7 players will cash with the top 2 spots earning over $1 million. First place prize close to $1.6 million. And we started with 39 players. We're now down to 19. 3 tables in action. Now, Tony, is it surprising that some of the big-time, high-profile players have already gone broke, like 2015 World Series of Poker main event winner Joe McKeon?
Well, Joe McKeon beat out 6,000 players en route to winning the 2015 World Series main event, but it's not that surprising that he busted out this event, and he's in some good company for our early eliminations, including Eric Seidel, Isaac Haxton, Brian Rast, and Antonio Esfandiari.
Yeah, superstars in the game, but let's talk about the players who are actually still in the field. Some great pros and some non-professional players still out there.
Yeah, some of the top pros in the game still amongst our tables, including Daniel Negreanu, Jason Mercier, and Tom Marchesi. We have some new faces on the Alpha 8, including Adrian Buckley and Keith Tilston, and some very capable recreational players like Kathy Laney and Bill Klein.
Well, Bill really does play for the love of the game. Bill matches his buy-in amount and donates that along with his winnings to charity. Good man. All right, going back to our spotlight table. He's got King, Queen of Diamonds. The antes are 2,000. Blinds are 6 and 12,000.
Bill gonna raise it up to 28,000 here.
Carrie and Doc go out.
When I grow up, I want to be Tom Marchesi. That's what I want to do when I grow up.
Man, I want to be you. We could maybe find a trade.
And 2 players bonding at the table.
Somewhere in between, there's a decent person in there somewhere.
Big Cheese is gonna call with a pair of 3s.
Both these players about to square off against their idol.
And Dave Peters, the deadly assassin, quiet assassin, I should say, goes out, flops an ace-7 deuce. Nothing for Bill, but look at this. Gonna stay aggressive, makes the continuation bet of 30,000, and Big Cheese has to go away.
We talked before about how Bill doesn't necessarily continuation bet as often as some professionals. There, he gets a little credit for actually having it, gets Tom Marchesi to lay down the best hand.
Well, he's a retired businessman, and I like the style, how we've seen him play. Sometimes extremely tight, sometimes very aggressive. So he does mix up his play beautifully. So he has proven he can play with anyone in the world. Very excited to watch him play. Right back on Bill, quickly mucks. Carrie Katz, another great non-professional player from Vegas, goes out, and now the Dr. Kane lie with an attractive 6-7 of clubs.
Kane got off to a great start in this tournament, but in the last few hours has been slipping here. Now back down to around his starting stack.
He's raised it, and now everyone going out, but Dave Peters here, poker pro, the silent assassin, never says a word at the table. David Peters from Toledo, Ohio, first Alpha 8 appearance. You know, he's had 10 WPT cashes. He's going to call with his suited connector.
How much did you start with?
I think 300.
Jake Schindler got King 7 of spades. And as we've seen, Jake has been the most aggressive at the table. He pulls off a lot of bluffs, a great reader of players as well, picks his spots. He was down to the short stack, but came back in a strong way. This time, just going to call, so he's in action here too.
So 3-way to the flop here.
Wow, the flop comes out king, queen, 7, 2 clubs.
Yeah, total action flop for Jake and Kane here. Kane with bottom pair and a flush draw. Jake with top and bottom pair. These two are about to collide.
They check to the dock. He'll make the continuation bet of 64,000. Dave Peters wants none of that. And now Schindler flopping 2 pair. How to rope up your man.
All in.
There you go. Simple as that. All in.
I call.
A quick call by the dock.
So the doctor here in very bad shape. Gonna need a club in order to take this pot from Jake Schindler.
There we go.
Wow. It is all in there.
Yeah, I think that's a good call by the doctor, though. His hand is way too strong to relinquish there. Not likely that he's in the lead, but he'll typically have a lot of outs. Unfortunately, he's facing a hand that has him in bad shape here. As you can see, only 29% to win.
He's a dog. Can he get lucky?
Oh,
He's done it.
but he finds the jack of clubs.
Whoa, so far so good. He's caught the flush.
And he just needs to dodge a king or a 7 going to the river. And Jake smiling. Oh, the ace of spades, no help for Jake Schindler. So yet again, the non-professional gets the better of the professional.
He certainly does. A huge pot for the dock. Takes off his stethoscope, washes his hands, and buries his man. That's poker, friends.
So ugly.
We'll come back with more action from Alpha 8 in just a moment. Welcome back to Bellagio and the Alpha 8 Las Vegas. I like to say the Alpha 8 is where the superstar players don't even think about the money until they're out, Tony.
That's when the 100,000 starts to sting. Until that moment, you still believe you're gonna multiply it, but until then.
I know. What a battle we're seeing here. Let's go to the felt. Fold by Carrie. Dr. Kane out. Tom Marchesi, what a talent. Not gonna play this one. Let's go around to Paul Volpe.
And he is going to come after Bill Klein in the big blind, raising up king 8 offsuit on the cutoff here.
Yep, a couple folds behind him, and Bill Klein with a jack 8 of spades. Likes it enough to make the call. And let's see a flop. King 8 versus Jack 8 in the flop is a queen 7-3. Neither player improving.
Yeah, not much for either player here. It's a pretty uncoordinated board, so I would be surprised if Bill continues in this hand.
He checked it, and Volpe going to make the continuation bet, and Bill gets flying out of there. Folds the hand. All right, Paul Volpe pillaging that pot, takes it down. Yeah, this is his second Alpha 8 appearance. He came in 10th last season here in Las Vegas. Guys earned over $4.1 million playing poker. Over $1 million came from back-to-back WPT final tables. As you can see, this was the WPT LA Poker Classic Season 11. Took home a lot of money there. And then the Bay 101 Shooting Star Season 11. Took home $435,000. He is a money-making machine. Right now, let's go to the outer table, see what's going on.
Now here we see Adrian Buckley has shoved pocket 4s after a raise to 28,000 from Keith Tilston. Tilston, one of our big stacks in the field, sitting on over 1 million, needs 127,000 more to call, and he's going to make the call here with pocket 7s and be in great shape to eliminate Adrian.
Yes, he is. Let's see the flop.
Well, it is 6-5 deuce, so he picks out outs to the 3, but still needs to improve. No help on the turn with a 9. 6 outs going to the river for Adrian. And a queen on the river, no help. And so Keith Tilston, the day trader, moves up to 1.3 million in chips.
Oh, yo, Adrian. It's awful. All right, he is gone.
It was well worth it playing with the best in the world. I think I can compete, so that's really cool.
With Adrian's elimination, that means we need to rebalance the table, so Carrie Katz has been taken off of the feature table, and now he's joining Adrian's former table.
So we just lost Carrie from her table. He's always entertaining, going to the outer table. So now we have 6-handed poker here Action's on the big cheese. Tom Marchesi's going to raise with ace-6 of hearts. Paul out. Bunch of folds. Bill quickly folding a king-10. And now Kane can't play, so big cheese is going to take that one.
And a quick victory there for Tom, who so far has just been coasting through this tournament, gradually building his stack and outmaneuvering his opponents, be they professional or non-professional, Vince.
Yeah, 28 years old, originally out of Jersey. He's a former WPT champion. Always a pleasure to watch him play poker.
Very relaxed at the table, very serious, but not overly serious. Not an intense guy to have around, but you know he is focused when he is playing. Meanwhile, action with Jake Schindler, who moves all in for his last 11 big blinds, holding Queen-Jack.
Yeah.
Oh, and he has just run into the ace-king of Cane live, who crippled Jake with that 7-6 suited that completed a flush against him. Let's see if he can score the elimination of the professional.
Yeah, Tom goes away. The dock with ace-king up against Queen-Jack. Jake Schindler, the most aggressive player at the table, on the ropes right now, hoping to outflop the doctor. Let's see if Jake can get lucky. He's been the bully tonight so far at the table. Very aggressive.
Hold me.
A lot of love at the table.
Yeah, a lot of love, and Jake showing
The
off
flop
his
comes
sense
up.
of humor, and he's going to need it because on ace-6-3, he's in terrible shape.
Yeah.
Let me get in on this.
Well, Kane, get your hand in there.
Well, now I almost have seen everything.
Oh, that is touching.
All right. Is the doctor going to knock out?
No,
Yeah.
the 5 of spades on the turn will end Jake Schindler's tournament.
Good luck, team. Good luck, everyone. Good luck, Tom.
Yeah, that'll break up the love fest right there. Jake Schindler eliminated with Queen-Jack against the ace-king of Cane Lie. Scores the big knockout.
Dr. Kane puts to sleep Jake Schindler. Right now, we only have 17 players left, going after that first place prize of $1.6 million. And Jake is going over to talk to Lynn Gilmartin.
What a day.
Yeah.
What an
swinging.
exhausting day for you, up and down. How do you
Yeah.
cope with that?
Yeah, I don't know. I just try to stay focused and take each hand at a time.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty unfortunate result.
How do you feel you played?
I thought I played really well. I think I made one bad turn fold against Bill Klein where I just wasn't really thinking.
Okay.
Other than that, I think I played really well.
Yeah.
Just didn't run hot enough, I guess.
Okay.
But yeah, it happens.
That's poker.
Yep.
All right.
All
Thank
right.
you, Jake.
Till next time.
Yeah.
See ya.
So Dr. Kane puts to sleep Jake Schindler. He's out of here. We're coming back with more on Alpha 8. Welcome back to Bellagio and the Alpha 8 here on the World Poker Tour. And we have just lost Jake Schindler, talented bully at the table. He is gone. And we just have 5 players now competing at the spotlight table.
Yeah, Jake played an incredibly tough tournament, put these guys to the test over and over again, but eventually ran out of luck and lost a big pot against Cane Lie. So we have lost one and shipped one out to the outer tables, now playing 5-handed at our feature table.
Yes, we are. A couple folds around to the quiet assassin, Dave Peters, with just a 9-7. We'll raise it up to 27,000 to go. Bill Klein won't play that. And now Dr. Cane Lie, anesthesiologist, has an ace-3.
Kane was recently one of our short stacks, but after doubling up off of Jake Schindler and then scoring the elimination with an ace-king, he's now healthy again with $750,000. We haven't seen him get very aggressive before the flop, but he's eyeing this bet from David Peters like he means to do something about it.
72.
Yeah, exactly what he's going to do. He's going to move it up. 72,000 to go. He's reading Peters' soft.
I like this play, Vince. Ace-3 doesn't play that well after the flop, so he's just going to try and take it down pre-flop against an opponent that doesn't have much room to maneuver. Gets David to throw that one down. Nice hand.
Very smart. Very, very smart. Now, earlier in the tournament, Lynn Gilmartin spoke to Dr. Kane. Let's take a look.
Well, Kane, welcome to Alpha 8. I believe this is your first high roller tournament.
It is, yeah. I mean, first, it's really exciting playing with all these guys.
Yes.
Yeah.
So what made you, pull together $100,000 to play a poker tournament?
Well, it seems crazy, and I think a lot of my friends who don't play a lot of poker, 100K buy-in is a lot of money no matter who you are.
Yeah.
Especially when you're not one of these guys. I'm full-time physician. We're comfortable, not rich or anything, but comfortable, and I just love playing poker.
Do you feel like because you're labeled as one of the non-pros that they target you?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah?
I would too if I were them. So. Yeah, I mean, all these guys know each other so well, so, definitely if they see someone they don't know well or just someone who's not in their poker world, they'd rather tangle with that person than, like a Negreanu or Marchesi or whoever else there is, everyone.
Oh, I tell you, so I just love a doctor that gambles. It's like if you're going to him, he'd flip a coin for the bill, which I love.
Oh, I love it too, Vince. I can't afford my medical bills.
But I'll tell you something. I've played against a lot of doctors. They're usually excellent players, as are lawyers.
Yeah.
Lawyers are usually great poker players.
Lawyers, very rational.
I'm going to say musicians and stand-up comedians are usually bad players.
Little too emotional, little too much the creative types,
yeah, exactly.
Get themselves in trouble getting that creative. Meanwhile, Kane Lai, not going to get creative out of the small blind, just completes with a 10-5 offsuit. Tom Marchesi, the man who's played the perfect tournament, now with 7-2 suited in the big blind. Last time these two tangled, Tom got the better of Kane with a flush over a flush. Let's see what he wants to do with this hand. He wants to play for more. He's going up to 49,000, gets Kane to quickly fold, so Tom Marchesi continues his streak of always being one step ahead.
Big Cheese has not made a mistake tonight. Pushing these guys around when he wants to, reading them perfectly. What an exhibition of poker so far by Tom Marchesi, the Big Cheese. Doc's playing quite well as well. Gotta love the spirit of these gamblers putting up the big bucks to take a shot. Like we said, the winner's gonna take home close to 1.6. The second place gets about 1.1. Pretty incredible money.
Back with Kane.
This time ace-5 likes his hand, makes it to 26,000. Tom going out. Volpe with a little pair of threes.
26.
Yeah, Paul not going to be folding any pairs in the big blind here against the button raise. Both these players pretty deep. Going to the flop.
Yep. And it is oh my goodness, Queen Jack 3, 3 of a kind for Volpe. He checks it.
So Paul drills it on this flop. Unfortunately, his opponent is not connected in a meaningful way, and Kane does check back.
7 of hearts on the turn.
Ooh, tricky check by Paul there. Checks to his opponent twice.
Digging the hole, putting the leaves and the twigs over it, waiting for the sucker to fall in. It's the dock. He's gonna bet 26,000. Volpe doing trapping here. There you go.
Yep, there's our check raise from Paul Volpe, and Kane not going to waste anybody's time. Quickly throws his cards towards the muck, so Paul Volpe, well, he doesn't win a big pot, but Paul did manage to get an extra bet out of Kane by checking to him on that turn, so a well-played hand, and another win for the pros against the non-professionals.
Doctor says, you don't have insurance, get out of my office. Oh boy, I just love to do doctor jokes. But you gotta respect the man to come out here and play against the very best.
Impressive to hear how self-aware he was during his interview with Lynn. Perfectly conscious that the professionals are going to try and play more pots against him and the other amateur players at the table, or as they avoid confrontations with each other.
Well, here Kane is going to raise to 26 with just a 9-10.
Why don't you have? Thanks.
Volpe with a queen 10 behind him of diamonds. Just gonna make the call.
Wants to go to the flop. a suited Broadway hand. David Peters in the big blind also has 10-9 offsuit himself. Of the same suits as Kane Lai.
Yep, he will speculate.
So everybody holding each other's outs as we go to the flop 3 ways. And it is ace, ace, 4, 2 hearts, and a diamond. Nobody connects.
Volpe and Peters both checking. Kane not going to take a shot. He checks as well.
Surprising that Kane didn't bet at that flop. His opponent's called out of the blinds. It's unlikely that that board hit them. I kind of think a continuation bet would be a good play there. Let's see if he gives them one more free card.
And another ace on the turn. They both check the dock. There you go. He's touching the chips. And he surgically puts them in. Nice bet of 67,000.
Kane not waiting anymore, wants to take down this pot and doesn't find any opposition. So Kane Lai checks back once, but that's all I'll give him. Takes it down on the turn.
Yep, and they're all getting up because there's going to be a break right now. So nicely done by the dock. And right now, Lynn Gilmartin is scouring the room. She is tracking down 2 of the game's best players, Daniel Negreanu and Jason Mercier. Her chat with them coming up next here on WPT Alpha 8. All right, the players are on a quick break here at WPT Alpha 8 Las Vegas. Lynn Gilmartin is over at the outer tables to have a quick chat with 2 of the game's best, Daniel Negreanu and Jason Mercier.
All right, fellas, let me just wedge myself in here between 2 of the world's greatest poker players. May
Sure
I?
you want to do that?
You know what? I'm intrigued. I mean, 2 of the greatest poker players sitting next to each other. What do you 2 talk about when you sit
Well,
next to
you would
each other?
believe what we're talking about today. We got a wide spectrum of things. You know what I love these high rollers for is the fact that, like, we have high-end conversation about social issues that affect us all.
What else? Do you talk about poker? Do you talk about hands?
A little bit of poker.
He doesn't like to talk about poker much.
No?
No, he's like, do I have to? I
like
asked
to
him
be
about a hand. He's
sarcastic.
like, do I have to tell you the answer? He doesn't like people knowing.
I like to joke around about hands.
Yeah. You know, people have seen you play on TV. It's not like a mystery anymore what you do with Ace King. We all know.
But it still affects people, you know?
Yeah.
Do you 2 get tangled in a lot of pots together?
What do you think?
Of course.
I think we've only played one.
Oh, really?
So far, but I've only been at this table for like 45 minutes.
Yeah, we don't tangle that much, I wouldn't say.
No?
No, I know. He knows what I'm doing.
We're on
already.
the same team.
Yeah, I know, right? And so how does that work? There's no friends at the poker table?
No friends.
But you're on the same team?
No. I don't mess with him because he's good. He knows what he's doing. He's not stupid.
I'm
I try to go
also-
after the
Same for
guys.
everyone else.
No, most of them are good.
I'm in position too.
But he's also like my buddy on my left. That's why I talk to the guy on my left. I'm like, hey, bud, how you been?
That's why
How's things at home?
I haven't 3-bet him once.
Yeah.
You know?
Ah, good to see you again, man. Nice to meet you. Did I tell you how much you mean to me?
If you want to get to know Daniel Negreanu, draw a seat to his left. There you go.
Butter you up.
All right. What else?
What else we talk about?
Yeah.
Not much.
Oh, we talked about sexism. We talked about feminism. We talked about world peace.
Wow.
We talked about
Entering the country, customs.
politics.
Really?
We talk about everything. A wide spectrum of really important issues.
See, these incredible people who play poker, they just talk about global, important topics.
Stuff that if we got deep with would offend probably 50% of the population on a regular basis. No matter what we talk about, people are going to be pissed.
Now, you always come stocked up. I love that you have a
Oh,
whole
yeah.
lunchbox.
Oh, yeah, I don't mess around.
Look, he
Yeah.
brings his kitchen
We got
sink.
grub in here.
Oh, wow.
Well, this is all empty now, but this was a good salad. That was a good little sort of tofu deal.
Well, you've been eating a lot. I mean, the day is still young,
man.
Daniel.
I know, I got plenty more. Look at that thing. This looks yummy. I don't even know what the hell this is. It looks good. Oh,
Are they olives?
It's good, man.
Oh, is that
Oh,
hummus?
what's that?
No, it's like a tofu spinach. Tofu spinach with olive and stuff.
Yum.
It's
like
good.
hummus.
Anyone who doesn't
It's
know,
not
Daniel
hummus.
Negreanu is vegan
You
and
eat
very
that
health
plain?
conscious.
Huh?
You eat that plain? Just like
This, I eat it
spoon?
with a fork. It's
With
good
his
stuff, bro.
dirty chip hands.
Wait, you don't even taste it. How do
You
you
ever
know?
had a good steak?
When I was younger, I used to eat dead cows and animals and all that, but I quit.
So you don't think we should eat animals?
No, I didn't say we. I mean, I don't want to eat it.
Who's we? Who do you mean by we?
Me. I said you're the one who said you don't think we should eat animals.
Bro, this is
I don't think
very.
I should eat animals.
This is very offensive to me.
Oh, good. Perfect. I finally got
Finally
one.
offended
Finally
someone.
got one to piss him off. It's my goal every day is to piss people off. Like I like to troll a little
Hang on a
bit.
minute, you just told me 10 minutes ago your goal is to make everyone feel happy
I
when
know,
you
I
leave
was
them.
lying.
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding.
Such a
I want them to be
bluffer.
happy, but I want them to be happy, but first get riled up and then realize that they're being silly.
So you want to put them on that emotional roller coaster?
Yes, you
of
break them down,
confusion.
put them on tilt, and then boom on the other side. It's peace and love.
Okay, that's how Daniel plays life.
Yeah.
All right, thanks, guys.
Life.
Life.
You know how to say banana?
Banana.
She's cheated. She doesn't normally say it like that.
Banana.
Banana?
I do say banana. I'm not American. Banana.
Yeah, I'm actually personally offended by that.
Vince, I think it's obvious all their conversations are about beard maintenance.
All right, the break is almost over. Players are making their way back to their seats. Coming back for more on Alpha 8. Welcome back to Bellagio and Alpha 8 here in Las Vegas. 17 players remain, and Fedor Holtz is the chip leader with close to 1.5 million in chips. He rebought, of course. And trailing right now is David Peters. He's at our table. He's the short stack at 173,000 in chips.
Last year's winner, Andrew Lichtenberger, barely ahead of him, trying to go for a repeat, but gonna need to improve. That's my boy, Lucky Chewy. I still believe.
Blinds are 8 and 16,000. Let's go down to the felt.
Actions on Kane Lai.
Dr. Kane out.
Wow, it's nice. It's not that bright in here right now.
Does seem to be dark. I don't think they put the lights on here
It's
yet.
a little bit of mood lighting. You know, we saw things getting kind of cozy before. A lot of guys are holding hands. I think they wanted some privacy.
Come on.
Now look at this. David Peters has gone all in with a Jack-10.
I call.
Yep, he's got about 10 big blinds here. Bill Klein makes an instant call with King-Queen. That's a smart call right there. So he's going to be well in front here and potentially eliminate David Peters.
Yeah, Bill Klein in a good place to knock this man out. The silent assassin had to push with Jack-10. There the lights go back on.
I thought the heavens had opened up and I was going to go up there. The angels were going to take me up.
Wow. Good call by Bill Klein. Up against the quiet assassin, David Peters. Here we go with the first three. Can David Peters survive and get lucky? Well, on that flop, he does 10-5-4 on the flop. David hits tens.
Great start for him.
Turn card is a 3 of clubs.
And that's going to provide Bill Klein some extra outs. He picks up a king-high flush draw. No help on the river. 9 of spades. David Peters will double up and remain wordless.
Check that, please.
Quiet assassin making it happen.
So he's going to double up to about 22 big blinds. Knocks Bill Klein down to a similar range. And the chips at our feature table even out.
Yep, Bill Klein, always a good sport. Takes it in stride. 5-handed poker. Tom Marchesi. Old play, Volpe. Now with Queen 7. Gonna get aggressive with it.
Yeah, Volpe been our most aggressive player opening pots pre-flop, particularly into the blinds of the non-professionals. David Peters right behind him on that 20-ish big blind stack, holding ace deuce suited. How's he want to play this?
Come on.
And now he's gonna push all in with it. Just doubled up as we saw in the last hand.
Well, sounds like all in are the only words that David Peters knows, but he's applying the pressure here to Paul Volpe.
Bill out, and now Dr. Kane. Oh, he's got the real hand. He's got the ladies. Gotta love that. What a time to get him.
Playing it very cool, sizing up his opponents.
All in.
And he's back over the top. Once Volpe out, he goes out. They show the cards.
And so for the second hand in a row, David Peters is all in behind and facing elimination. He's going to need some help to stay alive.
The doctor in front with the ladies.
So David in bad shape here against Dr. Kane Lai, holding pocket queens. In a great position to score the elimination of another professional.
Yeah, Kane is the chip leader at this table. He would be totally dominating if the queen should hold up and knock out Dave Peters here. Here we come with the first three, and it's an ace-jack-10. David Peters has done it. He hits aces on the flop.
Yeah, he drills it here. Kane can still win with running clubs, a queen or a king, but the 5 of hearts, no help on the turn, so he now needs a king or queen to score the knockout.
Last card coming up. Not to be, 3 of spades. The doctor goes into the ambulance. Not going to work out for him.
Wow. 2 hands ago, David Peters was the clear short stack on this table. Now he is the chip leader.
Well,
the double-double.
I keep saying it. It is a game of skill until someone gets lucky. Dave Peters just got lucky, and he smiles. Very solid poker player. And things are evening up here at our table of 5. 17 players left. Doctor taking that well, though, as he swears on his iPhone. Blinds are still 8 and 16,000. Drama intensifying here. Paul Volpe going out. Let's see if Peters will play another one. Nope, not this time.
Gonna take a hand off. Let somebody else contest this pot.
Bill's not going to push with 6-4, and now Dr. Kane with a pretty solid king-9 of hearts. But just going to call.
And we talked before about when you're facing a talented player in the big blind, it's often correct to limp all of your playable hands from the small blind. Kane has done so with king-9 suited here. Tom, who we saw raise a 7-deuce suited in the big blind, this time checks with ace-9 offsuit.
Yep, and the flop comes up a 7-5-3, but there's 2 hearts out there. And Kane's got to lead out with the 4 flush.
You got it. Play the weak, let you win.
And the big cheese has to go back into the refrigerator. Folds the hand. Doc with a little bit of a comeback. 5 players at our spotlight table. We're coming back with more exciting action from Alpha 8 in just a moment. Stay with us. Welcome back to Las Vegas and Bellagio for WPT's Alpha 8. What a battle we are seeing here tonight.
That's right, Vince. Let's join a hand from our outer table. We've got Daniel Negreanu, Carrie, Katz, and Jason Mercier getting mixed up in the action here. Now on a flop of Queen 8-8. Mercier bet 38,000. After Carrie called, Daniel Negreanu check raised, leading Mercier to fold. And now goes all in with a jack of spades on the turn. So Negreanu in the lead here. Carrie Katz with a massive draw. How does he want to play it? Carrie with a pair and a flush draw with outs to the 9 for a straight, or the 9 of clubs for a straight flush.
Big moment for the local Carrie Katz, father of 6, talking to himself.
And Carrie really doesn't have many chips left here, so I'm not sure what he's thinking about.
Sorry, really close.
No, I hear you. We get it.
I mean, he had a massive draw on the flop that he didn't want to fold. He improved on the turn. I just don't understand what's taking so long.
Like a 7-8 or something from the Toronto special.
Not quite. Daniel remaining calm.
He always busts this.
Well, he's got Daniel Negreanu chuckling at him. You want to make the right decision when one of those great players like Daniel is at the table.
What? What did I do? Scott, see your room be pulled on with somebody.
All right. And finally, he is going to make the right decision.
There
Makes
we
the
go.
call.
Pair of queens.
Go ahead. Got a few outs.
Yeah, that's what I figured you had, was a big draw, and I was like, let's get him out. Hammer him out.
Well played.
So let's see if Carrie Katz can find what he needs.
He needs to suck out. He looks worried. No, it's not going to happen. 7 of hearts.
Yeah, no help for Carrie Katz on this river. Opportunity to win a big pot, but instead, Daniel Negreanu's stack will grow to nearly 1 million.
Oh, man. 16 players left now.
Next time.
All right. I don't blame him. That's gotta hurt. $100,000 gone.
Lynn, you said it best. Easy come, easy
Well, I was
go.
trying to make it look like that. Then if he still played, I'd be like,
No, I get it.
like if you still play after that, I'm not putting any more money in. Understood. Yeah. It's one of those going, you know, those old school players trying to find out where I'm at. You know what I mean? Had to figure out where I was at.
Daniel making fun of Mike Sexton, I think.
I know a Mike Sexton impression when I hear one, Vince.
You can't make fun of Mike, though. Hall
I
of
found out
Famer.
where you were at.
It's pretty good, Tony.
Here with Vince Van Patten, 5-handed in the Alpha 8.
Bingle, bangle, bongle. He's a Hall of Famer. He is great. But right now, 16 players competing for this event at Alpha 8.
Now I just got to work out my Vince Van Patten impression.
Yeah, I don't think it's possible. No one's ever done it. I don't know why, but...
I may have watched you guys back in the day. Right before I got up close.
All right, action's on Bill Klein.
Bill will fold.
Raised by Dr. Kane. He's got Queen 9 this time.
Raising up on the button here into the big blind of Paul Volpe.
Yeah, he's got that button. He makes it 35,000 to call. Big cheese with a 9-6 of diamonds. Finally gets out of the way.
Thinking about getting involved there, decided to pass it up.
Volpe with an attractive Queen 10 of hearts.
He's not going anywhere.
Not going to pop it, but he will call it. So Doc and Volpe battling once again. And the flop is a Queen 10 deuce. 2 pair for Volpe.
Ooh, this is going to be trouble for Kane Lai. Both players with top pair, but Volpe with top 2.
And he checks it, giving the doctor room to hang himself. And there's a bet, 35,000.
How does Volpe want to play this? We saw him check raise in an earlier hand where he had bottom set, but he waited to the turn for that check raise. It looks like this time he wants to check raise on the flop. And as we know, it's going to be very hard for Kane to get away from this one.
Wow. Yeah, he has moved it up to 88 total. Just tempting enough for poor Doc to call.
Yeah, if I were in his shoes, I definitely would not be folding to this flop check raise. I also wouldn't feel great about my hand, but I am not giving up top pair on the flop right here.
Well, he's cold decked here. There's just no way of getting away from this at this point, but 3 of hearts.
Pretty inconsequential card. It does mean that Kane Lai is drawing dead now.
Volpe to act first. Dr. Kane doesn't realize what a patient he has on his left. You get it? Patient, Dr. Joe.
Paul with a bet of 130,000.
Yep. Any chance the Doc can get away from this hand, Tony? What do you think?
I'm really not sure. You know, this is a button versus big blind hand. They started at about 30 blinds deep. I'm sure the doctor isn't thrilled about his hand, but I'm also not sure he's ready to fold top pair to the guy who's really been the thorn in his side at this table.
And at a 5-handed poker game. Not a full table. Value of your hand goes up, of course, so this would be an amazing laydown if you could possibly do it. No. Well, maybe.
It'd truly be impressive if Kane Lai got away here.
All in.
Call.
He's going to go all in and an insta-call, of course.
Yeah, and that will spell the end of Kane Lai's tournament. He really did a great job of hanging tough with these professionals, but now he is all in and drawing dead against Paul Volpe, who locks it up with the 6 of clubs on the river and scores the elimination.
So the doctor has body bagged himself out of here in 16th place. Will not take home any money, but a big effort by him. Very entertaining. Dr. Kane has to say goodnight. Paul Volpe collecting the chips.
Oh man, that was a rough interview.
Of course, it's a rough interview. I know it's hard. It's going to be hard to bust out of a tournament like that. But you've had quite a day, haven't you?
Yeah, no, it's a good day till obviously till the end. So.
Tell us about it.
The hand before, I had queens against ace deuce, all in, and then the ace hit, so I cut my stack in half, and then there, he just He flopped 2 pair. I had top pair, and then I was trying to get him off of a draw, so that was it. Yeah.
Well, that happens.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Kane. It's great to have you play.
Thank you. All right, thanks for having me.
Oh, I hate to see Dr. Kane go. What a player, what a nice guy, great poker face.
You know, the only reason he's not still here is because he took that big, bad beat against David Peters.
Absolutely. So with him gone and Carrie, Katz, we are down to 15 players in the field. Now the tournament clock is paused as we consolidate down to 2 tables.
All of our remaining players will randomly draw for a new seat, meaning next time we will see a lot of new faces at our feature table.
We certainly will, but our field still includes the top guys in the game, bar none.
Yeah, we got Daniel Negreanu, Jason Mercier, and last season's A8 Vegas champion, Andrew Lucky Chewy Lichtenberger.
That is right, Tony. We are bound to see some great poker action. So for Lynn Gilmartin and Tony Dunst, I'm Vince Van Patten. See you next time here at WPT Alpha 8.
Daniel, day 2, you're on the big feature table. Have you looked at your lineup?
I have. I took a look, and it's a bunch of alphas. You know, a bunch of really good players.
Fancy that, for 8.
It's a really, really tough field overall.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It's pretty amazing to hear that. I mean, Daniel Negreanu is the world's best poker player. You're ranked #1 all-time money winner, right?
Yeah, that part's true.
And he credits other players for teaching him a lot. And tell us about that. As a poker player, it's a game that you never stop learning, right?
Sure. Whenever you get to the point where you feel like you've got it all figured out, everyone will start to pass you by. It's always important, and I've done this every 6 months to a year, to take a look at what are they learning? What are they doing differently? What is the state of the game today? What worked before that isn't going to work now? And always making sure that I evolve. That's what's been help me to be able to succeed year after year for like almost 20 years now, is being able to adapt to the ever-changing game.
Is poker something that you will always play forever? Is this a lifetime thing? What are your goals? Do you have any other goals outside of poker?
You don't have enough time to hear all the goals. But yes, no, I absolutely do. Poker's something that each year in January, I write a list of about 10 goals, career-specific, that I'd like to accomplish at the end of the year. I don't always reach 10, sometimes 4, sometimes 3, but I set my goals really high and juicy. Outside of that, I definitely have some bigger goals in terms of expanding my reach. And basically, I mean, to break it down to a nutshell, I want to leave everyone that I meet happier than before I met them, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah.
It does make sense, and that's definitely something that you do. I always observe him, and when people come up for photos, you're one of the nicest people in poker, or on the planet, I must say. You're a joy to be around.
I fake it really well.
Not at all.
Welcome to Bellagio and continuing coverage of WPT Alpha 8 Las Vegas. I'm Vince Van Patten alongside WPT Raw Deal analyst Tony Dunst. Tony, how's it going?
I'm always good, Vince.
Yes, you are. Okay, thanks to a new table draw, things are about to get really fun. Daniel Negreanu, one of poker's greatest ambassadors, great player, is making his way to the feature table.
Yeah, and Daniel always brings personality to the table. Great entertainment to have. Happy he's there.
Okay, on our last show, we saw high-stakes regular Carrie Katz and Colorado physician Kane Lai. They busted out, leaving us with a field of 15 players, making it necessary to consolidate down to 2 tables. Now, players have redrawn for seats, meaning we will see a new mix at the feature table.
Taking a look at the overall chip count, it's 22-year-old Fedor Holtz who's atop the leaderboard. The Austrian pro busted out earlier in the day, but re-entered, meaning he is now in for $200,000. He drew a seat at our outer table.
I love ATM machines. Okay, joining Daniel Negreanu at the feature table is the player sitting at the bottom of the chip count, and that is Andrew Lucky Chewy Lichtenberger. Chewy's last season's Alpha 8 Vegas champ, and he's going to need some help if he wants to cash this time.
Chewy is also in for 2 bullets, along with the player in seat 5 here, Sean Winter. Now, Sean can be a bit of a wild card, but he's also a very capable, aggressive young professional.
Yes, he is. Now, the lone non-professional player at the feature table is good guy, businessman, and philanthropist Bill Klein, and he is a great guy. He donates all to charity, all his winnings, along with making a matching donation equal to his buy-in amount. 7 players will get paid, with the first 2 places taking home over $1 million. First place prize, close to 1.6. Very, very exciting. Let's get down to the action. And it's been folded around to Daniel Negreanu.
Daniel in the small blind going to complete here with an ace-6. And Kush with the big blind has 9-4 suited.
And Kush is fine with seeing a flop, no raise, and the flop is an 8-4 deuce, 2 diamonds.
So middle pair for Ankush.
Daniel's checked.
Ace high with the backdoor nut flush draw for Daniel. Couple of backdoor straight draws for him. He's going to call this bet of 21,000.
Going to the turn. Why does Daniel look so gigantic sitting in that seat? Deuce pairs the board. Daniel's going to check. Maybe just has the seat up, sitting on something. Looks like a giant of a man right now. They both check. Going to the river. 4 pairs the board again.
Yep, 2 pair on the board here.
On Kush now. Catching his full boat.
And Daniel going to make a little value bet here. 4s, deuces, and an ace. And Kush with the full house. About to let Daniel hear about it.
Well, Ankush is 29 years old. Econ and finance degrees from the University of Georgia in 2009. This is one smart guy. Daniel's hoping to get a fold, but he sees that hand working of Ankush. That's when you know. Hasta luego. Here comes the raise.
It's a bad habit I get into sometimes. You know, putting money in with a hand that he's got, pretending to have what he has and they don't. No, I'm seeing him. He just went in with a read.
Oh, Daniel, being a good sport about losing that pot.
Good hand. I didn't have a 4, but I was pretending I did.
Yeah, Ankush got that, Daniel. He got that part of it.
Is anyone else here a Alpha 8 rookie?
Yeah, my first Alpha 8.
Me too, man. Hey.
Well, one man on this table who is not an Alpha 8 rookie is Andrew Lichtenberger. He won this event at the Bellagio last season for over $2 million, trying to make it back-to-back.
Amazingly, Daniel now is the senior at the table, except for Bill.
He used to be Kid Poker.
Yeah.
Sure, you play last year? He won, man. He first place, bro.
I know.
He did. He done good.
Still looks pretty young, so doing well. Good to have him at this table. Got a couple folds on this hand. Around to Daniel, who has an attractive queen, jack of spades. He likes it. It's going to go to 35,000. Couple folds behind him. Sam goes out, and now Nick Petrangelo has a big hand, ace-king.
35.
Oh, surprisingly, he's just going to call here out of the big blind. A lot of players automatically re-raise whenever they look at ace-king.
You're right about that. He's content to call, and look at this flop, a king, jack 4.
Something for everyone here.
It's like scratching, you know, like check, check. I check. Because I said check, I have to check.
Not good for Daniel, and they both check.
Can't just go check, and then be like, no, I didn't mean to check. I was just singing.
10 of diamonds.
Check.
Look at this.
Another check. Wow. Ooh, and a third jack on the river for Daniel.
Whoa! What a card hitting on the river. Nick was kind of setting him up for that card.
And at this point, Nick has to believe his hand is good.
Yeah.
It's so underrepresented.
Call.
And of course, Daniel gonna snap call with his trips.
Yep, no intention of raising. Snap calls. Taking the pot. Nick saying, I blew that one. Daniel Negreanu winning his poker player of all time. Taking that pot. He says he's constantly learning. So are you, Tony, right?
I'm constantly learning. That's constantly.
Yeah.
I'm just a sponge for knowledge.
Marchesi still with us, yeah?
When I grow up, I want to be him.
All right, David Peters now. Call him the quiet assassin. For obvious reasons.
Gonna raise it up with 36,000. Thus far in this tournament, we've heard 2 words out of David Peters, all in, nothing else.
Everybody going out. Lucky Chewy going out. You know, Lucky Chewy loves his yoga, he says.
Loves his yoga. I used to live with Lucky Chewy. I would wake up in the mornings, come downstairs, find Chewy in the backyard already stretching out. Say something like, "Hey, brah, just enjoying the sunlight."
Wow. Must be very healthy. It's good for you.
Well, Daniel defends in the big blind with Jack-10 offsuit. Neither player connects on this 5-3-5 flop.
I thought you were going to bet.
A little surprising that David decided to check back here with just queen high.
I would have bet on you betting on that flop. Right?
Yeah. You know, I figured out guys that get into yoga are usually doing it for the girls.
That's why I would do it, but it sounds like Chewy's aspirations in yoga are legitimate.
Nah, don't buy it.
Check.
90% are pretty women in... Nah, I'm starting to sound...
Look, let's just get out of here and go to the yoga class, Vince. They're not going to miss us. Everybody's just checking down all of these hands. There's no action to even call. Let's go to yoga class. I hear there's girls.
Do you think the women know that the dudes are just there for them? Nah, they do. They're smarter than us.
I was just hoping you'd better to get me out of there before I catch something and get in trouble.
Necranu folds his cards into David Peter's cards. So an easy victory there for David. He was ahead the entire time.
When you first sat down tonight, you were talking about how you kept working on it. Was it 24, 2-4? The number of times I've had 2-4 in the pocket, I almost want to jump up and say, come up with some other number.
Yeah. Maybe you just noticed it, though, because I
Yeah,
said
I'm
that.
sure that's the deal. Yeah. It's stuck in my head from you saying it. Yeah.
Gotta have patience in this game.
And obviously, the reason I brought it up is because I just had it again.
Yeah. I had 2-4, and this guy's raising when the board's 2-2, 4-4.
Get those junky hands. Just sit around watching everybody else win, it seems like.
Oh, you had a 4 and a 2, so what did you have? You bluffer.
Well, Sean Winter raising it up to 40,000. Nick Petrangelo behind him with a queen 10 suited. A lot of players like to flat call these type of hands. Let's see what Nick wants to do with it. Well, I can't say for sure what Sean's gonna do. I know what he won't do, and that's fold. He's gonna 3-bet here, 110,000, kind of a surprising play.
Bill goes out, Daniel not playing. Sean, 25 years old, from Jacksonville, Florida. He's got the goods here. Will he strike? Come on, Sean, say it.
Hold on.
There you go. He said it, and it's gonna work.
Nick slides his cards towards the muck. Gets a little creative there pre-flop. Doesn't work out this time against the ace-king of Sean Winter.
Lots of drama here at Bellagio for Alpha 8. We're coming back. Stay with us. Welcome back to Las Vegas, Nevada. That is the Bellagio. We are in it, and this is Alpha 8. What an exciting event we have going on here, Tony Dunst.
That's right. We've got some of the best poker talent in the world around this table.
You always have a mustache, or was that just from November?
I've always had a mustache.
Always? Your whole life?
I mean, my whole life when I was
You ever
born.
shaved it?
I was born, I had a mustache.
Yeah,
No, I've never have, no.
So like your whole life you haven't
My
shaved?
whole life, yeah, since I was old
Old enough to grow one?
Grow one, yeah.
They like to talk at the table.
Yeah,
Bill Klein, the only remaining recreational player at this table. Everybody else, a professional.
Action on our chip leader.
I keep thinking they'll come back in style.
And he's got a mid-pair, pair of sevens.
I got another 20 years and then I'll have to get rid of it.
Makes it 40,000 to go. Sam Soverell out. Nick out. Lucky Chewy not playing. Big Bill gone. Now Daniel Negreanu.
Daniel with the king-queen here. Wow, quickly folds. I would expect him to either call, maybe even turn his hand into a bluff and 3-bet, but takes the conservative route and just lays it down. David Peters now, king-9 suited in the big blind. He'll come along, so heads up to this flop.
Yep. Dave Peters. Flop is a jack 10-10. Dave Peters quickly checking. Sean Winter not trusting it, checks as well. A jack on the turn, so 2 pair.
Yeah, another jack on the turn will counterfeit Sean's hand. That means its value as a pocket pair is completely negated because jacks and 10s are the ones that play. So at this point, Sean has jacks, 10s with a 7. Dave has jacks, 10s with a king.
David's checked again, and Sean is going to get out betting chips.
And Sean is bluffing here. He can only win by betting or finding a 7 on the river.
Sean has won $1.9 million in live tournament earnings. Very impressive as he stares down Dave Peters. 51,000. What's Peters going to do? Well, he's going to float it. Makes the call.
Yeah, David not ready to go away here. And a 10 on the river will give both players a full house. So assuming that they get to showdown, this will be a chop pot.
Well, Dave is not going to try to bluff at it. He checks it, and Sean also checking.
Yeah, no more bluffing. Both these players are going to win half of this pot.
Nice turn, buddy.
Both players semi-happy and semi-disappointed at the same time.
Yeah, you knew I had the 7s.
Put you on 7.
7s, 8s.
Put you on there.
Probably not 9s because you had a 9.
Well, look at this. The silent assassin actually talking a little bit.
Note this moment in history, Vince. First time he said anything but all in this entire tournament.
He likes to concentrate and focus, doesn't like the chit-chat.
Polar opposite from Daniel Negreanu.
Yep.
Who really just comes here for the conversation and just so happened to be good at poker too.
All right, a couple folds around to Lucky Chewy, Andrew Lichtenberger, and he's got a pretty solid ace-jack of hearts.
Well, I'm not supposed to be partial in the booth, but go Chewy.
Yeah, he's on the short stack. He's going all in. He's going to plunge away. Bill going out. Daniel out on Kush. Can't play that mess.
Come on.
But David Peters does have a calling hand, it seems. Ace, 8 of clubs.
Yeah, and David is aware that someone as capable as Chewy will be shoving a pretty wide range of hands on his short stack of 10 big blinds. So I'm guessing that David is going to muster up the courage to call here.
You see Andrew, his face is orange, his sweatshirt's orange.
His aura is orange.
Well, that's what happens when you do a lot of yoga. You just go one color, and a very nice colorful orange. And you get very peaceful. But David is going to call this. And Lucky Chewy's got to love this. Turn it up, Lucky.
Yeah, and Chewy way out in front here with his ace-jack of hearts.
That is right. Big opportunity for Lucky Chewy to double up. But 5 cards to come. Crazy things can happen on Alpha 8. Here are the first 3. It is a King, Jack, 4. Good for Chewy.
Yeah, great looking flop for Chewy. At this point, David needs either running 8s or a running Queen 10 for a straight to chop this pot. There's the Queen.
Uh-oh.
10 on the river would chop this pot up. Otherwise, Chewy gonna double up.
Not another chop. River card, deuce of hearts.
There it is.
And the crowd goes wild. Yeah.
Somebody wake up.
Lucky Chewy gonna double up, take that down. Never had to sweat.
All these serious young men.
Everybody's serious.
Everybody's too serious.
Yeah, the old hands at this table wondering why all the young guns are so quiet.
If I went in all in, I'm probably gonna need more loud than that.
Either way it goes.
Yeah, either way it goes, no matter how.
We're having fun here at Alpha 8. Stay with us. We're coming back with more action. Welcome back to Las Vegas and Alpha 8 here at Bellagio. Great poker being played in the Bellagio Tower Ballroom. And you're watching it right now. Sean Winter, chip leader at the table.
I was playing out at Shadow Creek last weekend, and I played with a guy who told me that the night before he had had sex with twins. And I said, wow, could you tell them apart? And he goes, yeah, well, the brother had a mustache. So. Reminded me of the mustache thing. Reminded me of that.
Bill Klein with a solid joke right there.
I love a good dirty joke.
What's your handicap now?
I'm still a solid 12.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
We're about the same.
Yeah, they're talking handicaps.
Last time I lost a lot of money to somebody, it was exactly what they said to me.
But see, I'm not lying. I'm the only.
That's exactly what they
I'm
said
the
to
only
me.
poker player in the world that has a handicap. They all just say,
they all
I shoot
yeah.
about 80.
Yeah.
Poker players love our golf. Nothing like a little side bet at the golf course. But let's get down to poker. A few folds. And now Daniel Negreanu with a pair of fours has raised it, but right behind him, Ankush with a pair of jacks. Ankush out of Austin, Texas, known as a heads-up specialist online, will re-raise.
Yeah, he's going to make it 80,000 here with jacks in position. Longtime online poker player Ankush, starting to break into the live tournament circuit, wants to make a splash here at the Alpha 8.
And they're going to fold around. It's back around to Daniel, who will take a stab with the fours, make the call. Nice pot brewing. 3 cards are coming. Flop is at 8-8-10.
So both players flop 2 pair. Ankush still way out in front. Picks up some backdoor draws to go along with his jacks. Has Daniel in bad shape here.
Ankush has made over $1.1 million in live tournament earnings. Has a finance degree from University of Georgia. Now playing professional poker, and he looks serious. Makes the bet of 90,000. Can Daniel get away from this at this point? We will see.
It's one of those borderline flops for pocket fours, but Daniel does get away.
Yeah, nicely done.
Stops the bleeding there. Ankush takes a nice pot.
Negreanu, of course, now 41 years old. His first Alpha 8 appearance. 23 career WPT cashes. 2 career WPT titles.
Time flies, Vince. I remember when Daniel Negreanu was the young gun of poker. The exciting young gun of poker, along with, Phil Ivey and Phil Hellmuth, all those young guns,
All right, a bunch of folds around to Sean Winter. Sean with a nice suited connector. Sean is the chip leader at the table. He's going to move it up to 36,000. Sam going away. And now Nick, also with the same suited connector, 9-10 of hearts.
Nick on an awkward stack size here in the small blind, decides to just fold.
Yep, only one to beat is Lucky Chewy. He's got the old Motown hand, Jackson 5s.
Facing a small raise here in the big blind. I find it likely that Chewy is going to defend with a suited jack, which he does. So we'll go to this flop heads up.
Well, let's see what happens. Well, the flop's a king, queen, 8, all hearts.
Nick Petrangelo would like his cards back right about now.
Oh boy, he's kicking himself for folding a 9-10 of hearts. It was callable too. And Sean is going to step it up like he has something. He does not. The yoga man folds his hand.
I don't get it.
Just from yesterday.
Oh, gotcha.
Nice easy win for Sean Winter there.
Now you look at Lichtenberger, I guarantee you he spent a lot of time in vegetarian stores.
Is your brother good at poker?
Yeah, he's pretty good.
He did good, right? In the main event this year?
Yeah. Folded down quite low.
Did you teach him?
I mean, I offer him advice. Whether or not he listens is his decision.
He still played poker, so it must not have been good advice.
Actually, Bill just snuck a great one in there. That was better than his dirty joke.
Well, Bill, we know, great guy. Gives his money that he wins at poker to charity. He's having a ball here tonight.
He gives the money that he loses to charity. It's amazing.
Yeah. High level of poker going on, though. Don't kid yourself, even with all the chit-chat.
Sam Soverel, some of our viewers will know from his second place finish in Season 10 of the World Poker Tour in Jacksonville. I was doing the commentary for that final table. Thought he was a really tough opponent heads up. Got a little unlucky to lose that one here. Felt that he is very focused at the table. Made some very thoughtful reads. Here, he flops a flush draw on queen, queen, deuce, but then so does Bill Klein out of the big blind with 8-4 of clubs.
They check around to Sam. Sam's got 10 high flush draw, and he will come out with a bet. 35,000. Now it's on Bill. He thought he was good with his flush draw. But now what do you do?
Well, Bill started this hand just under 400,000. Has some options here. How does he want to play this?
Maybe just tell another joke and get the heck out. No, he's going all in.
He is not joking around.
Hello. Daniel ejects his hand very quickly. Now Sam's got to be looking at him saying, this guy, this non-professional is not going to be bluffing me. He's going to muck. Bill, well done.
I might have got there.
You might have got there.
I might have got there.
That's rabbit can.
That's not what Sam wants to hear.
Never know.
Bill Klein stepping up his game, as they all are here on Alpha 8 on the World Poker Tour. Welcome back to the desert of Las Vegas, Sin City, Bellagio. We are at Alpha 8, where aggressive poker players put up $100,000 each and take a shot at a major title. Here we go. Let's go to the felt. First place is going to get 1.6 million, very close to it. Who will it be?
Still a lot of the top players in contention for that 1.6 million up top here, and many of them on our feature table.
The best of the best. Gutsy guys putting up a lot of money, 100,000 each, to compete in this fiasco.
36,000 from Nick Petrangelo with an ace-10 suited. He's on the hijack here. One of our short stacks on the table, sitting right next to the other short stack, Andrew Lichtenberger.
Lucky Chewy and Bill go out.
Straight hand with like 370? Yeah, exactly.
Ankush in the big blind wants to know how much Nick is playing for. And it's a good question to ask because Ankush has a pair of nines.
Yeah, pair of nines for the heads-up specialist, Ankush. Young player out of Austin, Texas.
All in.
He's going all in.
Drops the hammer on Nick, who flashes the table his hand and throws it in the muck.
Ankush, 26 years old, has made over 1.1 million in live tournament earnings.
I decided that is the worst question I ever like to hear. You got about how much you have left?
Yeah.
Ankush has also made over 2.4 million in online earnings.
Yeah, that's really where I became familiar with Ankush. He used to play under the screen name Pistons87 and was a regular in online high-stakes tournaments. Now, playing some super high rollers here at the Bellagio.
Well, he's intense, and he's good. Back to the felt we go. Sam Soverall with an ace-4 of hearts. Quickly going to raise 35,000. They start to fold behind him. Ankush can't even call. Everybody out but Sean Winter with a possibility. He has an 8-10 of spades.
It's 35.
Suited semi-connecting hand in the big blind here for Sean. He's going to make the call. Go to this flop heads up.
All right. Ace-4 versus 10-8. Here's the first three. It is a 10.
Check.
10-7 deuce. Sean quickly checking the 10s.
Sam with just ace high here and a backdoor flush, backdoor straight draw, but overall not much to work with.
And he is going to bet 30,000. Intensity on Sean's face, looking down at his opponent. And he makes the call. King on the turn.
Offsuit king is kind of an interesting card here. Sam opened under the gun, and a king is a type of card he'd often represent with a second barrel, and you see him eyeing his chips there. Didn't help his actual hand, but it helps the hands that Sean perceives him to have, and he is going to fire 100,000 here.
So you like that perception. You hit the king in that position. You feel this is a nice move, and he's doing it, 100,000.
Sean not only considering the bet he's facing now, but the bet he's likely to face on the river were he to call.
Sean looks angry, has to fold the hand. Nice manipulation by Sam Soverall. No one's showing their cards when they don't have to. I'll give them that. Don't give the secrets away. Only we get to see them. And that's Lucky Chewy. And he looks just relaxed and peaceful. I wish I had his attitude.
He's serene.
He is. He's a calm man. And what a player, too.
You know, I lived with Chewy for 3 years, and I didn't hear him raise his voice once.
Oh. That is nice.
He was mad that time we threw eggs over the wall at moving cars, but he still didn't yell.
No. Did you ever borrow that sweatshirt, the orange one, from him?
No, I stole his suits when he was done wearing them, but nah, that sweatshirt I thought I'd just let him keep.
Good man. Interesting relationship you two had. Now let's play poker. Ace 10 on the flop.
We got a limped blind versus blind confrontation between Sean and Sam. More limping going on in these pros blind versus blind confrontation. Now a 7 on the turn will bring Sean an open-ended straight draw.
It's the most serious table I've played at, and I can't tell you how long.
I put it down that they're very uninteresting people, and they have nothing of value to say.
Bill is now getting a little surly here. He's saying, I want to fix it up with these guys verbally.
Yeah, Bill firing some needles.
Okay, that's going to do it. Sean taking this one.
These guys are stone-faced.
I know they are. They're so serious.
Killers.
The two at the corner table, ganging up on the quiet guys.
Well, it's easy for Bill to relax when he doesn't care about the money. Everybody else here is playing for a living. Bill playing because he loves it the most.
The two rich guys can talk all they want. The rest of them have to make money.
Nobody even noticed.
Well, I noticed how I got some.
Some of the players, the money means something.
Yeah, there you go.
It's a little more serious.
That's a good point. That's a real good point.
Bill's like, oh yeah, you guys actually have to earn money.
Yeah.
I hadn't thought of that.
All right, back to the action. On the Yoga King, Andrew Lichtenberger. And he's almost a teacher. Am I correct? In yoga?
He's an aspiring guru.
Okay.
I'm not sure when you officially cross over to guru status, but I don't know if Chewy is quite there yet. Meanwhile, Bill Klein, Mr. Talkative, going to raise up an ace-5 of clubs.
And David Peters now with a 9-10 of clubs. He's tempted. Yes, making that call. Sean out. Sam, ace-3. Got some money already in there.
3 times. You know, what's he want to do here with ace-3 offsuit in the small blind? Oh, he calls. I didn't expect that, Vince. Sam, an aggressive player, I would have expected him to re-raise here before call out of the small. That's a little surprising. Meanwhile, Nick Petrangelo comes along with 10-9 offsuit in the big blind. We will have a 4-way flop, which is queen, 8-4, 2 clubs. So, straight draw and flush draw for David Peters. Nut flush draw for Bill Klein. Nothing happening for the rest of them.
Well, look at this. Bill doesn't make the continuation bet with the 4 flush. And now, on Peters, and yep, he's got a lot of options with that hand. He'll make a bet, 63,000. Sam and Nick out.
Healthy bet from David here. Bill not going anywhere with his ace-high flush draw. Looks like he's going to make the call.
Yep, makes the call. Hoping for a club or an ace. And it's a 6 of diamonds.
Extra outs for both players. A 7 would give Bill a straight, but it would also give David a higher straight.
Bill Klein checked again.
David could also win with a jack. He has a double belly buster straight draw to go along with his flush draw. And David Peters has made one final table on the World Poker Tour. That was Season 11's WPT World Championship when he finished in 6th.
Come on. Gonna put it all in.
Wow, that is a nice bet by David Peters. He has just a little over pot remaining in his stack, but this really puts the pressure on Bill Klein.
I think I was supposed to do that.
Who can't be that confident that his ace high is good and is wondering whether he would just be calling off his tournament on a draw.
It's tough being the worst player at the table all the time.
That's debatable, though, Bill.
An astute observation, and it makes a lot of sense.
Can't even talk myself into a clock.
It sucks to be the worst player at the table. You can feel yourself getting outplayed. And
I can't even talk myself into it.
Right here, Bill Klein getting outplayed a little bit.
But he has made so many good moves tonight.
I can't even talk myself into it. I wish I hadn't given him a nickname. I would be better off.
All in bed.
Why don't you call him Easy Peasy or something like that?
It's almost uncallable at this point.
Oh, man, I think you're just sitting on me.
And of course, it's hard for Bill to know that his opponent has two of the remaining clubs in the deck and is drawing himself, and he lets it go. Gets himself bluffed.
That one hurt.
Can't blame yourself. Just blame the good play.
That one hurt.
On Dave Peters. Brilliantly done. There are no suckers at this table. We're coming back to Las Vegas real soon here on the Alpha 8. Stay with us. Welcome back to Bellagio. Alpha 8 continues. And right now we have a very interesting hand on the outer table. Let's go to it, Tony.
Now Jason raised to 40,000 from the hijack. Fedor Holtz 3-bet to 115,000 from the small blind with king queen suited. And Jason with queen 9 suited made the call, leading to a flop of 10, 9, 3, 2 spades. So Fedor with just 2 overcards and a gut shot straight draw. Jason, meanwhile, middle pair and a queen high flush draw. Action with Fedor. Fedor will bet out 140,000 into the American Pro. Jason lining up raising chips here makes 312,000. So a small raise back to Fedor. Fedor with just 2 overcards and a gut shot, and as we know, the queen would not help him, as it would give Jason 2 pair. But Fedor gonna make the call here, so we'll go to a turn in what has become one of the largest pots of this tournament.
Can Fedor get lucky? Oh, wow, he does!
Wow, the jack of clubs on the turn gives Fedor the nuts straight.
Oh, man.
Jason with second pair, but picks up an open-ended straight draw to go along with his flush draw. Now has every out in the world and has gone all in and been snap called by Fedor. Jason is disgusted.
However, it's not over. Jason, of course, has a flush draw and a straight draw. And it's not to be. 4 clubs on the river. Jason's going to go down. He's out.
Now Jason goes from one of our chip leaders to eliminated, and Fedor Holtz takes a commanding chip lead.
Jason stumbles away from the table, completely disappointed, losing to the young Austrian Fedor, raking in the chips. Oh, what disappointment, what pain we're seeing at Bellagio. 14 players left right now. Going after the first place prize of 1.6 at Lynn Gilmartin. Going over to talk to Jason.
Fedor seems to just be on a roll right now, huh? What's been going on?
Yeah.
Seems to be pretty frustrated.
Well, it's just a very frustrating turn card. I was planning on checking back most turns, and that one kind of gives me a ton of equity, so decided to shove. He had, like, you know, he's pretty dead on the flop, but got super lucky. It's part of the game.
It is the toughest part of the game. How do you feel you played?
I feel like I played very well. Can't really do anything.
Yeah, I know. All right, go and let off some steam.
I'll try.
All right, Jason. Thank you.
Poor Jason.
See ya. I'm sorry.
See you later.
See ya.
He is out of here. Payne at Alpha 8, and we're coming right back for more. Welcome back to Alpha 8 here on the World Poker Tour in Las Vegas. And with Jason leaving, we have to even up the table, so would Sean Winter please report to the outside table? And he does so. And back at our table, as you can see, great players battling, and Sam Soverall is the chip leader at this table with close to 1.1 million in chips. Blinds are 10 and 20 at this point. Action's on Lucky Chewy in the orange. He goes away. Bill Klein not going to play. Daniel Negreanu, uninterested. They're all folding.
David Peters here with pocket eights on the button has a very real hand. He's going to raise it up.
Yep, the silent assassin makes it 45,000 to go.
Now on Sam Soverall in the small blind with Queen Jack offsuit. How does he want to play this?
Wow, he's going to 3-bet it.
Yep, trying to take this one down pre-flop, hoping that David is raising a subpar hand on the button. Meanwhile, Nick Petrangelo in the big blind has pocket sixes, but he only has 15 big blinds, so he doesn't even have enough to make Sam Soverall fold if he is 3-betting light here.
Nick very intense at this moment. In a quagmire, he's going to release the hand. Back on Peters, he's been raised.
David started this hand around 36, 37 blinds.
I'm all in.
And David is just going to shove all in.
David rips it for 750,000. Sam quickly folds, and by uttering the only words he knows, David takes that one down pre-flop.
Nicely done by David, who's out of Toledo, Ohio. Actually went to Bowling Green University, but dropped out during his sophomore year to focus attention to poker. You know, he's had 10 WPT cashes. We are moving on. Bill Klein, first to act. He won't play ace high. Daniel out, as well as Ankush.
How much action? I believe it's
Action back with Sam here. Wants to know how many chips the two players in the blinds have. Our two short stacks on this table.
277 behind.
Sam has close to 1 million in chips, and he's got a pretty decent king 10 of hearts.
On.
He's just going to shove on them.
Yeah. Nick quickly goes out, and look at this. Lucky Chewy has picked up ace-queen, making the call. He's got to love it. Lucky Chewy with a big chance to double up. Show tunes going off in his head. In fact, like he looks like he's trying out for Jesus Christ Superstar. But he's got to love this position. Will his hand hold up? That's your good buddy.
Well, he's in good position to double up. And try and take a run at winning this tournament in back-to-back years, but he's got to fade the king and 10. So far, so good. 6-5 deuce, all spades.
Sam tries to smile. An 8 on the turn. No luck for Sam. Lucky Chewy's going to double up as a 6 hits the river.
Now, Chewy right on his way towards building a stack that could potentially allow him to win this tournament in back-to-back years and take down his second WPT Alpha 8 title.
Well, Lucky Chewy with a big chance of becoming a 2-time Alpha 8 winner. We will see. I'm Vince Van Patten alongside Tony Dunst and Lynn Gilmartin. Thanks for watching, and goodbye from the House of Pain, Bellagio, here on Alpha 8.
Last time on WPT Alpha 8, we saw AH St. Kitts champ Jason Mercier bust at the hand of the fresh young pro Fedor Holz. While last season's AH champ Andrew Lichtenberger doubled up, keeping his hopes of a repeat win alive. We are down to 2 tables, and the player who's been ranked #1 in the world, Daniel Negreanu, is at battle on our feature table. It's time for WPT Alpha 8.
Bellagio. The fountains are flowing and the chips are flying as we bring you continuing coverage of WPT Alpha 8 Las Vegas. I'm Vince Van Patten, alongside professional player and WPT raw deal analyst Tony Dunst. Now, this is not your father's old school playing in the basement poker game. This is a super high roller, meaning everyone here shelled out at least $100,000 to play.
And at least is the important phrase to catch in that sentence. This is a re-entry tournament, meaning we have players who busted out, then ponied up another $100K and are now on the hook for a total of $200,000.
That is right. Now, one of those players that re-entered is last season's Alpha 8 Vegas champ, Andrew Lucky Chewy Lichtenberger.
Chewy not only re-entered, but thanks to the departure of St. Kitts champ Jason Mercier, Chewy is now the only AA champ left in a remaining field of 14.
Okay, with 2 tables in action, it's young Austrian pro. The outer table, and at our feature table, one of the game's all-time greats, Daniel Negreanu, is holding court.
Yeah, and holding court is a great way to describe it, Vince. Daniel's mouth moves a mile a minute.
Sitting with Daniel, we have a number of young pros that may be new faces to many of you, maybe not. First, Ankush Mandavia.
Yeah, Ankush was a prolific online tournament player, now starting to transition to the live arena.
Nick Petrangelo.
Nick Petrangelo, who was recently looking for employment in New York City, never got called back, joined us in the poker world.
Sometimes it's good to be unemployed. David Peters is here.
David Peters, known as the silent assassin among his peers, barely speaks a word, but always gets it right.
That's right. Then we have a guy named Sam Soverall.
And Sam Soverall, who really impressed me with his play at the final table he made down in Jacksonville on the World Poker Tour a few seasons ago.
Okay, and rounding out the field is philanthropist and recreational, I'll call him a non-professional player, Bill Klein.
Yeah, Bill really holding his own against the professionals, but it doesn't matter what happens here today, some of the money is going to charity.
Okay, all of tonight's competitors are playing for part of the $4.4 million prize pool. 7 will get paid, and the first place prize close to $1.6 million. Big money. Cards are back in the air. Let's go down to the felt. And at this table right now, Ankush Mandavia is the chip leader with 961,000. The antes are 2,000 at this point, and the blinds are 10 and 20, Tony.
And we got ourselves a talkative table here, Vince, but this is some of the very best poker talents in the world. As we mentioned before, Daniel Negreanu has been the #1 ranked player in the world. Of course, Andrew Lucky Chewy Lichtenberger won this event last year. And even some of the guys that our audience is going to be a little less familiar with are really phenomenal poker players that just haven't been televised as much.
Well, right now, Nick Petrangelo on the short stack has ace-6 of clubs. Is he about to fire it in?
Yeah, I think he probably will here, Vince. He's only got about 13 blinds. You see him assessing his stack. Can't really raise and then fold. And there you go, all in.
Lucky Chewy has an attractive king-queen. Will he make this call?
This is close, Vince. I think the reason that Chewy is going to fold here is because there are players behind him. If he were in the big blind, I think he would make the call.
Well, he's out.
Now he's got lottery tickets. He can scratch and win. Nope.
Klein out, and now Negreanu, he's going over the top.
Good luck.
What do you have over there, jacks?
Pair of jacks. Pockets.
So they show the hands. Daniel Negreanu looking good.
It's not good for me.
Could Nick seem more disinterested with his tournament life being at risk? He's like, oh, hold on, I just got to check Twitter here. Yeah, if I'm all in, I'm all in.
Ice in his veins, just unbelievable.
You had a club blocker, he had a 6 blocker.
You have a club blocker?
He had 1, he had a 6, he had an ace, he folded ace-9.
Ace coming.
And the flop is a queen 8-3. That is great for Daniel Negreanu, of course.
Ooh, there's a club. He needs a club for a flush.
Yeah, so any ace or club is going to save Nick Petrangelo here. Otherwise, Daniel wins a nice pot.
Down to the river, a club.
He didn't do the thing where like, I'm going to put my shoes on.
No, I was going to sit here after I bust and sit here and tie him up and everything.
No wonder he looked so disinterested. He knew he was going to win. Big double up here for the would-be working man and now professional poker player.
Sorry. If it had to be anybody, I think it would be you, though.
258.
And 7 players remain at this table. Of course, we have another table where 7 other players are going at it. There, of course, Lucky Chewy, the yoga man, very peaceful warrior, won this event last season.
My longtime friend, once roommate, and perhaps the greatest influence on my development as a poker player.
That's impressive. All right. Bill Klein also going out, and now Negreanu again picking up a pair of fives.
Daniel here going the speed limit, getting involved with a lot of hands.
Makes it 44,000 to go. Dave Peters out.
David folds one of Daniel's fives.
Sam Soverall not going to play now. Nick has picked up a pair of eights.
Oh, whatever I had plus 480. 480 and 45 is 525 and 20 is 545, 65, 57. I got about 350. I can't do it. I'm sorry.
This is very close here, Vince. Nick trying to assess how much Daniel has. They're both in that awkward 25 to 30 blind mark, and I think it's very close between a call and a re-raise here for Nick Petrangelo. I'm curious as to what he'll do.
I'm just curious of what Daniel just said. Double talk at the best. That's why he's so good. He confuses players out there, but Nick, will he re-raise? No, just calling.
Okay, I'm on board.
45.
I got enough for you to snap me off.
So eights versus fives, and here come the first three. It is a king, queen, 10.
Not the type of flop texture that's likely to generate very much action between pocket pairs under the board.
Turn card is 7 of spades.
Well, Negreanu is officially drawing dead here. The 5 of clubs was folded by David Peters. The 5 of spades will give Nick a flush. So unless he bluffs, Daniel cannot win this hand.
Check, check. 9 of diamonds. Both players in fear of the other. Let's see who will strike.
And it's possible that Daniel will bluff, but I think you'll probably check and just hope that Nick has an ace high.
Nick's checking again. Daniel, dude, no! He's going to kick himself, not betting once at least.
Damn it. Should have bluffed. I got fives.
Oh, no.
We had spades, too, anyway.
So the guy that was on the short stack, Nick, now coming back, and he's picking on Daniel Negreanu. Daniel's got to start feeling like, what the heck is going on? I thought you were out of here.
He was one card from being out of here, and now he's a permanent thorn in the side of Daniel Negreanu. Well, another pair for him here. That's 3 hands in a row that Daniel has had pocket pairs. So on a little miniature rush here, but he's losing the hands.
Makes it 44,000 to go, and Kush out, Dave Peters out. Sam Soverall now with queen 9. Sam from Palm Beach not going to play, and Nick Petrangelo. Can you believe this?
Nick with another pair himself.
Pair of queens.
How much you have, Chewy?
Well, yet again, Nick is going to assess the stack size of Daniel Negreanu, and he's going to almost certainly re-raise here as opposed to just call pre-flop. And he wants Daniel to come over the top and put his entire stack at risk. So again, they're at that 25 to 30 big blind mark. It's a type of stack size that you can get all the chips in pre-flop by going to the 4th raise. So I imagine Nick is going to re-raise here and make it big enough that Daniel can't realistically flat call him.
Yeah, a lot of players would just call and disguise the strength of their hand, but no, there's the raise. Goes to 131 total. Lucky Chewy gets out of the way. Daniel Negreanu has to be punchy. I mean, he is steaming like a cheap economy car at this point. And it's all because of Nick.
Daniel here is going to consider either folding or going all in. If he goes all in, sometimes he will get Nick to fold a hand that he's bluffing with, but we know that this time Nick would immediately call and put Daniel at risk. So I'm curious what he'll do.
It's kind of hard to believe.
He doesn't find it that credible that Nick is coming after him every hand.
I'm going to fold the best hand.
Well, he's going to fold it.
For sure.
Makes the right lay down.
No way you could have a bigger pair than me twice in a row. But
and he does, Daniel.
That's why it's hard to believe.
Yeah, because of the last hand, I had a pair, you had a bigger pair. And I got a pair again. And what are the odds that you get a pair again?
Really low on.
See?
What pair did you have?
Not a good one, but it was a pair. The worst one.
They're not lying.
Wow.
Yeah.
And Nick is upset.
Those are the ones you're supposed to go all in with.
Yeah.
When somebody re-raises.
I don't do stuff like that.
Oh, yeah, right.
I just don't.
Well, you thought about it briefly.
Nothing about calling. No, not
set mining.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, see a flop. Or not just set mining, see if an ace, king, queen, jack doesn't come and then go with it.
There you see a little contrast in generations there. Nick saying, oh, you get those small pairs, you're supposed to go all in pre-flop. Daniel saying, no, I don't do that kind of thing. And turns out this time Daniel was right.
Pretty amazing cards matching up against each other. But good drop on the last hand by Daniel. Now Ankush Montavia with an ace-jack.
What just happened there? I don't understand that at all. Ankush has
over 40 blinds. He's in middle position.
That is tighter than OJ's glove, let me tell you.
Yeah, that was
Cannot believe it.
strange. I wonder if he misread his hand or something. I'm so confused right now,
Very
Vince.
strange, but now we got a raise there by Nick with queen deuce. And Bill Klein.
Get out of here. What is going on at this table, Vince? Did Bill look at his cards earlier and give away some ridiculous tell, or is Ankush just psychic?
Yeah, you're right.
So what are the odds? Guy gets a pair, another guy gets a bigger pair. Very next hand, same guy gets a pair, same guy gets a bigger pair.
No one's gonna believe me this hand if you keep talking about it.
Yeah, I don't believe it. I'm all in. I don't believe it this time.
Bill Klein gonna push all in with the aces.
Thanks for saying that.
Yeah, you can't get three pairs in a row. Well, you don't have to have a pair to call though.
You just realized that.
No, I can't call.
Apparently that's the funniest thing Daniel's ever heard.
Bill Klein, the philanthropist, non-professional player, gonna take down that pot.
Thanks for talking about the odds. I'm thinking, oh, you know,
you can't have it 3 hands in a row.
3 hands in a row. Let's see what he's got.
You can't suck out and then have 3 pairs in a row.
What is the odds of me get a pair, he gets a pair,
the same
bigger pair, and then the very next hand, bigger pair? What do you think it is?
2 to 1.
No, it's way more, bro. I'm telling you. It's in the billions or something, right? You know, numbers.
I don't think that's the kind of math stuff that's that relevant.
I know, but it's fun. It's just fun. It's one of those things for people at home, you know? What are the odds of that? If someone figure that out, tell me later.
Welcome back to the sleepy little town of Las Vegas, Nevada. We're at the WPT Alpha 8 Bellagio, where 14 players are competing for a major prize pool.
And one of those players is poker's most entertaining and talkative. It's Daniel Negreanu on the table, who unfortunately has not had things go his way lately.
Yeah, he's been taking some hits. Kid poker, they call him. He is one of the greats. The blinds are 10 and 20 at this point with a $2,000 ante. Let's go to the felt. Quick fold by Ankush. David Peters also out. Now Sam Soverall with a Jack-10 here, Tony, is going to raise to $45,000. And now Andrew Lucky Chewy has a pretty decent King-10 of hearts.
Close decision for Chewy here. He's got 21 blinds. He's on the button. He's got a suited Broadway hand that plays well post-flop. Not sure if he'll just call or go all in.
He's the champ from last year. He will make this call. Bill Klein now, philanthropist from Orange County.
Bill with a decision to make here himself, also sitting around 22, 23 blinds. He could call, he could fold, he could go all in. They're all pretty reasonable options.
45.
And he will speculate with his ace-3 of diamonds, and now puts Negreanu in a place where he's got a call with the Dolly Parton hand, 9 to 5.
Yeah, all 4 players under 30 blinds in this hand, so we could really see chips fly if someone connects, and there you see everyone connects. Bill with bottom pair, Daniel with top pair and a flush draw, and Andrew with 2 overcards and a flush draw, actually the favorite in this hand.
Amazing. And Negreanu now, with his top pair and flush draw, it will make a bet of $65,000.
I like this lead from Daniel here. His hand has an awful lot of equity on this flop. He's also pretty short stacked, so it's relatively easy for him to get his entire stack in the middle here and feel good about it, and I think that's what we're about to see against Andrew.
Good luck, my friend.
Well, Lucky Chewy's gonna go all in.
Not drawing dead. I'm definitely not drawing dead.
Me either.
Yeah? Oh, I need no heart then. Okay.
He's pushed it with the 4 flush, and Daniel quickly calling.
So there's a lot of hearts already there. We don't need any more.
We could use just 1 more.
We don't want any higher cards because he's got a couple of those.
It's one of those strange situations where Daniel is in the lead, but Chewy is the favorite. And both of these guys need to win this hand if they want any chance at going deep in this tournament.
And the turn card, it's a 7, so Daniel's still out in front.
Some additional outs for Andrew here. He can now make a straight with an 8, but no, the 5 of clubs on the river. One of the safe cards that Daniel was looking for. He scores a big elimination against last season's champion and becomes the chip leader at this table.
It looked like one of those situations.
Yep, Chewy wasn't lucky. He's out of here, going over to talk to Lynn Gilmartin.
No, Chewy. No back-to-back?
No, not this year.
No. So you missed a flush, is that what happened?
Yeah, that's part of what happened.
Part of what happened? Ugh. You were kind of up and down there on that feature table, weren't you?
Yeah, I was doing well for a while, and then, you know, big pot, lost. What can you do?
Yeah, it's all part of the game.
True.
All right, what's going through your head? You feeling okay about it?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I don't have any regrets. I could have played it differently, and so it goes.
Yeah. Is there anyone on that table you think has really brought their A game and has a good chance?
I think everyone's playing really well. It's a tough table, it's a tough tournament.
It sure is.
Yeah.
And you won it. We're going to have a new champ now. We're down to 13 players. Thank you so much, Chewy.
Yeah.
All right, we have 6 at this table, 13 total.
You're going to know.
It's very funny to me, Vince, that Lynn treats other people's eliminations like they found out they just got cancer, and most of the players that have been eliminated are just serene about it. They're like, yeah, I lost a poker tournament, what are you gonna do? And it's like, are you gonna be okay?
Yeah, because Lynn is so sensitive. She really is. She feels the pain, and she's feeling more pain than them, it seems like. And we are going back to the felt. David Peters with a 9-7 of spades, going to raise it up to 45,000 to go. Sam out and Nick Petrangelo not going to play. Now it's on to Bill Klein.
Bill only has 23 blinds, so if he's going to play this hand, I'd rather see him go all-in pre-flop than flat call here. But it looks like he is sizing up calling chips.
He is calling. Daniel gets out of the way. Ankush gonna stick around with ace-4. Got some money in there, so we are going to the flop. Flop is a 7-6-5.
Yeah, Ankush picks up a straight draw. David with top pair, gut shot straight draw.
Turn card is a 9, so now 2 pair for Dave Peters, but straight possibilities out there. Are they all in fear? Yes, they are. They're all checking, going to the river. Jack, that gives Bill Klein a little piece of that, of course, Jacks.
Yeah, I think after checking the previous 2 streets, David's about to fire out a bet here, and that Jack might entice Bill Klein to pay him off.
Get your money back. No, I don't feel bad.
Nah, I don't feel bad anyway.
Yep, 2 pair. He's betting 76,000.
I would have done the same thing with your hand.
Yeah, I think so.
Right?
I think you have to, yeah. It never feels good though.
Ship it and pray.
Yeah.
Don't do it, Bill. Save the money. Nope, he's gonna call, pay him off. Ankush goes out. They show the hand.
Yeah, and there you see the problem with just flat calling the king-jack pre-flop. Even when you make your hand, you're still vulnerable to getting beaten in the hand. But for this time, David Peters drags a nice pot. Bill Klein becomes our short stack on the table.
Yeah, we got 6 at this table, 13 total. We'll come back with more WPT Alpha 8 in just a moment. Here from Bellagio.
Last time, we lost our defending champion, Lucky Chewy, Andrew Lichtenberger. Here on the outer table, Fedor Holtz is our overall massive chip leader. All the chips just keep swinging his way. It's pretty crazy. Over here on the feature table, Daniel Negreanu, he's doing his usual thing, chatting to all the players, being very entertaining, and of course, making some really great decisions. This is an excellent game, but could you expect anything less here at WPT Alpha 8?
You are so right, Lynn.
Yeah, 1.58 million up top for the winner, or as these guys call it, money to throw in the pile.
That is right. Total prize pool of 4.4. We have 13 players left. 6 at this table.
What's that?
Let's go down to it. Sam Soverall.
I like the Northeast.
Very tough young professional player. Picks up ace-4. Doesn't like it.
Florida, but
Petrangelo also going out now. Bill Klein. The philanthropist, non-professional, not going to play. The great Daniel Negreanu, next up.
Yeah, Daniel on the button here with a 7-6 offsuit, so he's going to raise into the blind of David Peters.
Ankush right next to him with a queen-jack. Daniel with a nothing hand, but when everyone folds in front of you, it's nice to raise. He's going to get the queen-jack out, and Peters now with king-5 of clubs.
David not likely to go away in the big blind with the suited king, so he will make the call and we'll go to this flop heads up.
Daniel versus David, and look at this flop. King 8-5, 2 pair there for Peters, and an open-ended straight draw for Negreanu.
Yeah, this is a real action flop here. Daniel will make the straight with the 4 or a 9, and I would expect him to fire the whole way down on most runouts and try and bluff David off his hand. We know that not likely to happen.
Big hand for Peters, flopping 2 pair. He's been bet into. Do you raise right now or just call?
You can take either route here, Vince, but because the flop is so uncoordinated, it's hard to represent many bluffs if you check raise the flop.
He calls, but Negreanu can't catch the straight there. Deuce of diamonds.
I like the just call from David. I expect Daniel to bet this turn. Ooh, and I'm surprised to see him check behind there.
He's kind of giving up, but he catches the straight.
Drills it on the river here with the 9. Daniel holding the nuts with the 9 high straight, but David not likely to realize that his opponent is that strong after he checked behind on the turn.
That's right. David with kings and 5s. Gotta like his hand at this point, and he's coming out with a bet. Yep, it looks like 115,000. Now, if you're Daniel Negreanu and you just spike the nuts and you see the guy betting in front of you, it's why you play poker.
Yeah.
It's the most exciting thing in the world.
He's definitely going to raise. The question is, how much does he make it in order to get a call from David Peters?
Total of 265, so not that much more. An additional 150.
150 more?
Doesn't want to chase away his opponent, but we know that's highly unlikely, of course.
I think David just said a word.
He's going, did this guy catch something on me? Yes, he makes the call. Daniel's going to show it. And look at this. I'm stunned because Daniel Negreanu is not saying anything at this
David
point.
just said another word. It's like Freaky Friday in here where they switched personalities or something. What happened to the Daniel Negreanu we know and love?
He's like quieter than a monk in solitary confinement. This just doesn't make sense.
Why is he so quiet? I don't understand.
Because
he
can't believe.
Is Daniel okay?
He can't believe he's sucked out.
I mean, you're just waiting for him to rip the kid. Yeah, and then he joins him on the car ride at the end.
Here he goes. He's warming up again.
No, I'm rooting for them with his Vegas team. We're going to get that coming.
It's going to be a couple of years down the road.
Action back on Dave Peters.
I wouldn't be against that.
Well, we need to fix it. There's 16 teams in these 14.
Bunch of folds, and now Nick Petrangelo,
If you're an owner, you have 50% chance of playoffs in one.
who has a nice 8-7 of spades. Very seductive hand. He likes it. Gonna raise.
Right?
Ooh, I like that description. And seductive hand. I'm going to use that one with the ladies. I got some seductive hands over here.
It is, though. It's a very seductive hand. You gotta love that. But anyway, a couple folds behind it. But Ankush has picked up ace-7. He'll make this call.
Yeah, Ankush not going to go away from the big blind. And on this Queen 10-8 rainbow flop, it is Nick who has sucked out on Ankush. Neither player wants to make a bet on such a coordinated texture.
Yeah, they check. Turn card is an ace of spades. What an interesting card that is.
Yeah, very interesting card because Nick picks up a flush draw to go along with his bottom pair, but Ankush makes top pair. And now, after checking, Nick is going to fire out a bet of 65,000 here.
Why wouldn't he? 65, and Ankush thinks for a moment and quickly calls.
Yeah, Ankush, of course, not going anywhere with his top pair. So Nick going to the river looking for a spade or an 8.
And the card is an 8. Oh, man.
And that is really the card that Nick wanted to see here. It's going to be harder to get paid off if he makes a flush, but that 8 now gives Ankush 2 pair, aces and 8s with a queen.
Ankush, known as a heads-up specialist, wisely checks. And of course, Nick is going to make a bet here.
218,000.
Hitting 3 of a kind, and he is 218,000 back on Ankush.
He fires out nearly full pot here, and the sizing of that bet just might allow Ankush to get away.
Well, this would be nice, solid laydown if he can do it, and yes, he does. Very nicely played. He gets away from the hand.
Thanks.
And Nick Petrangelo will pick up that pot. Nicely done by Ankush. We're coming back with more WPT Alpha 8 in just a moment to watch the greats play. Stay with us.
Welcome back to WPT Alpha 8 Las Vegas. Let's take a look at what's been going on with the rest of the field over at the outer tables.
German pro Dominic Nietzsche got it all in against German-born Fedor Holz. His ace-10 no match versus Fedor's turned set of nines, sending Dominic home $200,000 lighter.
Not quite.
All the chips just keep going Fedor's way. What is going on with his game?
He's playing really well, and he's also catching a few cards. So if,
It helps.
yeah, if that's what you're doing, then obviously you'll end up doing pretty well. And I'm happy for Fedor. He's a good friend of mine, so glad to see him doing well in this one, yeah.
That's good. The chips went the way you wanted them to go at least.
No, not quite, but...
Well, the second best way.
While pocket nines was a winning hand for Fedor Holz, it was a loser for Tom Marchesi. All his chips went to the only woman in the field, Texas CEO Kathy Laney, knocking out the pro. We have two stellar tables in play as we get ever the closer to the final Alpha 8.
Well, thank you, Lynn. We are down to 11 players here at WPT Alpha 8, 6 at our table. Our table, Daniel Negreanu is the chip leader with close to 1.3 million in chips.
Yeah, but it's a fraction of what Fedor Holz has on our outer table. He's over there building the Great Wall of China out of Bellagio chips.
Yeah, pretty amazing. All right, the antes are 3,000, blinds are 12 and 24 at this point. Let's go to the felt.
I don't get out of line like that, either one of those, what those guys are doing.
Couple folds. Now Bill Klein doesn't like it. On to the great Daniel Negreanu, who has picked up a pair of aces. What a time to get him.
He's on the button here. Gonna raise into the big blind of David Peters.
Makes it 54,000 to go. Ankush out. Now David Peters with just a 6-7. Will he get stubborn? Will he speculate?
I think he'll probably defend his blind here. Guys don't really like folding their blinds if they have anything playable, facing those small raises, so he'll come along for 30,000 more.
Worth the investment, hoping to get lucky. Let's look at the flop. It's a queen 5-5, doesn't help Peters. He checks.
And not really an action flop here. I would expect David to just fold after Daniel's bet.
Negreanu betting 65, continuation bet, hoping to get a call. Dave has to escape.
Hi.
Oh, Daniel can't believe it. He'd like more of those aces.
Had kings up there.
Yeah, I figured that's what you had when you called. So I told him that in the bathroom. He must have kings up.
What?
When D-Negs had the nut straight. It was the nuts, right?
Yeah. That's how I play, man.
Stone colds.
Okay, on to the next hand. Nick Petrangelo, quick fold by him.
It's way easier to play when you have the nuts.
Bill Klein, he'll also
Learned
mock.
that the hard way. Past 20 years. Man, when you have the nuts, what are they going to do to you? What can you do to me? Fold? Oh, well.
Daniel out as well.
It's true. When you just have air biscuits, it's really stressful.
You scratch your head? I like to make it easy. Have the nuts, man.
And Kush Mondavia with a pair of threes. He likes it with the buttons.
So
Got to raise to
It's
48,000.
fun, too. I don't mind. No, a lot of people think that's not fun. I think it's fun.
Do you eat peanut butter?
No.
Vegan? You eat almond butter?
Yeah. I don't do peanuts. You know, peanuts is like not a nut, right?
Yeah, I know. It's a legume.
It's a legume.
But these things, these prepackaged like almond butters are really good.
Yeah? I do that.
Now David Peters getting out of the way. Sam Silverall likes his king 3.
Yeah, Sam not likely to fold a suited king in the big blind here to a min raise, so he'll make the call and we'll go to the flop heads up.
Flop is a 9-9-7. Not good for Sam. Ankush with the continuation bet of 60,000. Sam goes out.
Well, Ankush there raised a pair of threes, but that 9-9-7 flop did not inspire much action. Ankush takes it down with a bet.
Have you ever had sunflower butter?
No, I've had sunflower seeds. Like the kind that, like...
It's the same, they just do it with sunflower seeds. It's amazing. I love it. It's my favorite of all the nut butters. They have cashew butter also.
Now look at these guys. They're talking food out here, Tony.
You can eat like way too much of this stuff though, and it's so easy.
Yeah, right?
Do you eat this kind of rabbit food? I'm just wondering, you're a fit guy.
Rabbit food?
Well, Nick Petrangelo biting into that nut butter, they say.
At least he didn't offer the rest of the table some of his nut butter.
All right, Bill Klein with a pair of fives. He's going to push all in with this. Daniel quickly folding.
Ooh, but Ankush right behind him wakes up with ace-king.
Big hand.
All in.
And he goes over the top all in. Everybody else gets out of the way.
Don't have the monster. Okay. I'm alive.
Yeah, you got the best hand. You got him right where you want him.
And Bill Klein, the retired businessman, out in front with the 5s, hoping to hang on. Here comes the flop, and it's a good one for Bill. Queen 10-7.
Now, he's safe so far, but both the other 5s in the deck were dealt out pre-flop and folded, and now he's got a lot of dodging to do. Oh, and it's a jack on the river. Ankush makes the ace-high straight. Scores the elimination of the philanthropist, Bill Klein.
Good luck, boys. Enjoy the day.
Take care.
Oh, man, it happened so fast. Bill gets up, plays second at the 2015 World Series of Poker 1-drop. Quite a player. Big philanthropist. We hate to see him say goodnight here at Bellagio. Let's see what he has to say to Lynn Gilmartin.
Always a fun event. Glad to be here. Could have done a little bit better.
$200,000 is going to charity.
That's right.
Pretty outstanding.
Yeah, they'll be excited. I wish it was somebody else's money I was giving them instead of my own. We'll see.
Yes.
Maybe next time.
Well, thank you so much,
All right,
Bill.
thanks.
Pleasure
Be
to
good.
see you.
All right.
Bye.
Well, good guy, poker savant Bill Klein has to say goodnight. And with that, we are down to 10 players at WPT Alpha 8. We are coming back with more action in just a moment. Stay with us. Welcome back to Las Vegas at Bellagio for the WPT Alpha 8. We have 10 total players remaining in the event. 5 at this table, 5 at another table.
And all 5 of these guys are top professionals. So a very tough lineup here at our feature table. David Peters first to act with an 8-6 suited. Gonna raise it up to 55,000.
Yeah, these are the high rollers of the World Poker Tour. It's Alpha 8. The Annie's a 3,000, blinds 12 and 24. We got a raise, and now it's on Nick Petrangelo, who has an attractive Queen 10 of diamonds.
Some would say seductive.
Some would say. Oh, I have said that. He's called it. And Ankush Mandavia, he'll stumble around with an 8-5, hoping to get lucky.
Well, something for everyone on this 8-3 deuce flop. Nick with a couple of backdoor draws, but it is David and Ankush with top pair.
And Dave Peters will come out and bet this 70,000. Nick is gonna splash around, float with a Queen 10, makes the call.
That's right. One of the reasons that Nick calls here is he believes that David would follow through very frequently on this uncoordinated texture, and he believes that he can take down the pot on later streets if David checks, but instead, he actually has top pair. But Nick finds one of the best cards on the deck for his hand here with the 9 of diamonds on the turn. So now a jack, a diamond, a queen, or a 10 would all deliver this pot to Nick.
They all check. And look at this, 7 of diamonds on the river. Nick has hit the flush.
So this float has worked out perfectly for Nick Petrangelo, who will have an opportunity to bet his hand for value.
Ankush checks. David checks, yeah. And now, Mr. Lucky Nick catching the flush. Now you want the payoff. How much can he extract from these victims? It looks like 295 total.
Pretty large bet from Nick here. 3/4 pot bet with his queen high flush. Ankush the first to think this one over.
Yeah, he's 29 years old, out of Detroit, Michigan. Used to be in real estate, and now he's going to fold the hand, rightly so.
Back to David Peters.
With just 8s.
Now, what David is thinking about here is if Nick had a big pair pre-flop, he would re-raise me. If he had something like 9-8 suited, he would probably bet the turn. Could he have been floating with something like Queen 10 or Queen Jack of hearts or spades, and now is bluffing at this river? As we know, Nick was floating, but he actually has the diamonds that got there on the river.
Ah, that hurt me. You hear those knuckles crack?
Oh, yeah.
Doesn't say anything at the table, but he cracks his knuckles louder than anything.
Yeah, they heard that at the outer table. And this is one of those tough situations where if David believes that Nick could have something like Queen 10 of spades or hearts,
he's going to make this call. He is going to pay off Petrangelo, and he's disgusted with himself.
Yeah, and that was a big portion of David Peters' stack there that we saw slide over to Nick Petrangelo.
Nick, first Alpha 8 appearance. Graduated from Skidmore College. He played hockey, played golf. What a poker player. Takes down that pot. There's pain at this table.
Action with Daniel here. He will fold now to Ankush. He's going to raise up ace-4 suited to 55,000. Right behind him, David Peters, now our short stack on the table, going all in with ace-5 suited.
He has pushed the button, and now Sam behind him has ace-king suited up.
Come on.
And he goes all in.
And look at this, Vince. All 4 aces in the deck were dealt out pre-flop. Sam Soverel in a great position to eliminate the short stack David Peters.
And Nick out, Ankush out, so they flip up the cards.
So David in very bad shape here. Needs to improve to stay alive in this tournament.
Yep. Let's see if he gets lucky on this flop. Yes, he does, as a Jack 6-5 hits.
Yeah, it's all the luck at once. Pair and the nut flush draw.
Going to the turn, it's a queen of hearts. It's over, Tony.
Yeah, that's it. David Peters makes the nut flush on the turn. Sam Soverel gets sucked out and will now be crippled going forward in this tournament. Now, Sam didn't just lose that hand, he also lost a lot of hair. We first met him at WPT Jacksonville, sporting a very different look, as you see there. The backstory is that at one point during college, he had lost a bet and had his head shaved by his roommate, and then he just got lazy and let it grow out forever. Everyone kept telling him to donate it, and he said, okay, sure. And he donated it to Locks of Love a few months later, around the time that it reached his ass.
Tony, I gotta tell you something. I smoked something with him back in the 70s, I guarantee you. All right, having fun here.
Where's my invite?
You weren't born yet. But he looks good there. I can't tell which way he looks better. I don't know.
He looks like something out of Game of Thrones in that one.
But he doesn't have many chips left. Dave Peters looking good right there. We're down to 10 players at the WPT Alpha 8. We are coming back with more exciting action from Bellagio in just a moment. Welcome back to Las Vegas and the WPT Alpha 8. 10 players remain in this exciting event where the superstars roam.
And we just saw David Peters score a crucial double up against Sam Soverel by sucking out with ace-5 suited against ace-king suited. Sam Soverel, now our clear short stack, holding on to about 2 big blinds. We'll see if he can perform a miraculous run up here or will face a quick elimination.
I'm Vince Van Patten alongside Tony Dunst. Winner's going to take home close to $1.6 million for the first place prize. Second place over $1 million as well.
2 guys coming out here with 7 figures to their name. Let's go down to the felt and find out which 2 of them it will be.
We got 5 players at this table, 5 on the outer table. Couple folds, and now Sam Soverel.
Scratch and win tickets.
Who has no chips left. Hoping against hope he has a hand to stick around.
Ranu twisting the knife a little bit, laughing at him as he stares down at his cards and goes all in for his last 2 blinds with ace-deuce suited.
Nick goes out, but
I have real garbage, but I can't fold.
No, you can afford to call this.
Oh, I'm okay.
Yep.
Any 10, any 6. Right?
Yeah.
What are you gonna do?
Daniel receiving enormous odds to make the call pre-flop here. He will be making that call with any 2 cards and has 2 live cards against Sam Soverel's ace-deuce.
Can Daniel Negreanu knock out Sam? Let's take a look at the first 3. Well, it's a 9-7-5. That's okay there for Daniel.
Picks up a straight draw. More outs. No! Deuce on the river is a safe card for Sam Soverel. He'll score the first of many needed double-ups.
Wow, they dealt that very quick. Daniel stunned how quick that happened. He thought he was going to suck out and knock Sam out, but Sam's going to stick around.
I wish somebody else would have called. I hate doubling people up. It's not fun. Burning money.
Yeah, it's not fun.
No, it's like no choice.
You could have folded.
How?
Save 25,000.
No, everyone get mad at me if I did that. They'd say, oh, do you guys have a piece of him, whatever.
You have a piece of him?
No. Right? People would start to wonder.
And he's still 3,000 blinds at 12 and 24. Action on Nick Petrangelo.
The short stacked Sam Soverall is our big blind here, so if the action folds around to David Peters in the small blind, I would expect him to go all in with any 2 cards, the reason being with the chips already in the middle from the blinds and antes, it will be profitable to go all in and force Sam to a decision for his entire stack. Sam will have to fold a lot of the hands that he wakes up with. We'll see what he wakes up with here.
Well, Dave has pushed with just 8-5.
40, 90, 110.
There you see David following through with a very weak hand. It looks a little strange, but this is actually a profitable play.
I think I was
Now, we haven't seen Sam's hand yet. And we look down at a Queen 5 of spades.
This is a close one for Sam, but I would expect him to make the call with a suited queen.
Of course, you just never know, but he's gonna do it.
And he's going to be in great shape here. David really just hoping to have 2 live cards against Sam. Instead, he is in a dominated position, and Sam in good shape to double up to a stack that he could actually play some poker with.
So good things starting to happen for Sam. Let's see if it continues. Yes, it does. King, King 6 on the flop. That's good for Sam out in front.
Safe so far.
Going to the turn, Jack. Another safe card. Can it be that Sam Soverall can double up? Yes, he does it as a 5 of diamonds hits the river.
Yeah, both players make a pair, but the queen of Sam Soverall plays for a kicker, and he scores the much-needed double up.
Never say die.
Now we're back.
2 more double ups on the average.
So 5 players battling it out here at this table. But right now on the outside table, some exciting action happening. A big pot brewing. Let's take a look.
Before we got to the table, Sean Winter raised to 55,000 on the button, and Paul Volpe moved all in with ace-deuce suited pre-flop. He's going to be at risk after being called by the ace-queen of Sean Winter. No help on the flop here. It's 8-6-3. Volpe out of his seat. 9 on the turn and an 8 on the river. That will eliminate Paul Volpe in 10th place.
Yeah, the superstar's flaming out here as he goes over to talk to Lynn.
It's never fun busting out of an event like this.
It's true.
It's gotta hurt, huh?
Yeah, you know, play them a lot, try and win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You were kind of short stacked for a little while. You couldn't get much going, right?
No, Fedor's winning all the chips over there, so.
He is. It's gotta be frustrating.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're building that mountain in front of you that can't be fun to look at.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
See ya.
Bye, guys.
Well, there goes another body about to be buried in the desert here in Las Vegas. That is Paul Volpe, one of poker greats.
And strangely enough, Paul finished in 10th place in this tournament last year, so a very familiar feeling.
With the elimination of Paul Volpe, we are now down to just 9 players here at WPT Alpha 8 Las Vegas. So all of the players are now getting up, doing a complete redraw and combining onto one unofficial final table of 9. So join us next time when we will see all of our remaining players up there on that same feature table, just 2 spots away from the money. For Tony Dunst and Vince Van Patten, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. Good night. Previously on WPT Alpha 8, we said goodbye to reigning A8 Las Vegas champ Andrew Lucky Chewy Lichtenberger, philanthropist Bill Klein, and formidable pro Paul Volpe. With their elimination, we are at 9 players, all seated at one unofficial final table. The first hand has already begun, so let's get right to the call of the game with Vince Van Patten and Tony Dunst.
Well, thank you, Lynn. It's great to be here at Bellagio. What exciting action we're seeing. We got a couple folds right now, and Sam Soverall on the short stack has king-queen.
Come on.
And we saw Sam get crippled in a hand against David Peters that knocked him down to 2 blinds. He ran that back up to around 15 blinds, now going all in, trying to take it down pre-flop.
And now Kathy.
Call.
Oh, wow. She's got a pair of aces, and of course she calls.
Yeah, disaster for Sam here. Kathy now a big favorite to score the first elimination of our final table.
The 24-year-old Sam in trouble at this point. Let's see if he gets lucky on the flop. Here come the first 3. Well, the flop's at ace, king, queen, 3 of a kind for Kathy.
Yeah, ironically for Sam, he does flop 2 pair here, but he needs a running jack-10 for a split. Otherwise, he's out of here.
Yep. And it's a 5 on the turn. Sam has to say goodbye. He walks away. Oh, a lot of pain here at Bellagio. And just like that, with the elimination of Sam Soverall by Kathy Laney, the only woman in the field, we are down to the Alpha 8.
That's right, Vince. Houston Oil CEO Kathy Laney is a smart and talented recreational player. She earned a strong second-place finish at St. Kitts last season, playing heads-up against Jason Mercier and winning $400,000 in the process. She's definitely proven her grit at these super high rollers.
This is WPT Alpha 8.
Being down to the Alpha 8 also means we are on the money bubble. 7 of our remaining 8 players will be very handsomely paid from the almost $4.5 million prize pool. 1 will go home with nada, zilch, zip and pip, nothing, Tony. Now, how is this going to affect the game moving forward?
Well, anytime you're on the money bubble in a tournament, things tend to slow down, get a little more conservative. Nobody wants to be the next one out, so I imagine things are going to get a little slow for the time being.
Gotta love it. All right, this field is definitely weighted towards the pros, especially one in particular, 22-year-old Austrian pro, Fedor Holz. Earlier in the tournament, he busted out, but he bought back in, making great use of his second bullet. That means he's in for this tournament for $200,000. How unstoppable is he with this lead, Tony?
Well, Fedor is way out in front, but I would never call anybody in a poker tournament unstoppable because anything can happen in these things. So right now, Fedor out in front, David Peters, the quote-unquote short stack, and everybody else is kind of congregated in the middle. But because David still has nearly 30 blinds, I wouldn't expect anything to happen too quickly.
All right, we are down to 8 players. Superstar players going after the big bucks here tonight. And look at this, Daniel Negreanu with a pair of queens, just like that. It's been folded around to him. He's got this quality hand. Let's see how he plays it. 55,000 to go.
Now he's just hoping to get action. Nick folds king 6 right behind him. Kathy, she's out with a queen 8.
Pair. Queens.
No.
He's going to win the pot with queens, but he wanted more.
You don't believe me? Why would I lie about it?
Prove it.
I can prove it. But you really don't believe me?
Nick wants a free show here.
Like, based on the read you get of me, do you think I don't have queens?
I don't do that. I don't try.
I have queens.
We know.
I can show them to you. It makes you feel better.
Don't do it, Daniel.
You really didn't, but you didn't believe me?
That's all I was asking for.
But you didn't believe me?
Yeah, I just needed to make sure.
I was being nice.
That's nice.
Next time, maybe you'll believe me?
I had King Jack.
And Nick is the one lying here. I'm not sure why he's fibbing about having King Jack offsuit, but in reality he had a King 6.
What happened? I get
Either way, he got the free show he wanted.
Had a twinkle in your eye.
I did?
Yeah.
That's what happens when you get queens.
Well, back in the day, Daniel probably wouldn't show his strong hands, but now he's so rich, so popular that he gets to show everything.
Got that too much money syndrome going on.
All right, there's the real chip leader with 4.5 million. Quick fold by him. And it's around to Daniel, who has a pair of 6s this time.
Back-to-back pairs.
Yeah. Nick going out.
Kathy Laney with a pair of her own on the button here. She's going to make the call with pocket 5s.
And now,
Sean Winter in the big blind with an ace 4.
He's got some money in there already. Yes, he is going to splash. So 6s, 5s versus ace 4. And the flop is at 8, 6, 4, 3 of a kind for Negreanu.
Negreanu flops a set. Let's see how he wants to play this. He's going to check it. All right. Figures that neither player is likely to have connected on this uncoordinated texture. Wants to give them one more card. Instead, Kathy is going to bet here with her pair and straight draw.
Yeah, Sean gets out of the way, and Daniel's just going to keep playing this slow, trying to rope her in with the call. 9 of spades on the turn. Daniel's gonna check again.
Like to see Kathy check behind here. I don't think Daniel is calling with many worse hands on the flop, but it looks like she's going to get herself in some trouble and make another bet. 150,000 from Kathy Laney. So will Daniel continue to slow play, or is he going to let her know that she's in trouble?
Oh, an okie dokie call. He wants it all. Going to the river. Will it pay off for Daniel? He hits it 8, full boat.
And that is a great card for Daniel to check.
Check.
Let's see him.
Kathy does not take the bait there, but Daniel checking in hopes that Kathy had an 8 and would make a value bet, and then he could check raise her and get maximum money.
Wow.
Yeah. You have a pair that time? You don't have to tell me, it's fine. Just kidding. I didn't do this. It's not.
I had queens.
It really crossed my mind that, like, how can I have a pair and he has a bigger pair and next hand the same thing happens?
I swear I had queens.
I believe you. Didn't seem like a spot you'd want to bluff.
No.
But I thought, you know, you could have ace queen, ace king easily.
It's also true.
More likely.
Well, a little earlier, Lynn Gilmartin got to talk to Daniel Negreanu. Let's see what he had to say.
Now, how much has the game changed since you were 17?
So the game has changed a lot, but at the same time, it hasn't changed at all, really. I mean, the bet sizing is different. What I was doing 15 years ago, now everyone's doing in terms of lower bet sizing. You know, there was a phase where people were doing a lot of re-raising. They've stopped, they've learned that's not so good. So typically what ends up happening is it comes back to this sort of norm of you know, the best players are playing a very similar strategy to the one that I play. There's always, like, exceptions to that rule, where there's some that play more aggressive in spots and bluff more than I would. But ultimately, I think if you ask a lot of the high roller German players and you look at the style of play that makes them successful in these alpha 8s and stuff, it's based on fundamentals that are very similar to the ones that I believe are optimal.
And as you see, Daniel never misses an opportunity to describe himself as the best player in the world.
Well, he is the winningest poker player of all time. He has made over $31 million in poker. I guess he has some bragging rights.
Scoreboard.
And once again, he picks up a big pair of queens.
Hell of a rush here for Daniel. And right behind him, Nick Petrangelo has ace-9 suited. Will he get himself in some trouble?
1.7? No.
Nope. He'll let it go.
Within 3 hands, queens, queens, and 6s. Amazing. Can he get action with this?
How many pairs in a row can you get? I'm gonna get 4, watch it. Another one, queens. This is how I play, I've been doing it for 20 years. I just catch cards. I swear, I'm really good at it.
Daniel.
Maybe the greatest.
Beating these guys up here tonight.
It's amazing how many times I get really good cards, isn't it?
We're coming back with more Alpha 8 in just a moment. Stay with us. Welcome back to Las Vegas. We are at the WPT Alpha 8. We are down to 8 players competing for the first place prize of close to $1.6 million.
I know what I'd do with that money, Vince.
What's that, Tony?
I'd buy an island.
Now you're Marlon Brando or something? Do you know who Marlon Brando is, by the way?
Of course I know who Marlon Brando is. Come on, Vince. I'll make you an offer you can't refuse.
All right. Oh, boy.
And then I'll start screaming for Stella.
There you go.
57's a bet.
He has an island, by the way. He used to.
Had him.
Thank you. All right, moving on. Let's see some poker here.
Yep. Ankush raised up a king 10 of clubs. He got a call from Daniel Negreanu in the big blind holding pocket 3s, and Ankush here connects by flopping top pair.
That's all you got to do. Makes the game easy. Checked by Daniel Ankush with the continuation bet of $65,000. Daniel's going to stick around.
Yeah, no surprise that Daniel called here. Pretty uncoordinated board. Not bad for his pocket 3s.
9 on the turn, doesn't change much. And what is Daniel thinking? Look at this. He's going to try to lead out and take this pot away.
This is a strange bet from Daniel. I think he believes Ankush might have a pair of overcards.
He just found out. Probably doesn't. But he could. Down to the river we go. 6 of diamonds. Now there's 3 diamonds out there. Will Daniels continue the fluff and puff show, or will he slow down?
Not a very good card for Daniel to bluff here. It completes the flush draw on the flop, pairs the board. Means it's unlikely that Ankush would fold to a river bet if he has some strong showdown value, as he does here with a 10. So Daniel checks over to Ankush, and now Ankush questioning whether he should make a value bet.
No, he's going to play it safe with a check.
2 pair.
Me too.
I'm dead. You got it. Nice hand.
Good slow down, Daniel.
I was pretending. Yeah, I like to pretend sometimes.
Well, we kept making the pair bet.
I know, I'm crushing pairs. Just didn't catch that one.
And Kush, highly respected player.
I was pretending. You do that sometimes. Pretend you got that, you don't?
Blinds are going up to 15 and 30 with a $4,000 ante. Our chip leader at this point, Fedor Holtz, he's got 4.5 million in chips.
Here's a hypothetical for you, Vince. How much would Daniel be talking if he had Fedor stack in front of him?
Oh boy, even duct tape couldn't hold back his voice then. Fedor with a mountain of chips, but playing pretty tight at this point.
Yep, not in a rush to get involved. Meanwhile, Keith Tilston raises to 75,000 here with Jack-8 offsuit. Into the big blind of Kathy Laney, who has Ace-10 offsuit, so she'll make the call. Can't say that I'm very familiar with Keith. This is the first time I've seen him play poker. Haven't run into him on the tour. Don't really know very much about him. Not sure where he came up with $100,000 to gamble against the best in the world, but so far, making a run of it.
Well, a flop of 6-6-9. Kathy checks.
It's actually not a bad flop for Kathy's hand. It's a pretty uncoordinated board. She has backdoor straight draw and a backdoor nut flush draw with the ace of diamonds in her hand, so let's see if she continued.
Keith is going to bet 85. Keith is a mystery man from Austin, Texas, an equities trader. And he would love to take this pot with Jack high at this point.
Kathy doesn't look very certain of what she's going to do here, and she folds. So a little bit of a tight fold from Kathy there, but it's not as though she had a ton on that board, and she'll relinquish the pot to Keith Tilston. As you said, Vince, our mystery man takes down that pot.
Kathy, the president, founder, and CEO of Suncoast Resources. She's out of Texas. Solid poker results from Kathy.
Well, our action back with Keith Tilston. Holding ace-king. Gonna raise it up.
Yeah, he's got a big hand. Makes it 75,000 to go. Dave Peters going out.
I bet.
Daniel here with a very playable Jack-9 of clubs. Does he want to call? Does he want to raise? He wants to call. Right behind him, Nick Petrangelo has King-10 suited.
And he calls as well. Kathy out and Kush with King-6 of hearts.
He's on the button here, wondering if maybe he could steal it pre-flop, but nope, just gonna go away. Fedor in the big blind holding ace-7 offsuit will come along as well, and we'll have a four-way pot going to the flop.
And the flop is a queen, queen, 5. Helps no one. 2 hearts out there. Fedor has checked. And now the man that made the original raise, Keith.
It's running hot. These queens running hot, right?
Last one to act is Nick.
Nick's in a good position to bluff here. The queen of diamonds does give him some backdoor draws. Let's see if he wants to take a stab at this.
Well, that's why you gotta love to be in good position. If everybody yields to you, have an opportunity of taking pots down when you didn't even realize it. He's taking his time. Will he pull the trigger? Yes, he's going to take a stab. 125 into the checkers. Fedor out.
Take your money.
Mystery man Keith out. Daniel say it, take it.
They're hot, the queens. Ooh-wee. They're coming together.
So a successful bluff for Nick Petrangelo, showing us the power of position.
Sneaky play here at Bellagio. 8 players remain at a total prize pool of $4.4 million. We're coming back for more for the WPT Alpha 8. Welcome back to Bellagio and WPT Alpha 8, where the high rollers compete and try to take home the big bucks in the poker world. We are down to 8 players, Tony.
That's right, and we are on our money bubble. So 8th place gets nothing, 7th place gets 176,000. So tensions are high right now at the table as we wait to see who will be the one man who goes home with nothing. Or woman.
Now look at this. Sean Winter from Jacksonville, Florida. Cash game player, has a huge hand. Ace, king of spades. He likes it. He'll move it up to 70,000 to go. Fedor out, and now Keith has a pair of 8s.
Keith is something of a mystery man for me at this table. I've never seen him on the tour. I've never done any commentary where he was playing before, but right now he's got pocket 8s on the button. He's going to make the call. And David Peters, right behind him, is our short stack with about 18, 19 blinds here, holding ace-jack. Very close situation for him.
He might think he's in front and shove at this point. It is possible, but no, ejects his hand. Wisely done.
Conservative fold. And you know what? I think that is the result of their being on the bubble. If this were a different stage of the tournament, those chips would be in the middle right now.
DeGrano in with queen jack, and the flop is a king 6-7. That's beautiful for Sean Winter. Kings with the ace kicker.
Backdoor nut flush draw to go along with it.
That's right, and he likes it. He will pop it out. 105. Now Keith knows with the 8s, Sean doesn't have to have a king here. He's still in front. Very callable bet, you would think, for the equities trader.
Actually a pretty good flop for Keith. He has a backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw, and he expects that Sean will follow through on this texture very frequently so that his 8s might still be in front.
That's right.
We know that's not the case, but a reasonable call here from Keith, and we go to the turn, which brings a 5 of clubs, and now gives Keith an open-ended straight draw.
But Winter's still out in front with kings with the ace kicker. What will he do with it?
Well, Sean isn't thrilled to see that 5 on the turn, as it does complete the 9-8 straight draw.
Well, he's going to check and give a free card, perhaps, to Keith. Will Keith bet at this? He might, but like you said, we're on the money bubble, so these guys are playing slower. He's going to check as well. River card. Keith does not get there. 6 pairs the board.
So a decision here for Sean. Does he want to bet for value, or does he want to check to try and entice his opponent to bluff, or make a value bet that he would call with the superior hand? Check from Sean.
Yep. Just doesn't want to gamble at this point.
And again, I think the bubble dynamic coming into play here. Sean minimizing his risk by checking this river over to Keith, who checks behind, and so Sean going to drag a nice pot here, but perhaps a little lighter than it should be.
Yeah, Sean Winter plays a lot of cash games down in Jacksonville, Florida. Plays some tournaments as well. He's 25 years old. It's his second Alpha 8 appearance. And he's made close to $2 million in live tournament earnings. Very impressive. And he says the favorite thing about playing the super high rollers is that it's more relaxed and it's a very comfortable atmosphere. And he looks comfortable. As he mucks this hand.
Action now with our chip leader, Fedor Holtz, the young German, residing in Austria.
And he's got that very seductive suited connector 9, 8 of clubs.
Raising it up to 70,000 here into the big blind of Kathy Laney. Kathy holding ace deuce. What will she do here?
Kathy Laney, president, founder, and CEO of Suncoast Resources. She lives in Texas. She loves poker. She's been very successful in poker. By the way, did you know that Kathy is the only woman to ever play an Alpha event? I think that's an interesting stat, considering how many great women players there are. All right, so Kathy ace deuce up against 9, 8 of clubs of Fedor, the chip leader. Flop is a jack, jack, deuce, so Kathy gets a little piece of that. She looks back at the cards. Mike Sexton hates that, of course, Tony. You know that.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of it either. Give your opponent an opportunity to read into your expressions, but here Kathy leads out with her 2 pair. Fedor goes away with his 9 high, and Kathy will drag that pot from the young pro.
But the thing is about looking back, you could be disguising it. You could be faking it. You know exactly what you have. You're looking like you think you don't know, and you want to take a look. So I am a fan of mixing it up. When you have it or you don't have it, I don't think it hurts you.
You like to send out the occasional fake tell just to keep everybody on their toes?
Absolutely.
Some would say you're balancing your check back range is the way my generation would phrase it.
What about you? You stay very stoic. You don't do any of that
I stay very
nonsense.
stoic at the table, especially if I'm in the hand. When I'm out of the hand, I'm happy to converse and have a little fun. I think that poker should still be recreation for those players who don't do it for a living. And I try and create that ambiance for them. But when I'm in a hand, I'm out to cut your throat.
And I played a lot of poker with you, and I've never seen you belittle a player that makes a bad move. You're very professional in that way, and I do respect that.
I save that for our television show, Vince.
That's right.
Now, Fedor here is in early position with King-9 offsuit, but he's going to take advantage of this bubble dynamic by opening up his hand here, anticipating that many of the other players will be reluctant to get involved with him, but Daniel Negreanu has a King-10 suited, so not going to let go of a suited Broadway, makes the call in position.
Kathy goes out, Ankush not playing. So here we go with the flop, and look at this. Queen, Jack 9, Daniel Negreanu flopping the nuts.
Absolute gin here for Daniel. Let's see if Fedor gets himself into any trouble. Nope, checks over to Daniel.
Daniel gonna make this bet.
I have the nuts.
Fedor immediately releases the hand.
You believe me, right? Yeah.
And Daniel once again expressing and showing the hands.
Great. It's a good hand. I so freaking hit cards, it's great. Isn't it nuts? King 10, boom, straight. And he had nothing. Too bad. Too bad you didn't have like 2 pairs or something.
Fedor just delighted. He's getting to see cards he doesn't have to pay for. We're coming back with more from WPT Alpha 8. Welcome back to WPT Alpha 8, where the Poker Brave battle for crazy money.
Yeah, that's right, Vince. We are on the bubble right now, and as you see, Fedor Holt's way out in front, and then a whole bunch of players kind of bunched into second place there. So one of the reasons you see a lot of conservative play right now is those players bunched in the middle want to see if our short stack, David Peters, will get eliminated before they have to put themselves at risk.
To the felt we go, a few folds around to Kathy. And she's got a very attractive king, queen of spades. Gotta like that. And she will raise to 70,000 to go. And Kush out. The Floridian goes away as well. And Fedor, our chip leader, not calling with ace-7.
Now with Keith Tilston in the big blind, holding King 3 suited. He's gonna make the call.
All right. So the former equities trader, Keith, up against the CEO businesswoman, Kathy, and the flop is an ace-ace-deuce.
Both players quickly check, and on the turn, Keith makes a ace-high flush.
How do you like that? Simply done. Keith can't believe it. Like a deer in headlights.
Keith hoping that Kathy has checked behind with an ace on the flop, makes a bet here.
5,000, but Kathy wants no part of that. She's got nothing. She's gonna fold. Wisely done.
So a small victory for Keith Tilston. Kathy Laney doesn't lose any chips unnecessarily.
Kathy Laney, at 23 years old, founded Suncoast, and is the largest woman-owned business in Texas. Makes billions in sales annually. And what that company does, it helps provide fuel to areas that were devastated by natural disasters. Blinds are still 15 and 30 at this point with a $4,000 ante. Whole bunch of folds around to our chip leader, Fedor Holtz.
Now, one interesting thing to consider here, Vince, is that while the bubble is going on, Fedor, by having such an enormous chip advantage, can actually profit by prolonging the bubble and gradually bleeding these players. But meanwhile, he has raised 70,000 into our short stack David Peters, who has woke up with ace-queen.
Good hand for Dave Peters.
Come on.
Oh, he's going to pull the trigger. Yes, he is. He goes all in. Fedor says, how much you got? I might have to call this.
And this is a real borderline scenario for Fedor. I would expect him to call ace-10 here and fold ace-8, but ace-9 is really the decision hand. So I'm curious what the young German/Austrian pro will do.
That's about 460 more. In addition, obviously, the Austrian can afford to make this call. He could be in a race situation. Little does he know, though, he's behind. He'd be a pretty solid dog at this point. But he has an opportunity to knock this guy out.
Fedor considering whether David might tighten up the range of hands that he would go all in with pre-flop. Gets away. Very nice fold by our chip leader, Fedor Holtz.
Like he could see through cards. Dave Peters doesn't get the max out of that. But you never know what would have flopped. Strange things happen at a poker game. Daniel Negreanu knows it.
Just so awkward, right?
That was a good acting job. Is that why you're clapping?
No, I was just clapping for him winning a pot.
Daniel doesn't even need to win a pot or be in a pot to be happy. I want what he's having. Fedor, you're a genius for that laydown. And on we go. Winner going to take home close to 1.6 here tonight. And they are dropping like flies. Even Sean Winter around to Fedor. Now he's got a real hand. Pair of jacks. It's like he's being rewarded because he dropped the ace-9.
Fedor here going up to 70,000. Same raise, different hand. And right behind him, Keith Tilston, who is second in chips, has ace-10 offsuit on the button.
And he could be thinking Fedor is just splashing around for position. He's going to re-raise it with his ace-10.
David forced to fold a attractive king-queen suited.
Mm-hmm. Back on Fedor.
Now, I like this play from Keith. He's in position. Ace-10 has blockers to strong hands. He's got enough chips that he can re-raise and fold pre-flop. He's going after a guy who's opening many hands. But unfortunately for Keith, he's run into a real one. Fedor, very purposeful, methodical player. Deciding how he wants to continue with his pocket jacks. Looks like he will call.
Yeah, I'm not going to get super aggressive with the jacks. He could have. He's got a lot of chips out there. Keith might think he's in front. The flop is 8-6-3, all clubs.
Excellent flop for Fedor.
Yeah, Keith has no club, no pair. And Fedor just checks right into him. The equities trader from Austin thinking about this. Do you make the continuation? Try to push this guy out. Little does he know this guy has a real hand. Pair of jacks with a club. Keith gonna bet 165.
Keith following through here with the hopes that Fedor has an unpaired hand with no club and will just go away. As we know, that's not likely to happen.
Fedor started playing poker at 18 years old after dropping out of school.
He's on Team Dropout with me.
He was studying science of computers.
Fedor here, reaching for his chips. What's he gonna do?
Just calls, does not raise. Sits tight with that strong hand. Fedor only 22 years old, and the turn card, a 10, and that gives, of course, Keith Tilson a pair of 10s with a big kicker, which could be very dangerous for him.
Now, Keith was just bluffing on the flop with the hope that Fedor would go away. Now, by turning the 10, he likely believes he's in the lead in the hand and is reaching for chips to make a value bet.
These are the 2 chip leaders. Of course, Fedor has more than twice as much as Keith. And Keith's gonna bet again. 350.
Little under half pot here from Keith, who suddenly finds himself playing a very large pot against the one player who could eliminate him. And it is a call from Fedor here as we go to the river with over 1.5 million in the pot.
Last card coming up. 6 pairs the board.
Safe card for both players. What will Keith do now? He will check. And Fedor's pocket jacks. Gonna take down the largest pot of our final table thus far and further pad the chip lead of the young German-Austrian player.
So Fedor halts way out in front. We have a good one going here at the Alpha 8 Las Vegas, and we're coming back in just a moment. Welcome back to Las Vegas, Nevada, otherwise known as Sin City. We are here at the Alpha 8 WPT. What an event we're having.
Yeah, after that pot against Keith Tilston, who was in second place, he dropped all the way down to 6th place, but still pretty healthy here.
And he's a 4,000. Blinds are 15 and 30. Here we go. Fedor quickly folds his hand. And Keith Tilston now with a pair of queens. Keith from Austin, Texas. The equities trader picking up a beautiful hand, has raised it. A whole bunch of folds behind him. And Kush, ace high, nope. But now Sean Winter, pretty solid ace 10.
Sean in the big blind here, likely to come along, reaching for chips. Makes the call.
Yes, he does. Here we go with the flop. And it is a king deuce. Keith doesn't like to see that when you have queens. Sean has checked.
Very uncoordinated texture here. Going to be difficult for Keith to get value here. Deuce on the turn, puts 2 pair on the board. Sean will check. Back over to Keith. Does he want to make a value bet now? Looks like he does, to the tune of 65,000. So Sean?
What is it?
Wondering if his ace high with 2 pair can be good here.
Sean's 25 years old, and he's going to gamble with this. Thinks maybe his ace high is good. Going down to the river. Let's see if he gets lucky. Nope, 4 hearts. Nothing spectacular for Sean. He's going to check. And you got to question whether Keith will put in a value bet. Keith has 7 career World Series of Poker cashes.
He's definitely not a novice, even if he is not one of the professional players at this table. And he's reaching for chips right now. Betting 150,000 into this pot.
Yep. Sean Winter, disgusted.
Second time I misread the board. These lights are killing me.
He says that's the second time that he's misread the board and that these lights are killing him.
This board's different than when I called the turn.
It's never different the right way either. You know, it's never different where you figure out, oh, you got 3 of a kind. It's always the worst. You gotta misread a hand when you win. And he's gonna lay that down. No moss. And he is having trouble with his eyes here.
I'm wearing glasses for sure.
you have a pair of queens, you thought, or something?
Totally misread the board.
The lights are pretty intense at the final table.
As is the pressure.
It has to be the lights.
Yeah, it's the lights. They're strong.
I'm on the bubble of the 100K and the board keeps changing.
You're not a sunglass kind of guy.
No, I'm not a sunglass kind of guy. You've really seen players wearing sunglasses recede in the last few years, but meanwhile, Sean Winter will pick up some sunglasses just to help him with the glare.
Sounds like they.
But I just made like 50,000 in equity mistake.
No, we can't
I think
play
they
through
still
anyway.
are helpful. You know, gives you a little more liberty at the table. Mike Sexton says you shouldn't even be allowed to wear sunglasses or hoodie or anything like that. He thinks it's really a disadvantage to not have that stuff.
Take the hoodies away from the online players and there's going to be a revolution.
I know. That's right. But you're right, it's trendy at times, and now none of these players on Alpha, except for now Sean Winter, wearing glasses. Interesting.
Fedor Holtz here, our chip leader, opens the action to 70,000 with a king-7 suited. In the big blind, Nick Petrangelo finds a pair of 9s. He will make the call, and we will go to this flop heads up.
And the flop is a 10-8-4, so the 9's looking good at this point.
Yep, good flop for the Nick's 9s. Fedor with just king high and some backdoor draws here. Does he want to try and bet Nick off his hand?
Now, Fedor has had 2 buy-ins here at Alpha 8 for this event, so he's in for 200,000. He's the chip leader, but he's a 22-year-old poker phenomenon with lifetime earnings of $2.2 million. And he is going to take a stab at this. 95,000. Nick not going anywhere, sure. Fedor has to hate that. And a 4 doesn't help Fedor.
And that's a card that's likely to shut down the action here, as it doesn't change anything about the texture, and if Nick has a 10 or perhaps a strong 8, Fedor knows that he's not likely to get him to fold with the board pairing.
So it's been checked to Fedor. Nick yielding to the young guy. Will he make another stab with his king high? What a poker face.
Fedor gonna check behind you.
Yep. River card doesn't help Fedor. It's a queen of clubs, so Nick safe here, but do not want to bet this.
Curious to see whether Fedor tries to bluff at this queen.
If Nick checks, which you think he would. Yes, he does.
Nick does check.
Giving one more opportunity for Fedor to take a stab at this with king high. This guy burst on the poker scene after winning the 2014 Poker Stars World Cup of Online main event. He took home $1.3 million in that event.
He checks behind you on this river, so Nick Petrangelo gonna drag a pot with pocket 9s.
Nick from Massachusetts, 28 years old, coming back in a big way. The WPT Alpha 8 will continue in just a moment. Stay with us. Welcome back to Bellagio and the WPT Alpha 8. 8 players remain. And this table right now is looking for a bubble boy. Who will it be?
That's right, Vince. The bubble dynamic has really slowed the play here around the table. Everyone being very methodical, very cautious. Nobody wants to be our bubble boy.
No, these guys put up 100 to 200,000 in this event, and one of them will walk away pretty broke.
Fedor here, our big chip leader, continues to apply pressure to his opponents, raises Jack 4 suited to 70,000.
That's right.
No takers, so we see the advantage of having all the chips on the bubble working for Fedor here. Drags another small pot.
Winner's going to take home close to $1.6 million. These are the big wigs of poker. The most daring players to put up this amount of money to be the best of the best. This is Alpha 8. All right, back to the table.
Over to Keith Tilston. Raises up his pocket threes to 75,000.
Behind him, Dave Peters. The silent assassin never says a word at the poker table. Is considering this mess. Daniel waits patiently and then mucks. So they're all going out, but Kathy Laney with a solid queen jack of diamonds. This CEO from Texas, strong poker player. You know, she came in second, runner-up at the St. Kitts event in season 2 on the Alpha 8, so she can really play.
Makes the call out of the small blind here with her queen jack suited, so we go to this flop heads up. And it is King 7. Rather uncoordinated texture here.
Nothing for Kathy, yeah. She is going to check, and let's see if Keith bets with just the pair of threes. And he studied at the University of Texas in Austin. Equities trader. And he's going to put in a bet, try to chase Kathy away, and she gets the message. She's got to lay that down.
Yeah, not much Kathy can do there. Has to let that one go, and everyone playing a little more conservatively on this bubble. Nobody wants to go home empty-handed, especially when that bubble is worth 176,000.
This is Keith's first Alpha 8 appearance. 18 career live cashes. He is showing his talent here tonight. On to the next hand, though. Our chip leader, Fedor Holtz, folding. Keith also taking a rest. And now Dave Peters, our short stack with ace-jack of hearts.
David's got 16 blinds here, and that's a sort of awkward stack size to be playing, so I'm curious to see what he does pre-flop.
All in.
And he has declared all in.
Yep, the silent assassin. Trying to push these guys around. Daniel with a pair of sixes.
Daniel with a little decision to make here.
He goes out.
Nope. Lets it go.
Petrangelo out as well. Kathy not going to play.
And no takers for David Peters. He's going to drag that pot in what will be the last hand of the night. These guys are about to bag their chips and go home.
Okay, done.
Still going to be 8 players that are on the bubble when we come back next time.
That is right. We still don't know who the bubble boy is or who will be. These are the superstars of the game going after the big money. We'll see you next time. For Lynn Gilmartin, I'm Vince Van Patten with Tony Dunst here on the WPT Alpha 8.
Welcome to the high-stakes world of WPT Alpha 8, where $100,000 gets you in the game.
Hello, everyone. It's the start of a new day here at WPT Alpha 8. All of our players have hopefully gotten a good night's sleep, and more importantly, a change of clothes as they battle on for their piece of the nearly $4.5 million prize pool. I'm Vince Van Patten, joined by WPT Raw Deal analyst Tony Dunst on this epic journey to crown a champion.
Great to be here with you, Vince. At this point in the tournament, there is everything to lose for one of our remaining 8 players because we are on the money bubble.
Yes, the dreaded money bubble. One of these guys or gals will be going home with nothing. Now, Tony, does that explain why they're playing pretty cautious and they're slowing down?
Yeah, well, things are always more conservative on the money bubble. There's a lot to lose. But on top of that, the blinds were not really that high in relation to the stack, so these players still have plenty of time.
Very true. Okay, Lynn Gilmartin is on the floor with one of poker's most successful players, Daniel Negreanu, to get his assessment of the field.
Let's talk about some of the players. Fedor Holtz is the big story of the table. He's actually sitting at the table right now, meditating. I love it. He's like this chip magnet. What is going on with his game?
He puts himself in situations where he forces people to guess, and sometimes they pay him off, and he gets these big stacks, and every once in a while he'll get lucky. So he's going to be an issue throughout the table, but I'm prepared. I'm ready to go.
Yeah. How about Keith Tilston?
Keith's been playing really solid. You know, Keith has been a guy that I've never played with before. I know he's not a professional poker player, but you know, he seems to play just like one. So he's got all the tricks in his sleeves, it seems like. So yeah, I'm not taking him lightly at all.
Okay, Sean Winter.
He's very focused. He's one of the kids that does the,
Yes.
you know, stare in my eye, like that. You know, like a lot. It's a new thing. Like somehow I'm gonna like suck your soul out of you. So it doesn't intimidate me, but it does make me giggle.
How about Nick Petrangelo as a player?
Nick is very, very aggressive. You know, he's a smart guy. I feel like after the bubble bursts, you know, he'll be one of the people that I think will create some banter with.
Okay. And Kathy Laney, what do you think of her?
Well, Kathy, you know, she's aggressive. You know, I had a feeling she was too, because often, you know, you don't judge a book by its cover, right? You see someone you haven't seen before. She's here for a reason. She knows what she's doing. And I figure she's smart enough to use her image as being the, oh, you know, I'm not a pro, to bluff a lot of pots. So I'm going to try to let her hang herself, if possible.
Oh, all right. And David Peters?
David Peters, I call him the silent assassin. You know why? Because he always seems to get there, and you just like, you never notice him. He's always there. He just hangs around. He's hanging around. Kid's got alligator blood for real.
What about Ankush? What do you think of him?
Ankush, oh my God, I used to play this guy online, heads up. I learned so much from playing him. He's a fantastic player. He's been sort of a thorn in my side throughout this tournament so far. And, you know, as much as I like the kid, I wouldn't mind seeing him go because, you know, he's been tough to play against.
How are you feeling about taking your seat right now?
Well, I'm always comfortable. You know, this is not my first rodeo, and I feel like I have that going for me. Experience for sure. I've played for big money before. It doesn't faze me, and I know that it's you know, that turtle in the hair. You know that story, right? I don't mind being the turtle. I don't have to take the lead as long as, you know, they can just outrun them. They just run so fast, and they have little itty bitty bunny heart attacks, and the tortoise just slowly but surely gets past the finish line with all the chips.
I love it. All right. Well, let's see if he can slowly stroll across that finish line. Good luck.
Totally butchered that story too, right? It's a kid's story.
We get the point. We get the point.
So Daniel Negreanu, the winningest poker player of all time with 31 million, analyzing his competition perfectly well. Winner going to take home close to 1.6 million tonight. We have 8 players left here at Alpha 8.
Yeah, Daniel with an opportunity to add to that lead he has over the rest of the poker world.
Ante's 5,000, blinds are 20 and 40 at this point. Bubble Boy still up for grabs. Bubble Boy, of course, is the player that gets knocked out, receives no money, loses, and has to walk away. But right now, pair of aces for the silent assassin, David Peters.
David's sitting on 13 blinds here, and he's first to act. So he opts for a min raise, which communicates a lot of strength to the other players around the table, but also gives them an opportunity to go over the top or make a speculative call out of the big blind and get a little sucked in post-flop. So we'll see if this works out for him.
So far, no victims, but around the horn to Keith Tilston, the equities trader. He's got a pair of sixes.
Keith's in the big blind here, so just 40,000 more to get to a flop. Keith playing exceptionally well for someone who is not a professional poker player.
Yeah, he hasn't made a mistake since we've been watching. Very strong player. He's making this call. Aces versus sixes. Let's take a look. Ace 10-5. Oh, that is beautiful for the silent assassin.
Yeah, big flop for David Peters, but also a difficult flop for him to get action on, and so you see him check behind there, and now on the turn he makes a full house.
Yep. Let these guys catch up a little bit. And Keith is going to check wisely again. And you've got such a strong hand. You don't want to push your player away, so a check is wise. He does exactly that. 4 on the river. Can David Peters get action with this hand? Keith, he will not give him action. He checks.
Yeah, Keith, without any reason to bet here, has some showdown value, just wants to see David check behind. Instead, David is finally going to fire a bet out there of 90,000. Let's see if Keith is tempted to pay it off.
He is begging for a call. He'd like to make his hand worth something. Will Keith disappoint him? Yes, he does.
That's a well-played hand from Keith Tilston. Took a shot at cracking a big hand pre-flop for just one more big blind. Didn't make his set, or a hand that would force him to get more invested post-flop, and so he gets away with minimum damage.
And this is Dave Peters' first Alpha 8 appearance. Started playing poker in high school. And like we've been talking about, doesn't say anything at the table. Good poker face, just always concentrating.
I've been playing with David Peters for a long time, and I'm not sure I've heard him say more than 50 words in about 10 years.
And we move on.
Action around to Fedor Holtz. He has really been the one pressing the action and applying the pressure. Sitting with a 7-5 offsuit on the button here. Does he want to continue that trend? He's reaching for chips.
Oh, like in slow motion, he puts out a raise, makes it 85,000 to go. Now David Peters in the big blind. Does he want to invest more? Yeah, you do. He's going to call, hope to get lucky against the chip leader. So the chip leader versus the short stack at the table in battle again. The flop's a 9-7-3, so Fedor has outflopped his man.
Fedor with middle pair here. Elects to check behind.
Yeah, go check.
Turns two pair. David picks up a gut shot straight draw, but likely believes that if Fedor checked behind that flop, he probably has showdown value, and you see David does not take the bait and make a bluff.
Very shrewd. He checks again. Now Fedor. Yeah, you got to put something out there, and he's going to put out 100,000, saying, I don't want your slop coming back to haunt me. You're going to have to pay for it. And the assassin slips away.
David Peters loses one additional big blind, but nothing more. Fedor Holtz drags another pot.
Now, Fedor Holtz got into this tournament. He got knocked out. He put up his 100,000, had to buy in again for another 100,000. So he's in for 200 grand. And now he's the chip leader with an opportunity to take home 1.6. What a turnaround that would be. 1 minute you're feeling sorry for the guy walking away, gonna lose 200. Next, you're jealous of him. Okay, we move on. Bunch of folds. Sean Winter from Florida also going out.
Action back with Fedor Holtz, by far our most active player. Raising it up yet again.
Ace-5. Keith out. Negreanu with nothing.
Gonna make the call with the 10-7 suited.
Yep, he's got courage. Sticks around 10-7 versus Ace-5, and the flop is at 8-5-4. Nothing happening for Daniel there on that flop. He checks.
And yet again, Fedor Holtz makes middle pair of fives. Now, last time we saw Fedor check behind with middle pair. This time, sizing out a bet.
Yeah, he's gonna bet 110.
And Negreanu has a gut shot, an overcard, and a backdoor flush draw here. He is going to make the call and go to the turn with Fedor.
Yep, he's getting invested here. Turned card is an ace. And Daniel's going to check again.
And Fedor, in back-to-back hands, turns two pair.
Fedor can't believe it. Little German show tunes going off in his head. How can I trap Tanya Negreanu?
It's cabaret in here, Vince.
Look at Daniel, got out of there so fast.
After he's done it, he wanted to wait, be kind, let him do the whole motion before I folded.
Very nice of you.
There you go. Getting too old to take your time and stare him down. Just get on to the next hand. Fedor, he is catching cards. He's looking good.
Yeah, everything going the way of Fedor Holtz right now. Playing well and running well.
It's people with good life reads like you that forced me to do something.
I couldn't play. I didn't have good cards.
Are they speed based? Like you can put your chips in normal speed and you don't get off the tell,
It's
right?
more mind reading than looking at that stuff.
Actions on Kathy Laney.
It's just like telepathic.
Kathy folds.
That, I don't know. Can't explain.
And Kush going out with ace-10. Bubble, forcing everyone to play more conservative. Back with Fedor. Guess what time it is? Raise o'clock.
Oh my goodness. Yep. Makes it 90,000 to go.
How much is it?
And even when Nick asks how much the bet is, Fedor will not answer him. Simply does not speak during hands.
I see nothing. I hear nothing.
So Nick will make the call with ace-jack of clubs. We go to a flop, which is king 10 deuce, all diamonds. Fedor, the only one holding a diamond here.
And Nick's gonna check. Fedor's gonna check. Turn card 4 of hearts. Changes nothing. Nick's going to check again. Fedor's going to check. River card and ace, so that just happens to hit Nick in a better place. Better kicker. Someone's going to beat Fedor, perhaps.
Nick will check one more time over to Fedor. I like that check from Nick. If Fedor has hit an ace, he will do the betting for him. But if he hasn't, he will likely bluff, and Nick can induce. Here, just turns out he has a better hand.
Also can't get raised out of the pot by keeping the pot small. Nick's going to take that one. Fedor finally losing one. So the American Nick Petrangelo, the 28-year-old out of Massachusetts, taking down that pot very shrewdly.
Yeah, the first one to find a chink in the German-Austrian's armor.
Fedor, chip leader. Bubble Boy still up for grabs. Who will it be? Stay with us.
I think we all have remnants of telepathic ability, and some like harness it better than others. And I feel sometimes that I know what my opponents are thinking before they do.
It's only $1 million.
Oh no,
Wow.
he's doing it!
What a call by Daniel Negreanu.
Beautiful.
I think sometimes I react to just gut instincts that are based on just some sort of connection with the universe, you know what I mean?
Daniel sized him up perfect, sensed he was bluffing, and went after him.
Yeah, I just feel like I'm in tune with what people are thinking. You know, I don't know if I'm telepathic per se, but I feel like, you know, something along those lines.
Put it this way, Vince. If Negreanu were psychic, he would have known what the future would think of frosted tips.
Well, there's never been a psychic that has won the lottery. That's a fact. So I don't know where we stand. A little bitter, perhaps. A little skeptical. But right now, Fedor Holtz from Austria is the chip leader at the final table of 8 with 5.1 million. Let's keep it going. Down to the table, couple folds.
Fedor taking a hand off.
And everybody folds around to Daniel, who has a pretty solid queen 10 of clubs. And he will raise to 95,000 right behind him. Nick Petrangelo, though. Big slick, as we used to call it, ace-king.
Just under $1 million?
That looks like about $1 million right there, and then whatever that is.
Okay.
Nick about to pop it up with this ace-king suited here, wondering how much Daniel is playing so he can size this correctly.
Yeah, he's getting out those raising chips.
295.
There you go.
Made a pretty big raise here.
Into Kathy, she goes out, back on Daniel.
Now, if their stacks were deeper, Daniel would definitely call in position here with a suited Broadway hand, but they are on the bubble right now, and if Daniel enters this pot, you would be playing a bloated pot that would potentially put him at risk for elimination. So I'm really not sure how he'll respond to this re-raise.
He is taking his time with it, looking very serious. He stopped the gibberish.
Ace jack of clubs.
Wait a second.
Next one is. I'm trying to figure out like the odds of you getting a better hand than the hand before.
He's talking to himself here. That's good. Doesn't take a psychic to do that, Daniel. Gets out of the way with queen high.
He had ace jack of clubs before, so he raised again. Must be better than that, right?
Yeah. Every
like, yeah.
Every hand that you play increases in strength, right?
Should.
That's what you were doing. Actually, you did the opposite. You were playing higher pairs all the way until you got down to deuces.
We see a beautiful friendship happening before our very eyes. It's just so nice to see.
It's because Daniel takes the play to another level.
I asked the universe, what are the odds? And the universe tells me.
Oh no, stop
The universe
it.
said, no, he's not bluffing this time.
I was not bluffing.
Let him go.
Well, what a battle we are seeing.
I was happy if you folded, happy if you went all in.
I wasn't gonna do that. I was gonna see the flop.
That was one of the only things that I wasn't really that
damn
happy
it.
about.
I had good suited
I think
cards.
they're analyzing it a little bit too much, but nevertheless.
Action over to Keith Tilston with a seductive-looking 9-8 of spades opens the action to 90,000.
Kathy goes out, and Kush on Davia with a Jack 8.
Queen 9 suited.
Queen 10 of clubs.
And they're still talking about it.
Get out of here with that.
Oh, you don't want me
I don't
in?
want you calling with that. I had ace king.
Oh, sweet. Okay.
Nick and Daniel were really chatting before we reached the bubble, and should the bubble break in the near future, I think they would go right back to their conversation. And Kush, meanwhile, in the big blind, does not want to play with Keith. Folds a Jack 8. Keith will drag that pot.
Queen 10 Jack. You're not drawing too live on that. Oh, still in the game though.
Yeah, still in the game.
I see them as roommates. A good, solid, poker couple.
You're envisioning a sitcom here.
I like them. Still in the game, we have 8 players. No bubble boy or girl yet. That person will go home with nothing. The rest, money. No humming aloud at poker. Stop it.
Action with Fedor. Folds an ace. A little surprising. Hasn't done much of that.
It's on Negranu. And he's got a pair of 9s this time.
Negranu continues his never-ending supply of pocket pairs.
He has raised to 95,000 to go. Action on Sean Winter from Florida. Decent ace 5 of hearts in the big blind, already invested.
Call.
Sean wearing sunglasses after complaining during our last session that he was having trouble with the lights and misreading the board. He makes the call with ace 5 suited here. We go to a flop heads up, which is ace queen 4 2 clubs, so Sean takes the lead.
Sure does. Daniel with the 9s checking, and they both check. 6 of diamonds on the turn. And it's so true. Daniel said this guy Sean really likes to stare you down.
65.
It's a big bet.
Such a huge bet.
You have 6-5?
Suited.
Sean's getting Daniel to talk here a little bit about his hand.
Daniel essentially making a little blocker bet here, betting about 1/4 pot. Concerned that if his opponent has a couple of overcards, he might get a cheap look at the river.
Are you guys allowed to do that?
Suited?
Like tell each other what you have?
I didn't say anything. I said suited. What does that even mean? Hey!
River card is a 5.
6-5 might not be good. We could have deuce 3.
I can't tell you.
You gave me a good price.
Now Sean can't wait any longer. He's going to have to make the bet.
You got the 6-5 suited?
Sean, after rivering 2 pairs, leads out here, hoping to represent a missed flush draw.
You gave me too good of a price on the turn.
For a gutter?
No. I can have clubs too.
Yeah.
There you see, I could have clubs.
This is a 280,000 bet.
You have a set?
Oh, God. Do you have a set? What an outlandish question.
Well, I like what Sean's doing, actually. I like his table talk. It looks like he's weak the way he's talking. And we know he's not.
280?
You can afford it.
I know, barely though.
You can afford it.
If you call and win, you're in good shape.
Yeah.
Well, now I'm starting not to like his talk.
I don't know if I can though.
Come on, Kreskin, figure it out.
I'm going to fold.
That's a good fold.
There you go.
A river to set up eyes.
Really? Jeez.
Oh.
That's why you have to check one of the cards, right?
To see which one was a 5.
Fedor too smart.
I could beat a pair of 5.
I bet too much.
Or just enough.
8 players remain. Who will be the player to walk home with nothing? The bubble boy or girl? We will see. We're coming back with more from the Alpha 8. Stay with us. Welcome back to WPT. We're at the Alpha 8 at Bellagio. I'm Vince Van Patten, alongside WPT champion Tony Dunst. Tony, what do you think so far?
I think Fedor Holtz is the man to beat, and he has proven that during our entire final table, playing great poker here at a lineup of great poker players.
And we still have a bubble boy or girl up for grabs. That person will take home no cash. There'll be a loser at the table. So we will see who it is. The rest will be winners. And we got a bunch of folds in this hand around to Keith Tilston. From Austin, Texas, he likes his pair of fives. Will raise with it, 90 to go. The quiet assassin with ace-8. What's he gonna do?
David here slipped all the way down to 12 blinds. Lets that one go.
Yeah.
Over to Daniel. He's about tied with Enkush to be second to last in chips. He's gonna make the call here with ace-9 suited in the small blind. That's a little surprising. Ace-9 is not a great hand out of position. And getting involved at this stage of the tournament risks elimination and being the bubble boy, but Negranu apparently doesn't care.
And Nick's gonna stick around with 4 deuce. So we're splashing here. Here's the flop. It's a king-9 deuce. And there's 2 clubs. That's a 4 flush for Negranu. Deuce is there for Nick.
Maybe Negranu is right about being psychic because he drilled that flop in a spot I did not expect him to call pre-flop.
6 of spades on the turn, so Daniel.
Now he will be betting. 185,000 from Daniel, but Nick has a pair and a flush draw of his own here with his 4 deuce of spades in the big blind.
He sure does. Nick's got some chips too. He's in second chip position at this point with over 2 million. He can definitely afford to make this call.
181. Is that right?
185 looks like to me.
And he's gonna put the chips in there. Yes, and he does so. 185. And now the original raiser has to get out of the way, so down to the river we go. Daniel versus Nick. And the last card, it's a 5 of clubs. Daniel hits his flush.
That would have given Keith a set on the river, and little does he know, it's a good thing he never got there.
Yeah, you're right. Nick with not much of a hand.
That also completes the 7-8 straight draw. And Daniel all in for his last 475,000. Nick holding just bottom pair here, wondering if it can somehow be good.
Promise you won't show.
So I'm a little surprised that Nick is taking this long to think it over.
Well, he wants to have a talk with Daniel. He saw Sean do it and get information. Maybe that's what he's doing. Daniel's saying, please just call me. But no!
Don't show.
What's that?
Just muck. I don't want to see it.
All right. I'll tell you later. How about that?
I'd like to call.
Huh?
I'd like to call.
He'd like to call.
No, you wouldn't.
Set of 5's good.
You wouldn't made a set of 5?
Well, I call turn.
Yeah, right.
Oh, Daniel. Now, Daniel's doing a little lying there. Like, you would have made a set of 5s? Oh, I'm a lucky guy.
I had a 2.
A pair? Oh, you had spade draw? That's what I put you on. I was hoping that's what you had anyway.
You were bluffing?
I didn't say that part.
Don't start, Daniel.
Nobody has it.
He's tired of showing his hands, being so honest, getting grinded away. Now he's going to start the fibbing a little bit. I don't blame you. All right. On to the next hand.
Queen Jack spades.
I would have turned it up if you asked me to.
Yeah.
And Kush and Sean go out.
I put in the muck. I listened.
Just tell me now.
Now he wants to know. But now I could lie.
True.
Nick, don't overthink it. Don't do it to yourself.
I probably had the best hand the whole time. Just overcalled.
Fedor here, so far been the most active player on this table by far, raising up a 10-3 suited, trying to take advantage of this bubble dynamic. Folds around to Daniel with Queen Jack on the button. Wants to think it over.
Just doing some math here. I do a little sometimes. Once in a blue moon.
Psychic abilities. Goes out. Pretty smart because right behind him, Petrangelo with Big Slick once again.
Yeah, Nick Petrangelo has had ace-king suited a couple times in recent memory. And
he is about to pop it up here pre-flop. How much does he want to play for?
Yep, there it is, 320 total. Into Kathy, the CEO, playing solid here tonight, gets out of their way. Fedor's had enough, he folds the hand. And just like that, Nick Petrangelo making things happen. Solid second chip position.
I'll tell you later, too, if you want to know. He already knows, he says.
Daniel can't let it go.
Set of nines, definitely possible.
Just a few other hands, it could be possible.
There's a bunch of good hands that you could have, and there's a couple not so good hands.
Yeah, right. There's a couple that are they're like, oh no.
Both of those players abandoned their professional ambitions to become poker players. Nick did it after completing a college degree. Fedor quit pretty much immediately.
Nick has taken home almost $3 million in earnings in poker. Very impressive.
So who's smarter there, the guy with the degree or the guy who quit immediately?
I don't know.
Yeah, something to think about.
The guy who inherits $2 million.
I'm a college dropout, so I'm biased. Meanwhile, Fedor Holtz, my fellow dropout, about to raise up 9-8 suited.
And they fold around to Ankush, who has a solid queen 10 of spades. Ankush has an economics degree from the University of Georgia back in 2009. And he is known mostly as a heads-up specialist.
Ankush just started with like 700.
7, yeah.
First Alpha 8 appearance.
6 behind.
And he calls this, and the flop is a 10-9-3.
Pair for both players, but Ankush in the lead with top pair. Checks over to Fedor. Fedor will check behind, so we go to a turn, which brings a queen of diamonds and gives Ankush top 2 pair. Ankush will check again, a little surprised by that one. Fedor, one more check. And an 8 of clubs on the river. We'll put a 4 straight on the board.
Yep, scare card. Any jack can beat you. Ankush, though, looking brave. Gonna bet this nevertheless with 2 pair, 85,000.
That's about 1/3 pot. And Fedor was about to throw in the call.
Yeah.
Something went wrong between his hand reaching for a chip and his hand throwing a chip.
You're about to show, aren't you?
And that's what went wrong.
Yes. He's thinking to himself, why should I pay this guy off? Why don't I aggravate him and not call it? But no, he does it. He calls the hand. He had to see it. He was curious.
So sad.
He smiles in a sad way.
Should have folded because he did that.
Yes, you should have, Fedor, but you're still the chip leader. Gotta give one to Ankush. A players still battling it out. We don't have a bubble boy or girl yet.
I've never seen you take a chip and not throw it in.
Champ's gonna take home close to 1.6 million tonight.
I mean, I saw you we're about to snap the table, so it was like, okay, maybe my 2 pairs not that good.
Who will it be? We're coming back with more action on the WPT Alpha 8 in just a moment. Here comes the Brat Pack superstar, Daniel Negreanu. Well, here he is, folks.
I mean, Daniel's been playing since before I was born, so he's an all-time legend. And
he's always fun to have at the table. He also is creative and takes some different kind of lines and strategies, so you have to kind of think differently when you're playing against him.
I'm excited just to even have the opportunity to play with him. It's just an honor.
We're back at Bellagio. The Alpha 8 continues. And a lot of respect for Daniel Negreanu at this table.
Yeah, Daniel used to be kid poker. He's now middle-aged, but has inspired a lot of the guys that are kids in the game.
He's soon to be midlife crisis poker. But that's what happens. What are you going to do? He's a great player. He's hanging in there. Let's go to the felt. Action on Keith quickly folding. David Peters out. And now Daniel with the king, queen of diamonds.
Gonna reach over his Tupperware to make a raise here.
His Tupperware. You're right. He's eating some form of vegetarian food. Very interestingly. He's raised it. Everybody going out. But Sean Winter with a little suited connector. No, he won't play that.
Sean in the small blind there.
Lets that one go. Fedor in the big blind here has a junky 5-3 offsuit and just drops it.
Yeah, you're right. So just bring out the Tupperware and take down the pot.
I had a hand you won a lot of chips with.
Yeah.
King, queen suited?
Yeah. Diamonds. What was yours, Stu?
Hearts.
Yeah, look at that. Nice
Fedor.
call, Fedor.
So sharp, still remembers that monumental pot he won against Jason Mercier earlier in this tournament.
Huh? He told you that? That he wasn't happy? Yeah. I saw him this morning. We were talking about the hand. He was like, damn.
Daniel might as well just show every hand, just keep them all up, because he just tells you anyhow.
Here we see that hand between Jason and Fedor, where on the turn, Fedor makes his gut shot for the king high straight. Jason goes all in, Fedor quickly calls, and on the river, he fades all the outs and wins an enormous pot to eliminate a guy who has won already on the Alpha 8 and is one of the best tournament players in the world. All his chips now in the stack of Fedor Holtz as he continues to climb through this final table.
Down to these 8. 7 will get paid off. These players put up 100 to 200,000 to enter this event. The rebuy was 100. Back to the felt we go. Dave Peters, the silent assassin, first to act, won't play. And Daniel picks up an attractive ace-9 of hearts. 95,000 he makes it. And the businesswoman, CEO Kathy Laney, finally picking up a pretty decent ace-jack.
Yeah, I'd like to see her re-raise here. I think if she were to make that play, she'd get an enormous amount of credit and Daniel would have a lot of trouble continuing. Instead, she elects to call and opens up the possibility of being outflopped or outplayed.
Yeah, perhaps a tad bit conservative tonight, but she's still hanging around. So what do I know?
Kathy Laney is making her third Alpha 8 appearance. Last season, she finished runner-up to Jason Mercier at Alpha 8 St. Kitts for $436,000.
All right, got a bet, we got a call. Just the two of them, ace-jack versus ace-9. And we're gonna see a flop. Here we go.
Daniel will set the Tupperware away.
And the flop is a queen 9-3. Not good for Kathy. Daniel outflopping with the 9s.
Both players check here. We go to the turn, which brings another queen. So Daniel, feeling a little better about his hand now, is gonna fire out a bet of $125,000.
No shenanigans for Kathy. She gets out of the way, folds the hand. She's patient, I'll give her that. Waiting for her to open up the game. Maybe she will after the bubble boy gets dismissed. We will see. Back down to the felt we go. This time Daniel with a nothing hand folds quickly. Nick and Kathy ankish out. They are all yielding to Fedor Holtz.
Fedor with a queen-jack suited on the button here. It's been raising a lot of junk, but has a very real hand now.
Yeah, it's great when you have a quality hand with the button. Everyone thinks you're just pushing it.
Makes it 90,000 into the big blind of David Peters, who is our short stack on just 11 blinds, holding ace-6 offsuit.
I'm on.
Yeah, whoa, he's going to push
coming over the top.
Can you break it down?
Fedor says, how much? Tell me the number.
Well, I promise you this, Vince. If this were not a bubble, Fedor's chips would already be in the middle. But because of the bubble dynamic, Fedor is considering whether it's worth prolonging the bubble just so he can gradually bleed his opponents instead of gambling and trying to eliminate David.
That's right. Great strategy. So there is a good chance he might not call this hand.
Yeah, it's a real close one here.
Peters seeing the hand would love the action, but look at this. Fedor's going to lay it down. Peters taking it with just ace-6.
Always riding these bubbles, man. Like your whole life. It's like your whole life you've been riding a bubble. All right? How many bubbles do you have at these high rollers?
Got a few.
You lead a league. I think you might lead the league in bubbles. Right? You might lead the league.
The needles from Sunroof.
Brown, you're taking a moment to remind David Peters about that time he bubbled a 100K tournament down in the Caribbean.
We still have one player that's going to go home broke. Who will it be? That is Sin City, Las Vegas, Nevada. And that's the beautiful Bellagio Hotel, Casino, and Resort. And we are the Alpha 8 on the WPT. Here's the final 8 going after the big bucks.
Fedor Holtz has had a chip lead for this entire final table.
A little bit down from his high point of 5.3 million, but still well above second place. Here he picks up a pair of fives.
Fedor, the young Austrian poker star, 22 years old, likes his hand. 90,000 to go.
Fold it around to Nick. All right, well, let's take a look at Nick's hand. No, we are not going to get to see it. He has obscured it behind his stack, so he will be playing a mystery hand for us and our viewers.
But it must be half good because he is going to make this call. And now Kathy with King Jack. She's got a little money in there already.
Like to see Kathy fold here, and she does. I don't think that's a great spot to put herself at risk or get involved.
She goes out, so it's two-way action. Pair of fives up against a mystery hand.
I love a good mystery.
There you go. Flop is a 10-7-4. Fives are going to check.
Fedor exercising a little pot control by checking.
Nick didn't raise before the flop, but he's going to bet now.
Well, if I had to guess, Nick likely has a suited Broadway type hand, maybe a Queen-Jack suited, a Jack-10 suited, a King-Queen suited, something in that range, in order to call in position against the very active chip leader Fedor Holtz, who is going to check and call this bet.
Yeah, it's 120,000 in there, and we are going to the turn. Turn card is another five. That's three of a kind for Fedor.
Well, if he wasn't in the lead before, he certainly is now.
Check, check. River card, six of diamonds.
Now that puts 4 to a straight and 3 to a flush out, so it may be difficult for Fedor to get paid off here, but it looks like he's going to make an attempt. Now, if that suited Broadway is in diamonds, Fedor is going to be in some trouble.
He's going to find out where he is. 265 has been bet.
But I imagine that if Nick had diamonds, he likely would have bet the turn. So Fedor, feeling confident in his set, makes a bet for value.
What will the mystery man do? Nick lets it go. The 22-year-old Fedor extends the chip lead. He's mixing it up beautifully. So Fedor takes that pot. He's our chip leader. But there is still a bubble boy or girl at stake here. Who will it be? We'll come back with more WPT Alpha 8 in just a moment. Stay with us. Welcome back to Las Vegas and the WPT Alpha 8. We are down to 8 players. I'm Vince Van Patten, alongside Tony Dunst, and our chip leaders, Fedor Holtz from Austria, 5 million in chips.
Fedor really showing us why he is such an exciting young player in the game.
And we've been waiting for a bubble boy or girl for a long time. That is the player that has to leave without winning. The other make big paychecks, of course. So the game and the style of the game has changed completely.
Oh, I played in that one year.
Yeah, we've seen a very conservative, drawn-out bubble here.
That was fun.
But I guess when there's $176,000 on the line, you're not going out of your way to put yourself at risk.
And look at this, Ankush Mandavia with ace-10 doesn't raise with the button, and that's because he's relatively short-stacked, just calling.
Yeah, that's right. He's relatively short-stacked. Doesn't want to encourage any risk by raising into the chip leader, Fedor Holtz, in the big blind. So with his fairly strong hand, elects to just limp the button.
Sean Winter as well, Jack-10 of hearts. Not gonna raise. And Fedor gives Fedor a shot with a junk hand to splash and speculate. He has an option to raise, but thinking this through, says fine. Let's see the flop. And the flop is a 7-4-3, and Fedor, of course, has outflopped the guys, hits his pair of threes.
Yeah, everyone holding a 10. Fedor with by far the worst hand, but outflops them both.
Sean is checked. And Fedor will make a bet with his slop hand. 85,000.
I like this lead from Fedor. He knows that this texture is not likely to have connected with Ankush, who he believes will check behind. So instead of letting him get a free card, he just leads right into him, takes down a nice pot, continues to pad that chip lead.
Yep, the Austrian says Yodelei-hoo, I like that. Chip leader, feeling good. This is Fedor's first ever WPT Alpha. He's got to be happy he's playing this one.
Yeah, the old school.
Now Daniel Negreanu, ace-4 spades. Raises it up to 115 to go. Nick out, Kathy not playing, Ankush, Mux.
Daniel is not shied away from putting chips in on this bubble.
Everybody folding around to Keith, who has a decent queen-jack.
Keith has played an exceptional final table for a guy who is not a professional poker player.
Yeah, very few mistakes. A lot of good saves by him. And he's going to call this. Ace-4 versus queen-jack in the flop is a 6-3 deuce.
Pretty good flop for Daniel here. He has a straight draw, ace-high, and the best hand.
Yep, and he is going to bet it 150. And Keith has had enough. He mucks the hand.
Nowhere for Keith to go there. No reason to continue in the hand. Just lets it go.
Mr. Psychic, Daniel Negreanu, the winningest poker player in the history of the game. 31 million, takes down that pot.
I knew this bubble was going to be a long one because we got from 12 to 8 like that, right? Usually there's a lot more going on.
Well, I agree with Daniel there, Vince. And I think the fact that we've had a long bubble is a reflection of the quality play we've seen at this final table. Nobody here unnecessarily putting themselves at risk.
I agree. High level of strategic play by the superstars. But that's going to be it for now. For Lynn Gilmartin, I'm Vince Van Patten, alongside Tony Dunst. Play loose, have fun. We'll see you next time on WPT Alpha 8.
8 players remain of our original 45 entries in this super high roller battle, but only 7 will receive a payday. Each of our players have invested at least $100,000, and tonight, someone will go home empty-handed. The money bubble. Tell us about this moment in a poker tournament.
Yeah, for most people, it's a very, very crucial moment. I don't care, right? I have one prize in mind, and that's first prize, right? The coming in 7th versus 8th doesn't matter to me, so I'll be willing to take more chances than most people.
I'd imagine that in general, people kind of play tighter and want to be more in line. I'm sure no one really wants to make a huge mistake, because, you know, it looks extra bad when it's for so much money and on TV and everything.
Yeah, it's exciting, and one person's gonna go home with no money, and the rest of the people are gonna be pretty happy.
Here we go. Welcome to WPT Alpha 8. I'm Vince Van Patten, alongside the great Tony Dunst. We are having fun. 8 players. How you doing, Tony?
Great to be here, Vince. You're right. We got 8 players left. We are still on the bubble.
We certainly are. Antes are 5,000, blinds are 25 and 50,000. And like you said, the bubble, so important that one player that gets knocked out next will not make any money. He will be a loser for the week. Even though he got some TV time, the other 7 got to pick up big paychecks.
That's right. 7th place getting $176,000. So this bubble even larger than usual. That's a first prize in many tournaments that people would play.
Don't forget, every player put up 100,000, some 200,000 with a rebuy. So big stakes. And so far, with the final 8, we have seen conservative, highly tactical moves here tonight. Let's go to the felt. First to act, Nick Petrangelo. The American has a pair of 9s. Now, Nick graduated from Skidmore College, where he majored in finance.
First to act here, gonna raise it up. Nick sitting in 2nd chip position right now, but really there are about 3-4 players kind of bunched into 2nd, while Fedor Holtz maintains his enormous chip lead.
Yeah, he has 5.2 million total. A bunch of folds around to the great Daniel Negreanu. the winningest poker player in history. 31 million he's made, and he's got a pair of aces.
Yeah, the never-ending string of pocket pairs for Daniel Negreanu continues at this final table.
Look at him hemming and hawing like he has a decision.
Wow. That's some old-school reverse tells from Daniel Negreanu there.
Yeah.
Oh, well, do I really want to? Oh,
yeah, I might raise.
Oh, I guess I'll call with the aces. All right, it's a king 3 deuce 2 club flop. So Daniel at this point really hoping that Nick has an ace king. We know he has pocket nines. Probably won't go broke here, but likely to lose some money.
Daniel has checked, disguising the strength of his hand before the flop, again after the flop, and Nick's gonna bite here. Nick Petrangelo, 28 years old, out of Massachusetts, making a bet of 140. Let's see what Daniel does. Oh. He is going to walk the dog. No raise. Okie dokie call. Very casual.
Especially nice for Daniel that he has the ace of clubs here. He's not susceptible to any of the backdoor draws.
Pretty safe. Jack of spades. Daniel's going to check again. But if you're Nick and you have a pair of nines and Daniel calls after the flop, a king appears, you're thinking, okay, he could have a king. So he's going to slow down and check wisely.
Yeah.
Go into the river.
Nick does not expect Daniel to call in the big blind with many hands holding a 3 or a deuce. So he likely believes that Daniel is either on a flush draw or has the king. And by the river, the 3 of clubs lands. So the flush draw does get there.
That is right. So Daniel likes his hand. Going to bet a measly 110.
Yeah, a real small blocking value bet here from Daniel. Just trying to get paid off by whatever it is that Nick has. As it turns out, this bet is sized perfectly against Nick's actual holding. And he's going to pay this off.
Call, right?
Oh, yes, Daniel.
Call,
yeah.
It's like, whoa.
You have to bet so small. It was 110, right?
Yeah. Sorry. I'm sorry I upset you.
By the way, Daniel came out to Las Vegas years ago.
Can't call anything except for
110.
Yeah.
First time playing some poker, gambling, and he went broke, had to go back to Canada, and then came back years later, and then became this amazing success.
I was putting my money on ace king.
What's that?
I was putting my money on ace king.
Oh, for me? That's more likely than that, obviously, but it's not that much. Yeah, I would bet on that, ace king.
110 in the 600.
Yeah. I didn't know if you had a king or not.
I can't fold.
Yeah,
No, I mean, I could. I should have, but I can't personally.
No, right? Like theoretically, you should vote, but you personally can't. Got it.
How much do you have, Ankush?
Yeah. But I can't. That's funny. No, I could fold, but not me. Like, I can't. I like to sleep at night.
On.
And he is going to just push all in.
Yeah, I like this play from Nick here. He knows on the bubble that he doesn't necessarily want to play a pot unnecessarily post-flop, so just rip it in pre and hope he doesn't have queens plus.
Almost did that 3-bet thing where you raise, the guy raised, and then you raise again. Almost did it. Then I was like...
Don't do it.
I almost did it. I mean, I swear, I watched you do it, and I was like, I'm going to do it like he does it. And then I said, nah, I don't know how to do that stuff.
You can't do it with 2 aces.
No, you only do it like garbage, right?
I bet that was a pretty easy hand to call a raise with, huh?
No, I was thinking about doing the 3-bet thing.
No, I'm saying if I raise the river.
Oh, yeah, because I had ace of clubs.
Yeah.
So what the hell do you have,
Yeah.
you know? You're not raising me with a small flush, I don't think.
I entertained that for about 30
That's
seconds.
what I thought I might like lead you into, and if you did, I was already planning on calling.
Yeah.
Clearly. You wasn't folding aces, man. Don't fold aces, I ain't that scared. Respect. 110?
Yeah, it's a lot of respect for me. Just bet small, snap my raise.
Got tricks, man, old school tricks.
And we're moving on.
Keith has opened the action on the hijack position. That's 2 off the button. Daniel on the button makes the call with ace-4 suited, and Kathy Laney, one of our shorter stacks here, has ace-queen in the big blind. Good opportunity for her to take down some chips pre-flop if she were to go all in, but nope, she makes the call, and this may open her up to being outflopped or outplayed after the flop.
Flop is a 7-6 deuce. Kathy checks.
Keith here, the only one with a pair. Neither of his opponents have connected in a meaningful way, so he's going to take a little stab here for 150.
Daniel goes out. Let's see what Kathy does.
The passive pre-flop play from Kathy allows her to get out-flopped.
And I was like, well, they always have aces, man. Stupid.
There was 211 different times.
Yeah, 2011. No, 2011 actually was way crazier. People.
I know. People just like everything was pre-flop.
Yeah, raise.
Yeah.
Well, you started playing right around then?
Yeah.
It was very different, 2010, 11. And everyone was doing it, so it changed the game completely.
So like people were all in with 8-6 off more.
That's where Joseph Chung at the final table, remember? They had a small blind, big blind battle in the main event, and he went raise, like 6-bet all in with ace-6.
He had ace-6?
Yeah, and the guy called with queens.
Daniel talking about a different era in poker when everyone was raising and re-raising and 4-betting and 5-betting pre-flop, but in recent years, pre-flop play has actually slowed down. A lot of players have transitioned to trying to get post-flop more frequently and outplay their opponents. But here, we might see something like that happen. Nick Petrangelo has a suited Broadway hand that is 2 cards, 10 through ace, that are suited in some fashion. This time he has a king-queen suited. So he's going to make the call.
Kathy goes away. Ankush Mandavia won't play. So two-handed poker. They used to call him kid poker. We like to call him middle-aged poker now. That is Daniel Negreanu with 5s. And the flop is a queen 10-3. Nick, of course, out-flopping Daniel here.
Yeah, not the flop that Daniel was looking for here. At this point, he's just going to try and get to showdown as cheap as possible. And Nick going to give him 1 free card, 4 hearts, no help for either player on the turn.
Daniel shrewdly checks again. And Nick, who's originally from Massachusetts, his first Alpha 8 appearance, has that top pair, will make a bet.
This hand owes me a lot of money in this tournament in WPT. Oh, I never catch any of them.
Daniel says no mas.
Tournament so far.
3s.
5s, bro. 3 was up there.
Oh, I can't see.
Yeah. 5s. I haven't caught sets with 5s lately.
Sean Winter reminds everyone that he can't see the board.
This is my first tournament in a long time I haven't had a set.
Really?
Yeah, so I'm due for one at the final table. I had one, which is a good time to be due for a set.
Works, yeah.
And right now, we'll go back to the man from Austin, Texas, Keith Tilston. The businessman.
The first to jump on it, that's smart.
He goes out. A couple folds. Round to Daniel Negreanu with a little sexy 4-5 of spades. Do you like the word sexy?
Oh, I very much like the word sexy. We had seductive yesterday for 8-7 suited. Apparently 5-4 suited is just straight up sexy.
Oh, it is when the right flop comes up, right? All right, bunch of folds, and now Fedor Holtz, the Austrian with Queen 10. He will call this. So Daniel and Fedor. The flop is a 9-7-5.
Bottom pair for Daniel here. The backdoor flush draw to go along with it. Fedor, some overcards and backdoor draws. No help for either player with the 2 of hearts on the turn.
Nothing for Fedor. Born in Germany, now lives in Austria. Great poker face, only 22 years old. And they try to steal this with nothing. Zippity pip, betting 160. Negreanu with a little piece of that pair of 5s. Look at this. He's making the call. Daniel said just a few hours ago he feels like he's truly psychic in the game, that he can really read people. 8 of spades on the river. So no help for Fedor.
No help for Fedor. He does have one of the relevant blockers here. It's Jack 10. And he probably doesn't believe Daniel has a very strong holding if you check back that coordinated flop and just called on the turn. So it looks like Fedor is going to fire a second bullet here.
What a juicy card, that card. That either, I don't know, that either cost you money or helped you. I don't know.
He's got Daniel talking to himself.
Can I look at my cards? Is that what you're doing? Is that what that was? He's trying to look at my squeeze of my cards.
Does Daniel realize he's in a hand right now?
Folding, but that card either was not good for you badly, or because I was going to pay. Then that, nope.
Brilliantly done by the Austrian, the chip leader.
He's trying to get a squeeze.
What'd you? I want to know what you had when you on that Club River.
Oh, you said I was going to show you, but then you didn't want to see it.
Yeah, but then after
after further consideration,
after a few minutes, I was
tilted about it.
I wanted to know, actually. Yeah. So just tell us now.
And we still have a bubble boy or girl up for grabs here. Who will it be? We're coming back for more.
Now, when did you first start playing poker?
I started playing when I was 17
Wow.
in a basement with buddies.
Yeah. So you really were a kid, and that's where you got your nickname Kid Poker.
I got the name Kid because when I'd play, I was the young guy. And they put my name up on the board as Kid, you know? So I'd have like a spot as Kid, and everyone was much older than I was, so that's how it stuck.
And it has stuck. You're not a kid anymore, but you're still called Kid Poker.
Says who? That's your perception. I'm in my reality. I'm a child. I'm a Peter Pan. I'm 26 for life.
Yeah.
So you can think whatever you want, and you can be wrong. How about that?
I love it. We're all as young as we feel, right?
Yeah, exactly. Age is just a number.
Middle-aged poker. Live with it.
Well, Daniel still has fun on the table like he's a kid, and
I know.
It's refreshing to see in a way, as many of the professionals of my generation seem like grumpy old men.
I like his attitude, no doubt about it. Daniel Negreanu, close to 1.5 million. Our chip leader, Fedor Holtz, 5.5. Let's go to the felt.
8 was a meaty card. Oof, right in the middle.
Dave Peters, silent assassin, never says a word at the table, quickly folds.
Yeah, Fedor is 22 years old and carries himself about twice that age.
Good point. Bunch of folds around to Kathy Laney. She won't play that either. And now Sean Winter from Florida, Jacksonville.
Sean's in a precarious position here. He's got 22 blinds on the button, but both players in the blinds cover him, and as you see, he's continuing to execute this strategy where he limps on the button to reduce his variance and risk against chip leader Fedor Holtz.
But he also allows another player in there, and that is Keith with King 3, and the flop is a 7-6 deuce.
Well, the good vibes continue for Fedor Holtz. He's got an open-ended straight draw on a flop where neither of his opponent has anything.
Up, and the action's on Fedor. Beautiful flop for him. 110. Keith and Sean Winter not even thinking about it. Sean goes out, and Fedor Holtz taking down that pot with 8 high. Wow. See, it can backfire by not playing aggressive, but that's what you're playing. You're playing the bubble completely different.
I think the best play for Sean there is to either limp or go all in pre-flop and force his opponents to wake up with a hand.
All right, bunch of folds, and now Kathy Laney has picked up a pair of 10s.
Come on.
There she goes. She's going to go all in, anchors out.
Yeah, Kathy on 13 blinds here, making the right play with her pocket 10s.
First hand.
It's one way to do it.
What, almost an hour and a half?
Well, we first saw Texas Oil CEO Kathy Laney play in Alpha 8 in St. Kitts. She was invited by her buddy, recreational player Bill Perkins. And while she was there, Lynn Gilmartin found out from Bill that Kathy is a force to be reckoned with.
So, Bill, Kathy is the first woman to play WPT Alpha 8, and you have a bit of history at the poker table, don't you?
Yeah. We play back in Houston. There's a weekly game. It's twice a week. We're there frequently mixing it up. She flew down with the Houston crew, and I'm glad to see her just punishing the pros.
She sure is.
Punish the pros.
Oh, God.
Nice hand.
Sorry.
No, sorry.
Now, Kathy has been given the nickname Chairwoman at this home game.
Well, only because I'm the only female that plays at the table, so.
That's what they say. They say she is the boss. Anything that she does goes. She's the boss. But she holds her own at the table.
She's pretty aggressive. She's not timid. Kathy built up her own business. It's a very successful business. She dwarfs me. She's the chairwoman. I'm just the businessman. She's the chairwoman, so we all report to her.
Well, we saw her take second in that St. Kitts event, picking up $436,000. This woman really can play. Let's see if she can avoid being the bubble lady tonight. It's on Kathy right now. She's got a nothing hand. Mucks. And everyone going out. It's around to our chip leader. Look at this. It just doesn't stop. Fedor Holtz picking up ace-king.
Yeah, can life get any better for Fedor? He's got the chips. He's got the hands.
Makes it 120 to go. Keith out, and now the silent assassin. Short stack Dave Peters with ace-jack of hearts. Oh, This could be big trouble for him, of course, and he's going to put it all in. Yep, he's gone all in. Insta call, of course, by Fedor.
Yeah, and I don't blame David for going all in here. He only has 7 blinds. He can't realistically just call pre-flop and decide after the flop what he wants to do.
You're right. That's right.
Yeah. He's really stuck into this hand. Fedor is raising pretty much every time it's folded to him.
I never spent money.
Unfortunately for David, Fedor has a real hand, but David picks up a whole bunch of outs.
Is that like a 10 of hearts? Is that like a cruise?
Not available.
Is that no cruise?
I had the 10 of hearts.
Going to the turn. Can the silent assassin pull this off? He gets a jack there.
Jack, so he could find another jack for a win. A 10 would now deliver a split pot.
Like a 10.
No, it's not going to work out for him. 7 of spades on the river. He is out. He was cold decked. Over to talk to Lynn Gilmartin.
Oh, David. I'm sorry. It was looking so promising for you until that river. Oh, I know it hurts on the bubble, right?
It's a great flop.
Yeah.
looks like I might have pulled it out, but no good.
Ugh. And every poker player feels for you busting out in this moment, of course. But were your eyes all on first when you play a tournament? Is that kind of how you look at it, or is cashing very important?
Yeah, I mean, you want to win, but you also want to do the smart things, and try and get the cash is always important, and moving up the pay ladder and stuff like that. So I thought I'm not mad with any of my decisions. It just didn't go my way.
Okay.
Not much I could have done.
Now, your chips went to Fedor, where all of them seem to be going. He just seems to be unstoppable. What's going on with his game?
Oh, he's a very good player. He has a lot of chips. He was making hands. I mean, it's going to be tough to beat, for sure.
Yeah. Do you think there's anyone else at the table you would pick to have the best chance to go up against him?
Nick, he's a very good player. Has a lot of chips. They're all, Sean and Kush, they're all very good players. It just depends how the cards fall.
Yeah.
Who gets what, and
Sure
see what happens.
All right. Well, thank you.
Thanks.
Well, the deeply disappointed Dave Peters has to say goodnight. He is the bubble boy. Unfortunately, cold decked right there. And we are down to 7 players. We're coming back for more on Alpha 8. We are back at Bellagio for WPT's Alpha 8. I'm with Tony Dunst. I'm Vince Van Patten. We're down to 7-handed. They're all going to make some money.
I'd say $176,000 sounds pretty good to me, Vince.
That is correct. The 7th place loser, winner, whatever you want to call it, will pick up 176. And yeah, there's Fedor's chip stack, 6.1 million. Well out in front. The short stacks at this point, Ankush and Kathy. Let's go to the felt.
Yeah. Peters is the bubble master. It's crazy how many times.
Every time.
It was a great bubble for Fedor, who entered 8-handed play with about 4.5 million and ran it up to over 6 million by the time they had broke the bubble. And he wants to continue the aggression.
Yep, makes it 120 to go.
Jinxed him. Jinxed him, man.
Did I really? Put it out in the universe?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, right. I talked to the universe. Yeah. I feel bad now. I should change them.
Discussion about David Peters always being the bubble boy. That's got to be the wrong thing to be known for.
Nick Petrangelo, 28-year-old, has a pair of 8s, makes that call. So AC Deucey versus a pair of 8s. Let's go a flopping. Flops a king 5-3.
Gut shot straight draw for Fedor here. And an overcard to go along with it. Not a bad flop for Nick.
Yeah, he's checked it. Fedor's going to make the continuation bet with ace high. Looks like 125. Nick's made close to 3 million in tournaments. He's going to make this call. Good call.
Nick still in the lead here, going to the turn. Not anymore. 4 of spades.
You gotta
delivers
be
a
kidding.
straight to Fedor.
What a card for Fedor.
Yeah, when you're on, you're on.
Nick's going to check. Look at Fedor. Mesmerized by his own luck.
I have turned a straight. Perhaps I will bet it.
Or do you just check it and disguise the strength of your hand and let this guy take one more card off? He's getting his fingers in action to make a bet.
Fedor hoping that Nick has a king here.
You would think. He's going to bet a pretty hefty 340. Oh, he's going to chase his victim away.
Yeah, Nick can't really call the second barrel there with his pocket eights. Fedor continues to play well and run well. Drags yet another pot.
22 years old. He quit college to become a poker player.
Sounds familiar?
That's right. You did the same thing?
Did the same thing.
No regrets, right?
No regrets. Well, several regrets, but not related to dropping out of college.
Moving on. Look at this. Ace, queen of diamonds for Fedor.
I mean, if you're one of the other players around the table watching this happen, you just have to wonder if Fedor ever has the goods. You're like, what? He just keeps betting every time.
Now, Kathy Laney has a pair of deuces. This could be attack time, and it would be a bad time to do it.
Yeah, this is not a good situation for Kathy to call. She only has about 700,000 in her stack, so she's not getting the appropriate implied odds to try and flop a set.
Well, she's called it.
Yeah, she's going to make the call here, and this is really not a great idea from her.
Unless she flops a set, of course. Everyone going out. She wants to get in cheap. Maybe tag a hand. Lucky she didn't come over the top. Get aggressive with. Look at this flop. Ace, queen, 4. Top 2 pair, of course. Fedor wisely checking.
Actually, I wouldn't mind if Kathy had shoved pre-flop because Fedor is opening so many hands.
She checks 6 on the turn. I like her patience. At least she's just not taking a shot at a gamble.
And Fedor really giving her the opportunity to hang herself, but she is not taking it.
Nope. And now a jack on the river. Now he's finally got to come out with a bet. Yep, he's going to stick in a bet of 125. And she has nice patience throughout the hand. Didn't get too involved. Lets it go, and Fedor is just moving over these players. He's going through these players like E. coli at a Tijuana cafeteria. 7 players remain.
Typically, the chip leader has to ease off a little bit after the bubble bursts, but Fedor, defying our expectations, continues to pummel his opponents.
All right, on Kathy. Now she's got ace-9. Nope, not going to play it. Okay. We move on. Everyone folding.
I'm going to make a bold prediction and say Fedor doesn't finish in 7th.
Wow, you're gutsy, huh?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
I'm out there, man. I'm out there, Vince.
Oh,
Fedor
boy.
here completes with a king-9. Keith checks in the big blind with 4-3 of clubs, and everybody connects on king, jack, deuce, 2 clubs. So more pairs for Fedor Holtz.
Keith Tilston with a 4 flush. Does he want to get aggressive with it? Nope, he just calls it. Hoping to catch. Let's see if he does. No, it's an ace of diamonds. Has now a straight draw to go along with his flush draw.
Fedor not that worried about the ace here. Believes that if Keith had a decent ace in his hand, he would have raised in position pre-flop. And so you see Fedor continues to bet for value with what is now a second pair.
110. Keith has had 18 career live cashes. He will make this call. He'd love to spike a club right now. Will he get it? No, it's a 3 of spades.
So Keith does not find his straight or flush outs, but does make 4th pair here. And as I mentioned before, Fedor has been so relentless with his aggression that the opponents around the table will start to wonder if he can really have it. So if Fedor bets here, Keith might not consider this an auto fold.
Well, he is going to bet. Looks like, wow. Betting again, 275.
There, Fedor showing he knows exactly where he's at in the hand, believes his second pair to be good, and betting it for value.
Keith is in second chip position. Doesn't want to donate this last 275, but he might be curious. Who knows? He's getting the chips out. He's going to make this call. It's a wrong one.
And Fedor gets maximum value from his opponent, really utilizing his table image there. to get another bet out of Keith. He pays him off with fourth pair.
The Austrian, originally from Germany, marches over this field, extends the chip lead. Can he take down the title? At Alpha 8, we will see. We're coming back for more on WPT's Alpha 8. We are back at WPT's Alpha 8 at Bellagio, where 7 players are competing for the first place prize of close to $1.6 million here tonight. As you can see, Fedor Holtz is the chip leader with $7.1 million in chips. Down to the felt we go. Sean Winter from Florida, Jack 7, can't play. Fedor Holtz.
Did Fedor just fold? Did that happen?
I know, right? Well, Negreanu is going to raise with an ace 8 to 100,000. And Kathy with a very sexy 8-7 of spades.
Yeah, it's a sexy hand, but the small blind is not a sexy position. Not a big fan of this call here on her short stack. Going to be awkward to play against a capable pro like Daniel Negreanu out of position.
Don't ever call Kathy a short stack.
I don't know how to describe her stack when she's the shortest one then.
And the flop, she has flopped an open-ended straight draw. Gonna check, they both check. Daniel not hitting anything there. And the turn card is a king of clubs. Now Daniel has the nut flush draw.
Kathy's still open-ended here. Not thrilled at the appearance of that king on the turn though. Checks again. Daniel will check behind. Goes to the river and rivers his flush. It does give Kathy fourth pair, but
Daniel Negreanu hits the nut flush. Kathy wisely checking. And Daniel has to bet, of course. 200,000. Oh, Kathy lets it go intelligently. Negreanu making the nuts, picking up that pot.
And staying quiet for the moment.
Yeah.
6 of the 7 players remaining are below average in chips.
Daniel trying to do my job for me.
That's rare, you know? You don't usually see that. 6 of 7 are below average.
Pointing out the fact that Fedor Holtz has so many chips that all other players at the table are below average.
Action on Keith Tilston from Austin, Texas. Equities guy. Gonna raise with a pair of 9s to 115 to go. Daniel out. Nick gonna fold queen 10 of clubs. Interesting. And Kathy and Kush, they all fold, but Fedor
doesn't even think about it. Snap call with queen 7 offsuit, expecting to flop a full house.
He can afford it, and the flop is at ace 10-6.
I don't understand. Where's Fedor's full house?
That's a miracle. Didn't catch. Keith with the 9s.
Keith isn't thrilled with this flop. It's one of those awkward spots where neither betting or checking is a very attractive option. So Keith just going to try and end the hand, and it's going to work because Fedor has nothing for once.
No, it is so great when you have a pair of 9s or 8s and 2 overcards hit on the board, and you still bet. You get the guts of a poker player, and you still have the heart to bet, and it works. It's a thing of beauty. That's what just happened. You're not quite as excited about it as I was.
No, you know, continuation bets. They don't really excite me the way they used to.
Okay, here we go. Blinds are still 25 and 50. Kathy Laney with a decent queen jack.
That's a new thing.
Everybody has yielded to her so far. She's thinking about something crazy here. I got a feeling.
Whatever.
Nope.
She's under 10 blinds, so you can make an argument that she should go all in there, but she elects to pass instead.
Wisely so.
Now with Sean Winter, he passes ace-7 offsuit on the button. I think that's a sign that Sean is trying to outlast Kathy and Ankush a little bit, not looking to get involved.
Battle of the blinds. Yeah, the blinds, Jack 8, 9-3. And the flop is a king 10-9.
What is your life, Fedor Holtz?
Kathy's got to be upset. She would have flopped a straight, of course. And Fedor is going to bet 100,000.
Keith just has bottom pair on a very coordinated texture here. He does have the backdoor flush draw to the 3, but that's not particularly valuable. He is going to make the call here.
Yeah, he is. Interesting. Turn card is a queen.
Well, of course it is.
So, oh man, Fedor has hit the straight, and he looks at everything like he can't quite believe it himself.
I have turned a straight yet again. I think I shall bet it.
Is that Hogan's Heroes, or I don't know what that was.
Fedor here going to bet 150,000 with what is now a straight.
And Keith, he cannot think he can compete here, and does not.
Time for you to fold, Mr. Tilston.
He is running over these guys. 22-year-old Fedor Holtz. Everything going right for him right now. Will he take home the championship title and the 1.6 that goes with it? We'll find out more from Bellagio on Alpha 8 in just a moment.
Tonight's WPT Alpha 8 champion will receive an array of treasures, including the Hublot Oceanographic 4000 watch, the Aura Lifestyle Solid Gold MasterCard, the trophy, and of course, all this cash.
Yeah, we are back at Alpha 8. The winner's going to take home close to 1.6 here tonight. Second place, over $1 million. There is big money at stake.
And as you see our chip counts there, it's really a battle of survival right now, as the other 6 players not named Fedor Holtz are just trying to reach a 2- or 3-handed match. If you manage to survive until second place, you're walking home with over $1 million. Whereas if you go out in 7th, you get 176,000. So a really big jump there, but not much disparity between our stacks.
Yep, it is top heavy, so that's why they're playing very strategic, cautious style. Right now, Sean Winter picking up ace-queen. He is raised to 110, but right behind him, Fedor with a real hand, pair of jacks.
Sean is in the middle of the pack, stack size-wise. He's ahead of Ankush and Kathy, and would very much like to outlast them. But he's going to have a decision to make here, because Fedor is coming over the top with his pocket jacks, making it 245,000 now. If there weren't the pay ladder dynamic, I would expect him to come over the top or at least call here. I'm really not sure what he'll do, given the situation.
It's only an additional 135 to call. Now look at this. He's going to lay this down, and like you said, it's all about strategy right now.
Yeah.
Moving up. He doesn't want to give a nickel away. No chances. This is fascinating poker right now.
Yeah, in many situations, he would at least call there for 135,000 more, but because that would drop him down to the stack size close to Ankush and Kathy, Sean just opts to fold, wants to maintain a disparity in lead over them, move up that pay ladder.
Well, players always say, yeah, look, I'm playing for the win. I want to take the title. No, not always. They're playing to move up, make money, so they can play for another year. And we go right back at him. Sean this time with an attractive king-jack of spades.
Raise.
He's going to make it 100 to go. And they are falling behind him. Will he get action with his king-jack? Doesn't even want action. Just give him the pot. He was rewarded by his tight play, perhaps, on the last hand. Sean Winter from Florida. Plays a lot of big cash games down in Florida, he says. Made a lot of money in poker. One of these guys that likes to look right through a guy when they're playing, really try to read him. He has those sunglasses on tonight because he says he's having trouble at the table with the lights. Not used to it.
Yeah, he misread his hand earlier on in the tournament. So he brought his sunglasses here and using those to obscure both his eyes
690
and his vision problems.
Now in this hand, Daniel has picked up ace-5 of hearts, and he's raised. And Nick Petrangelo, pretty decent king-9 of diamonds with the button.
Now Nick is going to 3-bet here.
He is.
And I really like the hand he selected to make this play with. If he had a king-10 suited or a king-jack suited, he would flat call. So he's taken the best hand that he can't call with and used it for a light 3-bet.
Hoping against hope. Negreanu is not that strong, and he isn't. But it's a 180 in addition, and...
You must have good cards, right? Because
take a little bits, and you put in 3, you're gonna have to put in the rest. So your cards were good.
Jack 10 spades.
Huh?
Jack 10 of spades.
Yeah?
For him.
I could beat that.
Kid Poker lets him have it.
No, he had good cards, man. Pretty good cards.
Queen Jack suited. I'll give him that.
You give him that?
Everything that's been said has been good cards so far.
Yeah, they're all good cards.
Who will become our champion here tonight? We're coming back with more on the WPT Alpha 8. Welcome back to the WPT. We're at Bellagio for Alpha 8. 7 players remain. 4.4 million total prize pool. You had to put up 100,000 to get into this event, and we are down to 7, Tony.
Our current chip leader, Fedor Holtz, actually put up 200,000, busted out once, bought back in, and has made that look like a great decision.
Winner's going to take home close to 1.6, second over $1 million. But the next guy to go out would only take home 176, so top-heavy tournament. Bunch of folds. On to Sean Winter. He's got the button. He's got Queen 9 of diamonds.
Raise.
He is going to raise. Total of 100.
Notice that Fedor assessed the stacks of both Sean and Keith before looking at his cards. Now he sees he has a King 5 suited, and he shoves. Essentially, by making it $1 million.
And they run away. Fedor Holtz, the 22-year-old.
Drops the hammer.
Yeah. Fedor knows exactly where he is and where these guys' minds are at. Pushing them around at the right time.
Now there we see an example of why Sean was so reluctant to get involved by raising on the bubble, because he knew Fedor was willing to come over the top with a wide range of hands. There he does it with King 5 suited. Takes advantage of the fact that right now Sean just wants to move up the pay ladder.
Well, once again, Fedor is going to quickly take down the pot with the raise.
The blitzkrieg continues from the young German/Austrian, just relentless with the aggression against his opponents here, whose hands are tied by the pay ladder jumps.
Into the next hand. And when you're on that short stack, everything seems to be going wrong. You can't make a right move. But right now, Ankush Mandavia thinking about it, but won't.
Ankush has spent this entire final table trying to outlast Kathy Laney, and as a result, he's barely played a hand.
And look at this. Keith Tilston from Austin, Texas has a real hand. Pair of jacks. He will make it 115 to go, but right behind him, Daniel with a pair of 8s.
Daniel's in the small blind here. He's working with about 25 blinds. Keith had about 21.
315.
So we could see some fireworks here because of the stack sizes and positions.
Well, Daniel has re-raised.
I'm gonna Fedor.
Look at this. He has raised to 315. And now back on Keith, the equities trader, non-professional player.
Yeah, Keith, the non-professional who plays like one. And I know what a pro would do here, and that's go all in. Let's see if Keith pulls the trigger.
Hasn't made too many mistakes so far tonight.
On.
He's going to push all in.
I don't think I'm supposed to fold now.
Keith gets it right again.
You got yeah, I guess I call. Did I do this right, Fedor?
The only person I was like worried with that. I don't know.
Oh, you got me crushed. I mean,
I've never seen it before.
What's that, me 3-bet?
Yeah.
I know, I felt like the good time to do it. See, I always do it at the wrong time. It's crazy. I'm supposed to just call like I old school.
It might work out anyway.
Well, you're good at hitting flops too.
Yeah, right. That's true. I haven't done that in like at least 20 minutes.
Yeah, and Daniel berating himself, saying, why did I re-raise? I got myself into a mess. And now he needs a lot of luck to get out of it. But he's hit his 8.
Wow.
3 of a kind for Negreanu. Awful flop there for Keith. Absolutely stunned. Going to the turn, 7 of hearts.
And one of the jacks is folded by Nick Petrangelo, so it is a one-outer going to the river for the tournament life of Keith Tilston. No, it's a 9. No help. He's going to be our 7th place finisher and collect $176,000.
That's fine with you, man. New game.
As soon as I fade or I got lucky. That's what I had to say it. Source it.
Great run by a non-professional player. Lot to feel good about today, but taking that one-outer is not one of them.
So Keith is going to stumble over to Lynn. And at our table, we have 6 players remaining. And they seem to find something funny here. Let's go see.
That's a good time to do the 3-bet, right? Then only you against the button.
You should do it slower, though. You have to do it really slow, real slow, and then
Yeah.
like that.
Like he does it?
Yeah, like he does.
Having some fun with Fedor.
The
That was
effect.
probably the best impersonation I think I've ever
And you can
seen.
put your arm over like this sometimes.
Yeah.
That's the only thing you did wrong there.
Yeah, it's too fast.
He's got to be psyched for this interview they're doing. Right away. Pretty nice.
Oh, Keith, you got it in good, and then he flopped to the 8. That's got to hurt.
Yeah, I mean, it was, pretty standard. We're pretty much all of us are short stack except for Fedor. I mean, he has like half the chips in play, so it was, we're bound to get it in that spot, and he was lucky that time. So.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Keith. It was great to watch you play. And congratulations again. $176,000 in Keith's pocket. Not a bad payday. That's it for us from WPT Alpha 8 Las Vegas. Until next time, for Tony Dunst and Vince Van Patten, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. Good night. Welcome to Las Vegas, where a load of treasures await the next great poker champion. This is WPT Alpha 8.
Welcome back to continuing coverage of WPT Alpha 8 Las Vegas. I'm Vince Van Patten, alongside a WPT champion, a good friend, and raw deal analyst Tony Dunst. And yes, that's right, folks. It has finally happened. We are in the money. The money bubbles in the rearview mirror. The cash is finally flowing.
Yeah, that's right, Vince. With the elimination of Stoic Pro David Peters on that bubble, it's Texas native Keith Tilston who's the first player to cash in this event.
Yeah, $176,000 will flow into his bank account. Now, a lot of us thought he'd still be in, but his pocket jacks just couldn't stand the heat when Kid Poker Daniel Negreanu flopped a set of 8s.
Good game, bud. It's a pleasure.
Well, Keith got it in good, and that's all you can really hope for in a poker tournament.
I disagree. I want to be behind, and I want to suck out, and I want to win the tournament. But nevertheless, now that everyone is guaranteed a substantial payday, what do you think, Tony? You think people are going to start loosening up?
Yeah, absolutely. They're no longer so strongly disincentivized from busting out, plus we're short-handed, so players always get more aggressive.
So from a field of 39 players, 45 entries, we're now down to 6. 2 are guaranteed millionaires. Let's get down to the felt as the action continues. And as you can see, Fedor Holtz is the chip leader, 7.8 million in chips. The winningest poker player of all time, 31 million he's collected over the years. What a field we have, these final 6. Let's go to the felt.
Sean Winter wakes up with a pair of queens here.
Hello. Sean, not that many chips. He's going to shove all in. Blinds are 25-50.
Yeah, Sean's still trying to minimize his risk of elimination as opposed to maximize the amount of chips that he could win. That's because he is comfortably above Ankush and Kathy and wants to move up that pay ladder, so he just rips it in pre-flop and says, hey, you got kings or aces, good for you.
Sean Winter, he's from Florida, a cash game expert. Second time playing an Alpha 8. And the blinds are going up to 30 and 60,000. Put the head in the vise, start to squeeze. Here we go. Sean Winter with a strong ace-king of diamonds. He's starting to heat up.
Sean was having some trouble reading the board earlier in this tournament, misread his hand twice. At that point, borrowed a pair of sunglasses from someone around the table. This time, brought his own from home, and now he's got an ace-king suited.
Doesn't want to have anybody playing with these big hands with him. Going all in. And they're all folding, and now Kathy Laney. Now she's down to only 300,000. She's picked up ace-5. Oh, wow, she's gonna call this.
Yeah, this is kind of suspect from Kathy. She passed up a couple opportunities to move in pre-flop when she could have won the hand unopposed. Now she calls off her stack with ace-5 offsuit, and that's not a hand that fares very well against the type of hands that Sean's gonna move in with pre-flop.
Well, she is way behind at this point. The mother of 3, the CEO and president of Suncoast Resources, a non-professional player, but she's had big results in poker tournaments before. She's on the ropes right now with 5 cards to come.
Now on the flop, put a 2, 3, 4. All diamonds? Or
let's take a look at the first 3. Well, it's a queen, jack, 3. 2 of them diamonds. That's good for Sean.
Yeah, Sean wanted an all-diamond flop. He almost got his wish, nearly flopped a royal flush here.
Kathy not looking good with this one. Turn card is a 6 of spades. No.
So she's down to the remaining 2 5s in the deck. Daniel Negreanu folded the 5 of spades pre-flop.
1 card, huh? 5.
Oh boy, it's not gonna work out for Kathy Laney. Deuce of spades on the river. And she has to walk away. A lot of class there, though. A fine player. And she takes home $242,000. And just like that, Tony, we have 5 players.
Would have won. You were calling? No. Probably would have called.
2 of our remaining 5 re-entered this tournament. That's Sean Winter and Fedor Holtz. Both of them feeling pretty good about that investment after busting out once.
There's Fedor's chip stack, 7.8 million, and now Ankush Mandavia on the short stack with about 500. And these guys are happy that they can get rid of another chair at the table.
Now I can actually play good.
You got room.
I'm like a really a feel guy. I can't play like this. It's really distracting.
Oh boy.
I can't work like this, Nick says.
The winner's complaining. Let's see what happens next. Fedor Holtz, first to act, picks up king 10.
I'll be in my trailer.
He's been relentless tonight. He's going forward again, 125 to go. Into Nick, who has a pair of 8s.
I'll be in my trailer after I play these 8s.
Are you trying to tell us something? A little bit of a prima donna, is that what you're saying?
All in. All in.
Ankush behind him with a pair of 10s, going all in.
Right behind him, Sean Winter has ace-queen and a difficult decision to make.
Well, we've seen him make some very tight folds here tonight. Yeah, don't go broke with a queen in hand. He gets out of their way.
1-4.
Back on the original razor, the Austrian, the chip leader, Fedor. He's had enough.
How much is it?
And Nick, obviously,
515.
he could be pot committed. This is the same situation that happened with Negreanu.
Yeah, Nick getting an excellent price here to call off, even though he senses he's likely behind. He knows that Ankush could also have ace-king, ace-queen, in which case he'd be flipping and receiving easily the correct price to make the call, so he does call it off here, but...
Why did you reshove? Save me.
Top 2.
Ankush looking good here right now. A big favorite to double up. Nick has about 3 times as many chips, so he would not go broke, of course. And here comes the flop. 3 of a kind there. The 8s are hot tonight. Nick has flopped 3 of a kind.
8s are running.
Absolute gin for Nick. Only 1 10 remaining in the deck after Fedor folded the 10 of clubs. We saw the same thing happen with Negreanu when he busted Keith with 8s against jacks.
5 on the turn.
No help for Ankush on the turn. He needs the last 10 in the deck if he's going to survive. No, it's the queen of clubs, and Ankush going to be eliminated in 5th place.
Sorry, man. No worries.
Well, he takes it well. He gets up. Ankush Mandavia, highly respected young guy and pro, out of this event. Total take home of $309,000. Back-to-back exits. And these guys are happy.
I don't think it mattered how he showed.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
That was sick.
And Ankush right now making his way to see Lynn Gilmartin.
Ankush, what's with these eights? These sets of eights are knocking players out. Oh, that's got to hurt to have seen that flop.
Yeah. I mean, I got in 10s versus 8s, so kind of sucks that an 8 hit, but it's part of it.
It is. Same thing that happened to Keith, to Donnie Stern, not too long before you. But the good news is that you have made it into the money. Does that help? I mean, I know you all want to win, but surely making some money helps.
Yeah, I mean, coming in, I was 7 of 8, so I had to kind of wait it out until some other people busted. And if you look at it in the grand scheme of things, finishing 5th from that position's not that bad, so just try to win the next one.
As players are eliminated throughout the final table, do you kind of see that as like a little bit more profit?
Not really. Just kind of try to figure out what position you're going to be in and what to do with your stack size, and just figure out the best strategy for it.
All right.
Yeah.
Now, Fedor is obviously doing incredibly well. Who else do you think at that table has the best chance to go up against him?
I think Nick, obviously, if he gets a stack, he's a really tough player. The guy that took me out, and then Sean and Daniel, they all have a shot, but Fedor's going to be really, really tough with a chip lead, and it's going to take some, 8s versus 10s probably to keep them from getting first. But I mean, there's still a ton of money for them to play for, so pay jumps are pretty big.
They are, and it sure is a tough table. Well, congratulations,
Okay,
over 300,000. Well done.
Right.
Thanks.
Joy and disappointment being shared in the house of pain. We're coming back four-handed poker in just a moment. Las Vegas, Nevada, Alpha 8. That's what you're watching right now here at Bellagio. We have four-handed poker that's continuing, where the champion will take home close to $1.6 million. I'm Vince Van Patten alongside Tony Dunst. What do you think, Tony?
I think this is Fedor Holtz's tournament to lose, and considering the way he's playing and running, I don't expect him to lose.
Well, he's up against the great Daniel Negreanu, winningest poker player in the history of the game, in second chip position. What a danger at the table. He's got a pair of deuces. We'll make it 135 to go. Nick Petrangelo with a little suited connector. Does he want to splash around with this? Nope. And now Sean Winter, also with a little pair.
Oh.
Wow, he's going to push all in.
Yeah, Sean with just about 20, 21 blinds here has a hand that does not play very well post-flop, so he's just going to rip it in, force Daniel to the decision, and as it turns out, Sean actually in a dominating position.
So the chart says, I have no idea. But my chart says, nah.
Yep, 1.1. You don't want to call off with a little pair. You want to do what Sean did and shove with a little pair.
Pretty sure the chart says fold.
Especially at this time of the night, down to four-handed poker. The salaries are getting big, and so Sean doing the right thing pushes Daniel Negreanu right out of that hand.
For 2016, you're going to see D-Nigs come out with a chart.
No chart, man. There's no chart. It's just mystery.
There's
exist.
a chart, man,
No.
on the internets.
Doesn't exist.
You go to the dark web, you
It's a
find
myth.
this chart.
You follow that thing, you're gonna make some mistakes.
Yeah.
You gotta make your own. You gotta make your own.
No, I'm not
chart.
going to do it. I just want to know. Like, oh,
Tony,
we're
what
making a
chart are they
mistake right
talking about?
They're talking about a shove chart, wherein you get the exact amount of blinds you're supposed to shove with particular hands in each position. I like to use one when I get deep in tournaments and down to a shorter stack. I just keep it there on my phone, check in right before I play the hand, and then I look down, see what I got, and follow the chart. I barely make even any decisions when I go deep in a tournament anymore. I'm just following the chart.
In the old days, you used to take a pen and write it on your hand back in school. Now it's
all on the smartphone.
Yep. Okay, let's go to this hand. It's been called by Fedor with Queen 3, and now Negreanu has picked up a pair of 9s. Gotta like that, and he has raised it up. 120 to go, and the Austrian saying, I can see that. I will try to outflop you. So these are actually the two chip leaders. Daniel in second chip position. The flop is an ace, king, jack.
Terrible flop for Daniel's 9s.
Can't stand that. He checks. They both check.
Not a good flop for Fedor's hand either. So if he's going to win this pot, he'll have to bluff at it.
Yeah, 6 on the turn. He suspects Daniel's stronger than he's making it out to be, so he checks. They both check. Ace on the river. Does Fedor want to take a stab at stealing this? Nope.
Check. What a board for my hand.
Daniel delighted to win with 9s. You kind of surprised that Fedor didn't take a shot?
Not really, since he didn't have any legitimate equity besides a gut shot straight draw, and he was concerned that Daniel had some showdown value and would snap him off, but it's just always surprising when Fedor loses a hand. So yes, I'm surprised.
That was a long answer, but...
It was a long answer.
Okay, I'll still accept it. Moving on.
In a yes-no world, yes, I'm surprised. Fedor wins every hand, doesn't he?
All right, 30-60 blind. Sean Winter with the quick fold, and Fedor now with the nice little suited connector, 5-6 of hearts.
Yes, Fedor will win this hand.
He's going to raise to 125. Daniel, ace-10, just calling behind him.
Not a big fan of this call by Daniel. He's in the small blind, facing a very aggressive Fedor Holtz on the button. Rather see him 3-bet here and just try and take it down pre-flop.
Nick Petrangelo behind them with an ace-6. What's he thinking? Looks like he's getting raising chips out. That's exactly what he's going to do. He's going to try to squeeze this pot.
Yeah, Nick here wants to be the one to re-raise pre-flop and take it down.
Fedor gets out of the way, and now Daniel in the think tank.
Difficult decision.
Yeah.
Daniel wondering what the chart would say about this one.
Now, Nick Petrangelo used to play hockey in school. Quite a player, a lot of golf too. And then he suffered a concussion playing hockey, gave it up, and said, I'm going to play poker. And he's done incredibly well ever since. He's made close to $3 million in live tournaments, and is this raise going to work here against Negreanu? Yes, it does. Well done, Nick.
Gives us a second peek at his crappy hand.
Oh, it's great to win with junk. We will continue four-handed at Alpha 8. We'll cover right back. Welcome back to WPT's Alpha 8 at Bellagio. We are down to four-handed action. Fedor Holtz, our chip leader.
And after executing that squeeze play, Nick Petrangelo has moved up to second place, showing that he belongs at this table despite his efforts to launch a career in the legitimate world.
Blinds of 30 and 60,000.
You're at...
all three options were available to me with that hand.
And now, Nick Petrangelo robbing that last pot. Will just call with queen, 6 of diamonds. Sean Winter with a horrible hand, 8 deuce. But there are no horrible hands really in poker.
Especially not when you get to check.
That's right. And the flop is a 9, 8, 6.
Well, Nick with a pair and a flush draw checks over to Sean, who checks behind with middle pair. No help for Nick on the turn. Be surprised if he checked one more time.
Yep. With the 4 flush and the 6s making the bet. Looks like 70,000. Sean in front at this point. We know that. Pair of 8s. Smooth calls. Down to the river we go. It's a 5 of spades. Pretty dangerous card there.
Not a great card for Nick here, who's worried that his opponent could have 2 pair or a 9 or a straight. So just a middle pair here, checks it over, and is going to end up losing this pot despite drilling the flop.
That is right. Sean Winter from Florida. Born in Jacksonville. He's 25 years old. He's bought in twice. That means he's put up 200,000.
Now he's going to cash for a minimum of 441,000. So that second bullet is going to pay off for Sean Winter here today.
All right, on to this hand. We have Fedor with a pair of 5s, has raised to 150. Negreanu behind him.
Well, I said before that I really liked when Nick Petrangelo used King 9 suited as a hand to 3-bet with out of the small blind. Negreanu showing us the difference in generations, makes a call in the small blind with King 9 suited. I like that he's playing the hand, I just don't like how he's playing it.
Flop is a 9, 6 deuce. So Daniel out-flopping Fedor, and he has checked.
Great flop for Daniel. Not a bad flop for Fedor's hand.
175.
175. Daniel Negreanu with top pair. And because he didn't raise, perhaps he's going to get more action in this hand, so you just never know. Oh, wow. A king that gives two pair. Top two pair for Daniel Negreanu.
Yeah, top two pair for Daniel, who apparently is going to lead out, which is a little unusual.
Yeah.
Board doesn't look so good for Fedor now. He does have a flush draw, but it's not a very high one, and so he's just going to quickly fold his fives.
Yeah, Daniel didn't want another diamond showing up.
Yep.
Take the pot when you can. Run with it. Daniel Negreanu getting possibility of really extending his all-time money winner lead to close to $33 million if he should win this.
I love the looks, man. You're good. You give me the old, the death stare. Like, what the hell was that? Fishy. Smelled fishy.
Can't believe I'm saying this, but I think Daniel's being outplayed around this table.
I can't believe you're saying that either.
Yeah, I'm afraid I believe it's true.
I like how he played that last hand, actually, but...
Not me.
And we move on. Daniel with a quick fold, and now Nick with the button and a nothing 9-7 will get aggressive. 135 to go. Sean Winter won't play that. And now we're on to Fedor, who has picked up a real hand. The second best starting hand you get in poker, pair of kings.
Nick just raising the button here with a 9-7. Knows that Fedor has been very sticky out of the big blind, not likely to get a fold, but he doesn't expect the 3-bet that's coming from Fedor.
Well, many ways to play it. Actually, just two. You either call or you raise right now, and he's not taking any chances. He's going to put more chips in, makes it a total of 390 to go.
No small sizing from the big hand with Fedor Holtz. He goes 3 times the raise. I expect Nick to just fold this hand. He's certainly not going to call. I don't know why he would use this hand for a light 4-bet. He doesn't have any blockers.
Well, he took a shot at it, but it's taken him a long time. What is he up to? Oh, boy.
What is he doing?
He's taking back his chips. That means he's staying involved.
775.
Well, a blocker is when you've got one of the higher cards in the deck that would make it less likely that your opponent has a premium hand.
Well, now he's trying to try to bluff. Bottom line, he is re-raised, just doesn't believe Fedor. He is incorrect with that assumption. And Fedor has to be excited. I mean, he put the guy on aces. I mean, there's always a chance, but obviously no way you could ever let this go.
Well, I like that Nick is willing to fight back against Fedor.
Let's see how much you're playing. I started with like 2.3.
But I'd rather do it when I had a blocker. That is, if he had something like King 8, King 9, Queen Jack, Ace 10. Those are the type of hands that I would be looking to 4-bet as a bluff. Instead, Nick makes the play with 9-7 offsuit, and as we know, this is about to go horribly awry.
Well, sometimes you just misread your opponent when they have the goods, and that's what's happened to Nick right now. He has misstepped, he's slipped on the banana peel, and it's not pretty. Fedor, the Austrian's going to put him through the torture chamber. There's the all-in bet. Nick has to lay it down. He's disgusted with himself. You can boil a pot of coffee on Nick's head right now. And everything going right for this guy, Fedor Holtz.
I appreciate that Nick didn't posture there. Once Fedor went all in, he immediately folded his junky hand. Meanwhile, Fedor climbs towards 8 million in chips, has over half the chips in play, everything going his way.
Nick folds this hand, and now Winter. Is he going to get involved here? Yes. With an awful hand as well.
Yeah, Sean raising up 10-8 offsuit on the button here.
Thanks.
Into Fedor, likes to play everything, anything.
Oh, are you serious?
Wow, wow. Back-to-back kings. Back-to-back kings with guys bluffing in front of them with nothing.
Well, this is a brand new dealer on the table, so don't suspect that Fedor has paid somebody off. He is just running pure.
And there's the raise, 305 total. Daniel out. Sean, again, making you happy because he's not going to play long.
Yeah, I love the lack of posturing. I respect that.
What'd you have? They're definitely going to show that one. When you went all in. You just had it.
So a couple players getting their fingers caught in the old rat trap.
Come on, you know me. He plays good cards too when he gets them.
Fedor Holtz extends the chip lead. Can he finish here tonight and take home the championship? We're coming back with more from WPT Alpha 8. Welcome to the land of dry heat and lots of cactus and beautiful hotels, casinos, and resorts. We're at Bellagio for WPT Alpha 8, where 4 players remain.
Fedor Holtz, kings in back-to-back hands, continues to pummel his opponents and gradually bleed them of their chips as the fight for second place continues.
Yeah, he's a one-man wrecking crew. And right now, action's on Sean Winter. Has a solid queen-jack of hearts, raising to 125.
Whoa, only one king for Fedor Holtz? Do they know who he is?
Back-to-back kings we just saw. But now he finally gets out of the way, and it's around to Nick Petrangelo.
1.2.
1-3 and change.
Who has a pretty decent ace-9 of spades.
Yeah, Nick gonna come along here from the big blind. So we'll go to a flop heads up.
Ace-9 versus queen-jack, the 2 short stacks battling. Here's the flop. It is a king-9-8.
1.4.
So Nick in front with 9s. And he's checked it. They're both checking. Going to the turn. 5 of hearts. The 4 flush now for Sean Winter.
Yep, Sean with a gut shot straight draw. A 4 flush. Nick still in the lead. But as you can see, his hand's very vulnerable. He's going to bet out here for 150,000. Sean has a pretty clear call here. Wouldn't be very plausible to raise after checking behind on a fairly coordinated flop. So he does make the call.
Hoping to get lucky with the river, hit a flush or a straight. It's not going to work out for him, though. 6 of diamonds.
Puts a 4 straight on the board. That should slow Nick down.
Slow down everyone. They both check. Rightfully so.
Sean checks behind with queen high. Does not want to take the opportunity to bluff here. Decides there are too many missed draws out there and thinks his opponent would snap him off. I'm not sure if that was the case when Nick had a 9, but this time around, his second pair going to be good for that pot.
Yeah, Nick, 28 years old, played hockey at Skidmore College, got a concussion, decided, hey, I'm going to try poker. Forget about ice hockey. And he's done amazingly well. All right, on to this hand. We have Fedor, now our chip leader, to make a decision. He's got the Motown hand, Jackson 5s. You get it, Tony? You got that one, right?
I did. I got that one. I've been around, Vince.
Jackson, there was a band called the Jackson 5. They've worked with Motown. I know.
Was one of them Michael Jackson?
You know that I lived next door to them when I first moved out to Hollywood.
No way.
Our family lived right next door, yeah. We were good friends. They're great guys. Well, we used to play football in the streets, everybody but Michael, and he would be dancing in the streets. And he would be doing like a great move. We'd say, who is this kid? Get off the football field.
Meanwhile, we have a poker hand going on here. Fedor Holtz raised Jack 5 of diamonds. Daniel called in position with Ace 6 of clubs. And on this Queen 7-7 flop, Fedor just checked over to Daniel. Not looking too interested in this pot. Yep, he just gives it up.
Daniel Negreanu, ace high, taking down that pot.
Daniel wants to dance out of his seat after finally beating Fedor out of a pot.
Yeah, Fedor has definitely gotten the best of Daniel tonight so far. But we're talking about the great Daniel Negreanu, winningest poker player of all time. If he won this, he'd be close to $33 million. And he's got a real shot here tonight in second chip position.
People must think you're so rich when they look up your name online and they're like, whoa, he's won $31 million. Like, you know, as if we got to keep every single cent we ever won in a poker tournament.
Good point. But not only does he have that, but he has endorsements and things like that that go to a few top players like him. So maybe he is very rich. Who knows? He's happy at the table, that's for sure. And right now, he's raised with ace-jack. A couple folds into his old nemesis, Fedor, 22-year-old with just a 6-4. He's going to slop around.
Yeah, Fedor doesn't do very much folding in the big blind, getting excellent odds. And here, he flops second pair on king 4-3, so a nice-looking flop for his hand. Daniel has whiffed here, but likely believes himself to still be in front.
Yep, he'll find out. Continuation bet of 150. And the Austrian looking over that board. Yes, you can afford it. He makes this call. To the discomfort of Daniel. Going to the turn, it's a 5.
Good looking card for Fedor Holtz, who picks up an open-ended straight draw to go along with his pair. Daniel now with a gut shot to the deuce, but that card would spell disaster for him because Fedor would have a higher straight.
And they both check. Daniel wisely slowing down, hoping to hit something special on the river. Not to be, 9 of spades.
Not a card that's likely to produce much action from either player. Fedor will check, Daniel will check behind, and Fedor will win this pot.
No pair here. Good thing a deuce didn't come.
Well, that's the problem with making almost a min raise before the flop. You do that because the blinds are so big, but sometimes it backfires because you can't muscle a guy out that's already got some investment in. Fedor taking that pot. 4 players remain. Who will take down this championship title? Coming back for more WPT Alpha 8. Welcome back to WPT Alpha 8. 4 players remain. Total prize pool, $4.4 million. First place prize up close to $1.6. Along with that, the champion will get the Hublot Oceanographic 4,000 watch worth $22,000. And also a 14-karat Aura solid gold MasterCard loaded with $10,000. All the goodies. And right now, Fedor Holtz from Austria, $8.3 million in chips.
Yeah, Fedor eyeing that Showcase Showdown. Believes it has his name on it. And everything he's shown us so far makes me believe he's the man to beat at this final table. Meanwhile, Sean Winter with King Jack here. He is our short stack on about 15 blinds. He's going all in.
Certainly is. Pushes Fedor out of the way. Daniel Negreanu can't pick up a hand. So Sean Winter from Florida. Tough cash player. Loves football. He went to summer camps at Florida State. He idolizes Florida State University football. And a real football guy. Among other things, great poker player. So big prize pool here at Alpha 8. And our chip leader, Fedor Holtz, actually rebought once, so he's in for $200,000. These are the high rollers in poker. Now look at this. Once again, Sean Winter with ace-10, shoving all in.
Yeah, Sean continuing to execute that strategy of moving in pre-flop when he's somewhere around 15 blinds. Does the same thing here with an ace-10. Yet again, no takers.
He is going to bully away that pot, and he's playing good short-handed poker, just going to shove